Field of cold light stretching above the clouds. Through the canopy of a German fighter, a lone pilot watched the silhouettes below him climb with painful slowness. Their wings looked too small, their fuselages too thick, their movements too heavy for the brutal arena they were entering. From his oxygen mask came the faint trace of laughter, a quiet disbelief that anything shaped like that could survive the world waiting above France. But war has a way of rewriting its own rules. What those pilots saw that morning were not mere machines struggling toward the fight. They were looking at the first steps of a weapon built on a different vision of air power, a machine that would turn ridicule into fear and tilt the balance of the skies. The gap between what the eye could see and what history would remember was wide enough to swallow an Air Force whole. And somewhere in that thin, icy air hung the question that would define the months ahead. What happens when a fighter that should not have worked becomes the one no enemy can escape? The story truly begins long before those first encounters above France. In the summer of 1940, while Europe burned under the rapid advance of German air power, American planners studied the wreckage of countries that had fallen and understood a truth that was as cold as the steel they would soon forge. If the next war was to be won, it would be won at altitude. German fighters had carved through the skies with deadly precision, and the United States needed something that could reach higher, hit harder, and endure the kind of punishment that broke lesser machines apart. When engineers at Republic Aviation received the Army's urgent specifications, they faced a dilemma that bordered on the impossible. Traditional fighter design favored light frames, nimble wings, and quick movements. But the threat now rising above Europe demanded a fighter built around a different philosophy. Alexander Kartveli, the Georgian-born designer entrusted with the task, made a choice that startled even his own team. He would not build a sleeker Spitfire or a cleaner Messerschmitt. He would build something larger, stronger, and far more powerful than anything in American service. The prototype that emerged, the XP-47B, did not slip into the air so much as force its way upward. Its massive turbocharged engine filled the fuselage like a beating heart of metal and fire. Its wings carried the weight of 8 heavy machine guns. Its silhouette looked awkward, its proportions alarming. Test pilots approached it with the same uneasy respect that soldiers give to unfamiliar artillery. And yet, when the throttle opened, the aircraft climbed as though it had found a secret path through the sky. But progress came at a terrible cost. Between late 1942 and early 1943, training squadrons struggled to tame the machine. The aircraft ground looped without warning, torque rolled if handled carelessly, and dove so fiercely that pilots occasionally felt the controls freeze beneath their hands. The statistics were grim. Dozens of aircraft lost. Too many young airmen killed before they ever saw an enemy. The Thunderbolt seemed less like a promise and more like a threat that turned inward. Even so, the design refused to be judged by first impressions. Those who survived the early months learned that beneath its size lay an engine that refused to quit and a frame that could drink punishment without falling apart. When combat finally came to the heavy fighter in the spring of 1943, the battlefield introduced yet another challenge. The Thunderbolt could not turn with German fighters. It could not climb with them at lower altitudes. And in those opening weeks, losses mounted while victories remained painfully rare. To the Luftwaffe, this merely confirmed what they already believed. The Americans had brought a mistaken idea into the skies of Europe. A machine too big, too heavy, too slow. A fighter that did not deserve the name. What they missed in those first chaotic months was the subtle shift already taking shape. The P-47 was surviving hits that would have torn their own aircraft apart. And it was carrying a weapon system whose full consequence had not yet been felt. The storm had not arrived, but its first shadow had already crossed the horizon. The turning point arrived not with a victory, but with a survival that should have been impossible. On a June morning in 1943, as a formation of P-47s crossed the coast of France, the Germans struck with the efficiency of hunters who knew their prey. 16 FW-190s descended from the sun, their cannon shells walking across the sky. In seconds, a young American pilot named Robert S. Johnson found himself inside a cockpit shredded by fire, his canopy shattered, his instruments failing, and his own blood pooling beneath him. By every rule of air combat, his flight should have ended there. Instead, the Thunderbolt held together, vibrating, burning, refusing to surrender. When a lone FW-190 dove behind him and emptied its entire arsenal into the wounded aircraft, the German pilot expected nothing more than drifting wreckage. What he saw instead was a machine that absorbed every shell, every burst, and still clawed forward toward the channel. When Johnson finally landed in England, crews stopped counting the holes after reaching 200. In that wreckage lay the first undeniable proof of what the aircraft truly was. While the Germans laughed at its size, the Americans began discovering its logic. The Thunderbolt did not win by matching the turn radius of the FW-190 or the climb of the BF-109. It won by imposing a new geometry on aerial combat. High above 25,000 feet, where German engines gasped for air, the P-47 remained powerful and steady. In a dive, nothing in the European sky could follow it. That weight, mocked only weeks earlier, became a weapon when converted into speed. It was during these months that commanders like Hubert Zemke and Walker Bud Mahurin reshaped the way American pilots fought. Rather than duel in tight circles, they climbed to the edge of the stratosphere, waited, and struck with the violence of falling steel. They called it boom and zoom. German pilots had another name for it, the moment the sky collapsed. At the bottom of those dives, 8 heavy machine guns spoke at once, their streams of fire converging into a 6-foot sphere of destruction. Anything entering that sphere did not simply fall, it came apart. The mission over Schweinfurt and Regensburg revealed this truth with brutal clarity. When a flight of P-47s intercepted BF-110s poised to attack American bombers, the German formation disintegrated in seconds. Witnesses describe wings tearing away, fuselages shredding into metal fragments, aircraft vanishing as though erased from the air. It was not grace. It was not elegance. It was industrial firepower distilled into a fighter-sized frame. By late summer, reports inside the Luftwaffe began shifting in tone. Pilots returning from combat described Thunderbolts diving faster than they believed physics allowed, climbing with new confidence and delivering fire so dense that survival depended more on luck than skill. The enemy had not changed their aircraft, they had changed the way they used it. And slowly the balance of the European sky began to tilt. The machine once dismissed as a flying milk bottle was becoming something else entirely. Not a predator defined by agility, but a force defined by inevitability. The kind of weapon that did not need to win the first fight to dominate the war that followed. The real shift in the air war became unmistakable in the autumn of 1943, when altitude itself turned from a German advantage into a German weakness. At 28,000 feet and above, the once dominant FW-190s and BF-109s began to lose their breath. Their engines, superb at medium altitude, struggled in the thinning air. Controls felt heavy. Climbing rate faded. The horizon narrowed into a place where seconds mattered. It was in this unforgiving layer of sky that Hans Philipp, one of Germany's most decorated aces, met the Thunderbolt on its own terms. His record was extraordinary, more than 200 victories across the eastern and western fronts, a pilot whose instincts had been sharpened by years of survival. But experience could not compensate for physics. When the P-47s of the 56 Fighter Group dropped into the fight from above, they aspired with a momentum Philipp could neither match nor escape. A burst of 50 caliber fire traced across his aircraft, and in an instant the FW-190 disintegrated into flame and fragments. For the Luftwaffe, it was not just the loss of a pilot. It was the loss of certainty. Headquarters demanded answers. Investigations followed. The reports climbing their way to Gring's desk were stark. The American fighter surpassed German types at altitude, possessed structural integrity beyond expectation, and delivered firepower that outmatched cannon-equipped interceptors in sustained combat. The message beneath the technical jargon was simple. The Luftwaffe no longer controlled the sky. Then came an even more troubling development. The Thunderbolt evolved. With the introduction of the paddle blade propeller on the P-47D variants, climb rate surged. Acceleration improved. The machine that had once lumbered through the lower atmosphere now punched upward with surprising strength. German pilots accustomed to bouncing the Americans from above found themselves confronted by a fighter that could close the vertical gap. Engagements once dictated by the Luftwaffe now belonged to whoever held the most altitude and nerve, and increasingly, that was a Thunderbolt. By the time Allied planners began shaping the invasion of France, the P-47 had grown into a new role, one that would carve its reputation into the memory of every soldier who fought beneath it. The same guns that tore apart fighters now shredded convoys, rail lines, tank columns, and supply routes. When the first waves landed at Normandy on June 6, 1944, more than 500 Thunderbolts patrolled the beaches. German aircraft that attempted to break through found the sky stacked with American fighters from sea level to the edge of the stratosphere. Survivors from the Luftwaffe remembered the experience with a kind of quiet horror. A single pass from a P-47 could erase a column of vehicles. The sound of its diving engine became a warning no one could outrun. Troops spoke of the earth erupting beneath them, of trucks turning into fireballs, of the sudden brutal silence after a burst of 50 caliber rounds tore the world apart. And beneath these battlefield moments lay a deeper truth. The Luftwaffe was no longer fighting for air superiority. It was fighting for survival. Every day the Thunderbolt remained in the sky, that survival slipped further from reach. What separated the United States from its enemy was not simply the design of a single fighter, but the philosophy that produced it. American planners did not view air power as a contest of dueling aces. They saw it as an industrial campaign, a struggle where logistics, training, and production mattered as much as tactics. The Thunderbolt, with its heavy frame and relentless firepower, was the natural expression of that worldview. Factories in New York and Indiana delivered aircraft at a pace that astonished even Allied commanders. What the Luftwaffe destroyed in a morning raid could be replaced by the following day. Skilled mechanics kept squadrons flying with an abundance of spare parts. Pilots trained with ammunition and fuel in quantities German units could only imagine. When an American fighter group arrived in theater, its airmen carried hundreds of hours of training, disciplined formation practice, and a deep familiarity with their aircraft. German trainees, by 1944, often entered combat with fewer than 100 hours of total flight time. As P-47 units shifted into their expanded roles, the broader world began to grasp the implications. Allies understood that American air power no longer relied on individual brilliance, but on a system capable of sustained pressure. Intercepting bombers, guarding the beaches of Normandy, hunting armored columns, or escorting formations deep into Germany became parts of a single, unified strategy. Air superiority was not the goal. It was the foundation upon which every other operation rested. For the Luftwaffe, this transformation was devastating. The more Germany struggled, the more the American system intensified. Operation Bodenplatte, the desperate New Year's Day offensive of 1945, illustrated the imbalance with painful clarity. German fighters destroyed dozens of American aircraft on the ground, but their victory evaporated within hours as replacement Thunderbolts rolled off transports and onto fresh hardstands. The Luftwaffe, already crippled by fuel shortages and the loss of veteran pilots, had no such reserve. Each fallen aviator represented experience that could never be replaced. By the end of the war, German commanders themselves spoke openly of the strategic lessons. They admitted that courage and tactical skill could not overcome a nation capable of creating overwhelming strength in the air, mission after mission, month after month. The world, watching from the ruins of Europe and the Pacific, understood the message clearly. Modern warfare belonged not to the aircraft that dazzled in a turning fight, but to the machine backed by a system powerful enough to sustain it. In the final months of the war, when the skies above Europe grew quiet and the smoke began to thin, the Thunderbolt stood as more than a machine of metal and fire. It had become a symbol of a different kind of strength, the kind built not from elegance or agility, but from endurance, discipline, and the vast industrial will of a nation determined to shape the course of history. The aircraft that once drew laughter now carried the weight of countless missions, countless lives saved, and countless stories that would echo long after the guns fell silent. For the pilots who flew it, the P-47 was never merely a fighter. It was a companion in the most unforgiving hours of their lives, a shield forged from American industry, and a reminder that survival often depended on the margin between what a machine could endure and what a human heart could carry. Many returned home with memories of the thunderous dive, the trembling airframe, and the steady rhythm of those 850 caliber guns. Others did not return at all, but their legacy remains woven into the steel of every surviving Thunderbolt and the stories told around it. For their adversaries, the memory was different. German pilots who once mocked the bulky silhouette later spoke of the dread that settled in their stomachs when they heard its unmistakable roar. On the ground, soldiers remembered the shadow passing over a road or a field, followed by a storm of fire that changed the course of a battle before anyone could react. The transformation from ridicule to fear was not gradual. It was absolute. Today, when visitors walk through museums and stand before the restored aircraft, they see a war machine at rest, its paint polished, its story condensed to placards and quiet displays. But the truth runs deeper. The P-47 tells a story of a nation discovering that its greatest power lay not only in invention, but in the ability to build, supply, train, and sustain on a scale the world had never seen. It is a reminder that wars are won not only by moments of heroism, but by systems that rise to meet the demands of history. And perhaps that is the lasting lesson of the Thunderbolt, that strength, when paired with purpose, becomes something greater than the sum of its parts. As you reflect on its journey, consider what this story reveals about resilience, sacrifice, and the choices that shape the modern world. If you found meaning in this story, share your thoughts. What part of the Thunderbolt's legacy speaks to you most deeply? And what lesson from this era do you believe still matters today? The first thing he noticed was the silence, an uneasy calm broken only by the hum of his Hellcat's engine as it cut across the morning sky. Far below, the Pacific stretched out like a sheet of cobalt glass. And then through the thin veil of distance and heat, he saw them. Dozens of dark specks, moving in tight formation, shimmering against the sunlight, like a swarm of bees drifting toward the American fleet. In that moment, Lieutenant Junior Grade Alexander Vracu knew the day would demand more than instinct or courage. Something far larger was unfolding. Something shaped not by individual heroes, but by years of preparation, sacrifice, and the invisible machinery of war. Just beyond the horizon, an entire nation's industrial heartbeat was pushing steel fuel and newly trained pilots into the Pacific faster than any enemy could destroy them. And facing them were young men from another nation, men asked to fight with barely enough flight hours to find their way home. What happens when two visions of warfare collide, one built on tradition, the other on mass training and industrial might? What does the sky look like when a generation's worth of pilots is thrown into a battle they were never prepared to survive? The path to that June morning did not begin with the roar of engines or the glint of sunlight on carrier decks. It began years earlier inside quiet classrooms and cramped training fields across Japan, where the Imperial Navy shaped its aviators with a philosophy rooted in an older world. Selection was brutal. Out of thousands of hopefuls, only a handful would ever touch the cockpit of a naval aircraft. Those who survived the process were refined over years, 6, 7, sometimes 800 hours of flight time until formation flying became instinct and gunnery, an extension of muscle memory. They were elite by design warriors, forged for a single decisive battle their nation believed would end any future war before it truly began. But no training system built for peacetime could survive the reality that unfolded after 1941. When Midway sent 4 Japanese carriers to the bottom, it also took with them more than 100 of the Navy's finest aviators, men whose skill, experience, and judgment represented decades of investment. Their absence created a fracture in the training pipeline that Japan never repaired. Fuel shortages forced instructors to cut flight hours. Accidents became common. Students graduating in early 1944 might have 200 hours. What were the hours? By late 1944, some had fewer than 40. The gulf between the pilots Japan needed and the pilots it had was widening with every passing month. Across the ocean, the United States took a different path, one shaped not by exclusivity, but by scale. Even before Pearl Harbor, the U.S. Navy had quietly expanded its pilot corps through a civilian training program designed to turn ordinary young men into competent aviators quickly and efficiently. When war came, training fields multiplied. Flight lines lengthened and instructors rotated back from combat to teach the next wave. By 1943, the United States was producing more than 20,000 naval aviators a year. Each pilot was not crafted into an elite duelist. They were molded into disciplined, reliable operators able to fight within a vast coordinated machine. The nation had built not just pilots, but a system that could replace them faster than combat could claim them. This contrast set the stage for the coming clash in the Marianas. When American forces landed on Saipan in mid-June 1944, they stepped onto ground that lay only 1,200 miles from Tokyo. From these islands, the new B-29 superfortresses could reach the Japanese home islands with full bomb loads. For Admiral Suomu Toyota, this was an existential threat. He declared that the fate of the empire would depend on the coming battle and ordered Vice Admiral Jisaburo Ozawa's first mobile fleet to strike. Ozawa sailed with 9 carriers and more than 400 aircraft, an impressive force on paper. But many of his pilots were barely trained, and the plan he carried, Operation Eigo, rested on assumptions that no longer matched reality. He believed Japanese aviators still held the qualitative edge. He believed land-based aircraft from Guam and other fields would join the attack with precision. And he believed American carriers could be struck from long range before they could strike back. All of these beliefs would crumble when the first wave of aircraft lifted off on June 19th. The battle on June 19th began long before any pilot saw an enemy aircraft. Deep inside the carriers of Task Force 58 radar operators watched the glowing arc of a sweeping line trace across their screens. At 75 miles, the first Japanese strike appeared dozens of small echoes moving in loose formation. Within seconds, fighter directors aboard the USS Lexington and other carriers began issuing calm, clipped instructions. Course headings, altitudes, intercept points. The American response unfolded like an assembly line. Hellcats lifted from carrier decks rolled into formation and climbed toward the incoming wave. These pilots were not improvising. They were executing a system designed through years of training and refined by months of combat, one that turned radar information into lethal geometry. As the Japanese formation pressed forward, the disparity between the two air forces became unmistakable. Many of Ozawa's aviators were young men on their first combat mission. Their formation wavered as they approached altitudes, drifting spacing inconsistent. In contrast, more than 220 Hellcats moved with practiced precision, sinking from the sun, or sweeping in from high angles to break apart the incoming groups before they could even begin their attack runs. The first clash was brutal and swift. American pilots later described it as effortless and unsettling word given the stakes. The Japanese fighters protecting the bombers turned into attacks instead of away, exposing their silhouettes. Torpedo bombers descended too early, losing altitude that they could never regain. Dive bombers attempted to tighten their formations only to become better targets. Many simply lacked the hours in the cockpit to sense danger behind them or recognize the cues of an incoming attack. Among the pilots sweeping into the fray was Lieutenant Junior Grade Alexander Vrashu, flying from the USS Lexington. His supercharger malfunctioned, robbing his Hellcat of power at high altitude. Oil misted across his canopy, forcing him to wipe the glass repeatedly with a gloved hand. Yet when he spotted the second Japanese wave, nearly 50 Yokosuka D-4Y dive bombers, he rode into a pursuit that would become legendary. The bombers below him held formation unaware or unable to react as Vrashu descended in a high-side attack. Every burst he fired was brief, deliberate, aimed precisely at the wing roots where fuel and structure converged. One bomber burst into flame and tumbled, then another, and another. In 8 minutes, he destroyed 6 enemy aircraft, using only 3 Saisi rounds, less than 5 seconds of total firing time. His efficiency was not showmanship. It was the product of a training lineage that traced back to Commander Edward Butch O'Hare, whose lessons Vrashu carried into combat. Across the sky, similar stories unfolded. Pilots achieved 2-3-5 kills in single sorties. Japanese formations dissolved under the weight of coordinated attacks and radar-guided vectors. By the time the first wave ended, more than 60% of the Japanese aircraft had been destroyed. Every successive wave fared worse. In those hours, the balance of the Pacific War shifted decisively. The confrontation was not a contest of equals. It was the collision of an air force built by industrial discipline against one weakened by attrition, fuel shortages, and a training system collapsed under the pressure of modern war. Even as the air battle raged above the Philippine Sea, another struggle was unfolding. Beneath the waves, one that would deliver 2 of the most devastating blows the Japanese Navy would ever suffer. At 8:10 a.m., the submarine USS Albacore, operating dangerously close to Ozawa's carrier formation, seized a fleeting opportunity. With its fire control computer malfunctioning, Lieutenant Commander James Blanchard fired a spread of 6 torpedoes by eye-trusting instinct where instruments had failed. From the deck of the carrier, Taiho, Japan's newest and most heavily armored carrier, a young pilot named Sakyo Komatsu, had just launched when he spotted the white streak of a torpedo wake slicing through the water. In a split-second decision that reflected both courage and desperation, he dove his aircraft into the torpedo's path. The collision obliterated both torpedo and plane, but his sacrifice could not stop the others. One torpedo struck Taiho's starboard side, rupturing aviation fuel tanks deep below the hangar deck. At first, the damage seemed manageable. Taiho continued flight operations. But unseen beneath the armored deck, gasoline vapor seeped through compartments and pooled in enclosed spaces. A poorly trained damage control officer attempting to disperse the fumes opened the ship's entire ventilation network, unwittingly pumping explosive vapor throughout the vessel. For hours, the concentration grew invisible and lethal, until a spark no one knows from where triggered a massive internal detonation. Explosions ripped through Taiho from bow to stern, lifting sections of her armored deck. By mid-afternoon, she rolled and slipped beneath the waves, taking 660 men with her. Only hours later, another catastrophe struck. The submarine USS Kavala stalked the veteran carrier Shokaku, one of the few carriers still surviving from Pearl Harbor. Lieutenant Commander Herman Kostler maneuvered into a perfect firing position as Shokaku recovered aircraft. At just 200 yards, Kavala launched 6 torpedoes. Thus, 3 or 4 found their mark, tearing into fuel stores and bomb magazines. Fire spread uncontrollably. A devastating explosion in the forward hangar ignited stored munitions, and within minutes, Shokaku stood on her bow, rising nearly vertical before sliding into the sea. Of her crew, 263 perished. By day's end, Japan had lost not only hundreds of aircraft, but also the irreplaceable expertise of thousands of sailors, armorers, mechanics, flight deck crews, radar operators, men whose years of practice and teamwork could not be replicated in months. Even the hulls of surviving carriers became hollow symbols. They lacked the trained air groups necessary to make them instruments of war. When the sun set on June 19th, the numbers told a brutal truth. Japan had launched 3 carrier aircraft in 4 waves. Only 130 returned. The United States lost 23. The kill ratio neared 11-1, a disparity so extreme that surviving Japanese pilots described the battle as hopeless. Most chilling of all was the psychological collapse that followed. Many Japanese aviators, confronted with the reality of their training deficit, realized they were being sent to die in battles they could not influence. It was in these ruins of morale and capability that Japan would eventually turn to kamikaze tactics, an admission that conventional naval aviation had ceased to exist. By the end of June 19th, Japanese carrier aviation was finished as an offensive force. The battle had lasted just a few hours. Its consequences would shape the rest of the Pacific War. The events over the Philippine Sea did more than destroy Japan's carrier air arm. They exposed the deeper fault lines between 2 visions of modern warfare. For decades, Japan had believed that elite skill forged through long and selective training could overcome material disadvantages. The United States believed the opposite, that in an industrial age, victory belonged to the nation that could build, train, coordinate, and replace at a scale no warrior ethos could match. From the American perspective, June 19th validated their entire approach to the Pacific War. Task Force 58 did not succeed because every pilot was an exceptional marksman. It succeeded because every fighter squadron, every radar station, every submarine, and every ship operated within an integrated system where information flowed smoothly and replacements were always ready. Radar-directed fighter control, proximity-fused anti-aircraft fire, reliable communications networks, and disciplined fuel management created an environment where average pilots could perform with extraordinary effect. To American strategists, the message was unmistakable. Industrial warfare had matured. Training pipelines mattered more than individual genius. Logistics mattered more than tradition. And a coordinated force, even without dramatic heroics, could systematically dismantle an opponent who lacked depth and infrastructure. Globally, military observers took note. The Great Marianas Turkey Shoot became a case study in how not to wage modern war. Japan's emphasis on elite aviators had produced deadly results early in the conflict. But without robust training and replenishment systems, it became a fatal vulnerability. Nations watching from afar recognized that modern air power required factories, fuel instructors, intelligence networks, and doctrinal flexibility, not merely skilled pilots. For Japan, the psychological effect was profound. Surviving pilots and officers understood that no amount of bravery or sacrifice could reverse the training deficit. When Admiral Ozawa limped away with carriers intact, but virtually no air groups left to fly from them, the illusion of Japan's carrier strength collapsed. From that moment on, Japanese naval aviation existed largely in name. For the United States, the aftermath strengthened a growing confidence in its ability to project power across the Pacific with near impunity. With Japanese air power gutted and its carrier force functionally neutralized the path toward the Philippines, Iwo Jima, and eventually Japan itself had opened. The world had witnessed more than a battle. It had seen the triumph of a strategic vision built on scale, discipline, and integration, one that would define naval warfare for generations. When the last echoes of gunfire faded over the Philippine Sea, the ocean looked deceptively calm. The wreckage of 2 carriers and hundreds of aircraft had already slipped beneath the waves, taking with them thousands of men whose stories ended in those silent depths. Yet above that still surface, the meaning of June 19th remained unmistakable. It was more than a victory. It was a revelation, a moment when the industrial age laid bare the limits of tradition, courage, and elite training. For Japan, the battle marked the point of no return. The carriers that had once spearheaded the attack on Pearl Harbor were now empty shells, unable to project meaningful air power. The pilots who had represented decades of skill and discipline were gone, replaced by young men who never received the hours, fuel, or mentorship they needed to survive. Their bravery was real. Their chances were not. The tragedy of the battle lies not in their willingness to fight, but in the failure of leadership that sent them into the sky unprepared. For the United States, the day confirmed something fundamental about modern warfare, that victory belongs to nations capable of organizing not only their armies, but their entire societies. The pilots who flew from Task Force 58 were not superhuman. They were the product of a system designed to ensure that every man who climbed into a cockpit, no matter his hometown or background, had the training equipment and support needed to prevail. The machinery of war extended far beyond the flight deck into factories, training squadrons, intelligence centers, and supply ships stretching across the Pacific. The photograph of Alexander Vratsiu holding up 6 fingers captures the spirit of that moment. His grin was not triumph over the enemy. It was relief, gratitude, and the quiet knowledge that he had survived a day few could imagine. He always insisted the real story was not about aces, but about systems, about a nation that understood the demands of industrial war and rose to meet them. And so the question remains for us decades later. What lessons from the Philippine Sea still matter today? Do we remember the price of neglecting training? The danger of believing spirit alone can overcome material reality. The responsibility of leaders to prepare their nations for the wars they hope never to fight. If this story moves you, share your thoughts below. Which lesson from June 19th speaks most strongly to you? And if you value exploring the moments where history turns, sometimes quietly, sometimes violently, consider joining us for the next chapter. The battle may be over, but the history is still being written. The sky above Burma was quiet in a way that felt unnatural. Too still, too empty, broken only by the slow creak of a parachute swaying in the wind. Beneath it hung a young American airman, bleeding from his arm, suspended 4,000 feet above a jungle he was never meant to see up close. The smoke from his fallen B-24 Liberator drifted upward like a final reminder of the men he had watched die only moments before. Somewhere in that silence, he could still hear the gunfire that had cut their lives short while they dangled helplessly in their chutes. Now it was his turn. A single Japanese fighter, an agile Nakajima Ki-43 Oscar, was circling back its engine, rumbling like a predator, returning to finish the kill. The pilot had time, altitude, and firepower. The American had nothing but a shredded flight suit, a fading hope, and a pistol designed for the ground war, not the unforgiving mathematics of World War II air combat. Yet in that fragile space between life and death, something unexpected stirred. A question almost absurd in its simplicity. What can a man do when all he has left is a sidearm and a few heartbeats of falling sky? The answer would rewrite a small corner of the air war over Burma and become a legend whispered among aviators for generations. He had not been born into war. Owen Baggett grew up under the wide Texas sky, where summer heat shimmered off quiet streets and the future seemed predictable. He studied hard, marched proudly as a university drum major, and even built a promising life on Wall Street. Nothing in that world hinted that he would one day be fighting for survival in the most brutal corner of the air war over Burma. But the attack on Pearl Harbor shattered the comfortable edges of his life. Like thousands of young Americans, he felt the pull of duty, an abrupt shift from routine to responsibility. Baggett joined the Army Air Forces, earning his wings after months of relentless training. The day he was assigned to a B-24 Liberator crew, he stepped into a machine that represented both power and fragility. A flying fortress that too often returned with empty seats. For the men who flew it, the B-24 Liberator was more than metal and engines. It was noisy, temperamental, and demanding, yet capable of carrying a crew deep into enemy territory. But in the China-Burma-India theater, the aircraft's strengths were overshadowed by the impossible odds it faced. The mountains were unforgiving. The weather shifted from storms to blinding sun in minutes, and the distances were so vast that no American fighters could escort them all the way to Burma. Heavy bombers went alone, tracing a lonely path across hostile skies. Those who had flown a few missions learned quickly that survival often hinged on chance. The air war over Burma was a forgotten front of World War II air combat, overshadowed by Europe and the Pacific Islands. Yet it was here, far from the newspapers and the radio broadcasts, that American crews faced some of the deadliest odds of the entire war. Airfields were primitive. Supplies were scarce. Every mission meant another roll of the dice. Baggett's group, the 7th Bomb Group, understood the cost better than anyone. Aircraft lists posted at the base told the story planes that had taken off at dawn and simply never returned. The men packed footlockers for friends who would not be coming back. They learned not to ask who was next. The silence in the barracks answered for them. Still, when orders came for a strike on the railroad bridge at Pinmana, no one hesitated. The target kept Japanese forces supplied as they pushed north, making it a vital artery in Burma. Disrupting it could buy time for Allied ground forces fighting to hold the line. 12 B-24 Liberators were assigned to the mission, each heavy with bombs and responsibility. Before dawn, engines thundered to life across the airfield, echoing off the hangars and the dark edges of the jungle. Crewmen checked their sidearms out of habit, more as ritual than expectation. A pistol was for the ground war, not for a man strapped into a bomber. No one imagined it would matter once they were airborne. But as the first rays of sunlight washed across the tarmac, Owen Baggett climbed aboard his B-24, unaware that fate had already chosen this mission as the one that would push him from routine into legend. The B-24 Liberator formation crossed into Burma just as the morning haze began to thin, revealing a landscape of rivers, rice fields, and dense jungle that hid entire armies from the sky. For a few quiet minutes, nothing moved except the shadows of 12 bombers drifting across the earth below. Then, like a blade cutting through cloth, the first warning came over the interphone: Japanese fighters approaching fast. The 64th Sentai had been scrambled from Mingaladan, and its pilots knew this region better than any map. They flew the agile Nakajima Ki-43 Oscar, a lightweight dogfighter built for speed, turn rate, and aggression. In the broader sweep of World War II air combat, the Oscar was often overshadowed by its flashier cousins, but over Burma it was feared. American crews knew its silhouette: well, long-nosed, slim wings, and just enough firepower to tear a bomber apart if the pilot got close. And this morning they intended to get close. The first attack came from above and behind classic Japanese doctrine. A cluster of Ki-43 Oscars dove through the formation at nearly 400 mm guns, flashing as they slashed between the bombers before pulling up hard into the sun. Owen Baggett felt the B-24 Liberator shudder as cannon rounds punched through the thin aluminum skin. An explosion ripped through the oxygen tanks, sending white vapor spiraling through the fuselage. Flames erupted instantly. Smoke poured into the cockpit, thick and choking. Sergeant Samuel Krostick fought the fire with extinguishers until the handles went cold in his hands. More hits followed. The number 4 engine began burning. Then the second engine went. Instrument panels flickered and died. Amid the chaos, First Lieutenant Jensen fought the controls, trying to hold the bomber steady long enough for the crew to escape. The interphone went silent dead just when they needed it most. Baggett unbuckled, pushing through smoke and heat toward the bomb bay, signaling to the crew with gestures born of urgency, not sound. One by one, the men clipped on their parachutes and moved toward the hatches. Jensen looked back, only once motioning, more firmly than words could manage, for Baggett to jump. Moments after the last man cleared the aircraft, the B-24 Liberator exploded in a fireball that lit the sky. For a heartbeat, the men hung suspended, drifting like white petals across the morning. Relief flickered brief, fragile. Then the Japanese fighters returned. The Ki-43 Oscars had no intention of letting the parachutes reach the ground. They dived again, guns blazing. 2 American airmen were struck mid-air, their bodies falling limp, while their parachutes drifted on without them. Baggett watched the tracers cut the sky and understood with terrible clarity that his turn was coming. An Oscar peeled away from the circling fighters and lined up directly on him. He could see the pilots head the dark visor, the cowling painted with unit stripes. In that moment, he realized the truth in the air war over Burma. There was no Geneva Convention, no mercy, only survival. And whatever happened next would depend on what he did with the seconds left to him. The Japanese fighter came in low, its engine throttled back, almost drifting beside him. Owen Baggett let his body go slack, his head hanging forward, as though every thread of life had already slipped away. In the strange stillness of freefall, he could hear nothing but the rustle of his parachute canopy above him. The Nakajima Ki-43. Oscar crept closer, nose-high wings trembling at the edge of stall. The pilot wanted to look directly into the face of the man he intended to finish. The canopy of the fighter slid open. Through half-closed eyes, Baggett saw the pilot lean out. 20 feet. Maybe less. A distance so small it felt unreal in the vastness of open sky. What the pilot couldn't see was the M1911 pistol pressed against Baggett's thigh, hidden until the last heartbeat. When the moment came, Owen lifted the pistol and fired 4 times, the recoil jolting through his arm as the world tipped sideways around him. 1 round struck home. The pilot's head snapped back. The Oscar dipped, shuddered, and spiraled downward in a tightening corkscrew that ended somewhere in the jungle below. Baggett didn't celebrate. He didn't even breathe. There was no triumph in the air war over Burma only. The knowledge that he was still alive for a few seconds more. But survival was never guaranteed. 3 more Ki-43 Oscars lunged at him, their gunfire ripping violently through the sky. Bullets tore holes across the parachute canopy, snapping suspension lines. The silk shuddered and fluttered, threatening to collapse entirely. Baggett braced for the moment the chute would fold and drop him like a stone. Somehow, by chance or providence, it held just enough to slow his fall. At 600 feet, the fighters broke away, unwilling to risk crashing during another dive. The jungle swallowed him whole. Branches slammed against his body as he fell, each impact sending pain across his ribs and limbs. When he finally hit the ground, the breath left his lungs in a single violent burst. For a long moment, the world narrowed to the sound of his heartbeat. Then the pain returned, sharp but survivable. He was bleeding, bruised, shaken but alive. Baggett called out into the green silence, and voices answered. First Lieutenant Jensen emerged from the foliage, battered but walking. Then young Samuel Crosstick burned from the fire aboard the B-24 Liberator, yet upright and determined. 3 survivors out of 9. The others were gone, some killed in the sky. Others scattered across miles of unforgiving terrain. They didn't have long to search. Burmese villagers soon appeared, moving carefully through the undergrowth. In war, strangers could be salvation or doom. The 3 airmen were taken prisoner and delivered to Japanese forces, their fate sealed by the uncertainty of a land where loyalties shifted with necessity. When the soldiers heard what Baggett had done, shot down a fighter with a pistol during World War II air combat, they didn't believe it at first. But word traveled quickly, and that unbelievable act would follow him through every step of captivity, through interrogation, through transport, and eventually through the gates of a place far more deadly than the sky he had just survived. Changi prison awaited. For months, Owen Baggett's story lived only in whispered conversations behind barbed wire and in the guarded curiosity of Japanese officers. By the time he reached Changi prison, he had become a quiet legend, an American airman who had brought down a Nakajima Ki-43 Oscar with nothing but a sidearm. Yet to the outside world, the event remained invisible, swallowed by the larger storms of World War II air combat. When the war ended and Allied investigators began piecing together the fates of missing air crews, they turned to capture Japanese records. The air war over Burma had been chaotic, spread across mountains, jungles, and isolated outposts where documentation was often the only reliable witness. Among the files of the 64th Sentai analysts found a report dated March 31st, 1943, an Oscar lost near Pinmana. Its pilot killed the cause, listed as unknown. No American fighters were present. No bomber gunners claimed the hit. The circumstances mirrored Baggett's account almost exactly. Then came the final detail. The pilot's fatal wound was described as a penetrating head injury consistent with a bullet. For the U.S. Army Air Forces, this was enough. Owen Baggett's record was quietly updated to credit him with an aerial victory. There was no press release, no medal ceremony, no attempt to turn his survival into propaganda. In a war filled with the triumphs and sorrows, too vast to contain his story, remained a small private line in a service file acknowledged but never celebrated. Yet the impact spread farther than any official citation. Among Japanese fighter units, the incident became an unspoken caution. Pilots were instructed to avoid close passes on parachutists, to fire from distance, to never approach slowly enough for a desperate man to take aim. In a theater where split-second decisions meant life or death, Baggett's 4 pistol shots quietly rewrote the margins of doctrine. American crews learned from it as well. Word traveled quickly through the B-24 Liberator squadrons. Someone had done the impossible. It didn't make the missions safer, but it shifted something in the minds of the men who flew them. In a place where luck often mattered more than armor, the idea that one airman could fight back even against a fighter was enough to feed a stubborn spark of hope. And hope mattered. especially in the forgotten corners of the air war over Burma, where survival so often depended on the thin edge between despair and defiance. When Owen Baggett finally returned home, he did not carry himself like a man who had survived one of the most improbable moments in World War II air combat. He settled into life with the quiet dignity of someone who had seen enough of violence to understand the value of ordinary days. He served for decades after the war, rising through the ranks with steadiness, reliability, and the kind of leadership that rarely makes headlines but shapes the people who follow it. Not once did he boast about the Japanese fighter he had brought down. If pressed, he simply said he was lucky, nothing more. Yet history sees it differently. In the long narrative of the air war over Burma, a place overshadowed by larger battles and louder victories, Baggett's story glows like a small but unextinguished flame. It reminds us that courage often reveals itself when everything else has been stripped away. His B-24 Liberator had fallen. His crew was scattered or dead. A Nakajima Ki-43 Oscar was closing in for the kill. And still suspended between life and death, he found a way to fight back. That moment didn't change the course of the war. It didn't alter strategy or bend nations, but it changed the men who heard it. Among aviators, the tale became a quiet lesson. Never assume the enemy is helpless. Never believe that a battle is decided until the final second has passed. And never underestimate what a human being can do when there is nothing left to lose. Owen Baggett died in 2006, buried under a simple headstone in Texas. It lists his name, his rank, and the years he walked this earth. It says nothing about Burma, nothing about Changi Prison, nothing about the 4 pistol shots that rewrote a footnote of aerial warfare. But that simplicity is fitting. His legacy was never about glory. It was about resilience, and now belongs to all of us. So as you reflect on this story, consider the question it leaves behind: what would any of us do in that same moment when the sky is falling? Hope is thin and survival rests on a single impossible choice. If this chapter of the air war over Burma moved you, we invite you to share your thoughts below. And if you value the lessons history leaves behind, subscribe to join us as we explore more of the forgotten stories that still echo through our world. In the dim half-light before dawn, the Pacific seemed to hold its breath. On the flight deck of an American carrier, a young pilot tightened the straps across his shoulders, feeling the vibration of a radial engine waiting to roar. Salt wind cut across the deck. The sky was black silent, an impossibly wide ocean above an ocean. In moments, he would rise into it, searching for an enemy who had dominated these skies for far too long. Just a year earlier, the Japanese Zero had made every U.S. Navy fighter feel obsolete. It could climb faster, turn tighter, and dictate the rhythm of the Pacific Air War. American pilots knew the rules: never turn with a zero, never linger, never make a mistake. Yet men were dying even when they followed doctrine. Something had to change. And so one morning in April 1942, a Medal of Honor pilot walked into the Grumman factory, carrying the truth about survival, what worked, what failed, and what was needed next. His briefing would ignite a transformation that reshaped World War II naval aviation, leading to the creation of an aircraft that turned fear into control and retreat into dominance. This is the story of the F-6F Hellcat, the fighter that changed everything. By early 1942, American pilots in the Pacific were fighting a war their aircraft could not win. The F-4F Wildcat, the standard U.S. Navy fighter at the time, was sturdy and loyal, but it was outclassed. Every engagement with the Japanese Zero exposed a crushing truth. The Wildcat could not climb as fast, could not turn as tight, and could not escape once caught inside the Zero's lethal turning circle. In horizontal combat, a Zero could carve a full circle in half the time a Wildcat needed. That difference was measured in seconds, seconds that decided who lived and who did not. Doctrine tried to compensate. Pilots were told to strike fast, dive away, and never under any circumstances attempt to turn with a Zero. But doctrine collapses when machinery cannot keep pace with reality. In the chaos of the Pacific Air War, Wildcat pilots found themselves pulled into turning fights they couldn't avoid or chased in climbs they couldn't outpace. And too often they never came home. The loss of Lieutenant James Gray made that reality impossible to ignore. Gray was disciplined, experienced, and calm under pressure, the kind of flyer whose judgment others trusted implicitly. On February 21st, 1942, he followed doctrine exactly. He dove with speed, fired a clean deflection shot, and began climbing out just as trained. But the Wildcat's engine simply could not deliver the power he needed. A Zero reversed dove and struck him down before he could reach safety. His wingman reported that everything Gray did was correct except the airplane he flew. Men like Gray were dying, not because they were unskilled, but because they were trapped in machines a generation behind their enemy. Edward Butch O'Hare understood this better than anyone. He had already earned the Medal of Honor by defending the carrier Lexington, shooting down 5 bombers in a single engagement. He had survived 14 missions, and in ready rooms across the Pacific, he had watched 17 fellow pilots disappear, some close friends, others only. Familiar voices on the radio, each loss carving a deeper urgency into his understanding of the war. O'Hare knew the Wildcat's virtues. It could absorb punishment the Japanese Zero never could. It carried heavy 50 caliber machine guns with deep ammunition stores. It protected the pilot well. But none of that mattered if American fighters could not seize or escape a fight at will. Strength was useless without the power to choose the moment of battle. That is why on April 26, 1942, O'Hare walked into the Grumman Aircraft Engineering Corporation, carrying everything he had learned in the brutal calculus of the Pacific Air War. He was met by William Schwindler, a veteran engineer shaping the next generation of World War II naval aviation. Their meeting was not ceremonial. It was a transfer of survival, 4 hours of raw data from a man who had lived the fight to a team capable of building the machine that could change it. For the first time, engineers heard exactly what combat demanded: greater power, better visibility, faster climbs, safer landings, and an aircraft that could not merely match the Japanese Zero but surpass it. It was here in that quiet room on Long Island that the idea of the F-6F Hellcat took form, not as a concept on paper, but as a lifeline for pilots who needed a fighting chance. The meeting between O'Hare and William Schwindler did not fade into another wartime memo. 4 days later, the Bureau of Aeronautics issued a directive that transformed a promising prototype into a decisive weapon. The new fighter would receive the massive Pratt & Whitney R-2800 Double Wasp engine 2,000 horsepower of raw force. The cockpit would sit higher for unobstructed visibility. Hydraulic landing gear would replace the dangerous hand crank system of the Wildcat. Armor protection would increase wherever the structure could bear it. Every change reflected combat reality, not theory. Schwindler's team worked with a sense of urgency found only in wartime engineering. The airframe was reinforced, control surfaces refined, and the entire forward fuselage reshaped to house the enormous engine. When the XF-6F-3 finally took to the skies in July 1942, test pilot Robert Hall returned after 45 minutes with a verdict that carried the weight of the future. It flies like a Wildcat with twice the power. Cooling issues, landing gear timing, and gun synchronization still required refinement, but these were solvable problems. And they were solved quickly. By the end of 1942, the first production F-6F Hellcat rolled out of Grumman's rapidly expanding Bethpage plant. The factory ran around the clock building aircraft faster than the Navy could train men to fly them. In early 1943, Fighting Squadron 9 VF-9 received its first Hellcats at Naval Air Station Norfolk. Their commander, Lieutenant Commander Philip Torrey, had flown Wildcats in combat and knew better than most what it meant to be outmatched by a Japanese Zero. The first time he walked around a Hellcat, he understood immediately the balance of the Pacific Air War had shifted before the aircraft had even fired a shot. The Hellcat was larger, heavier, and more powerful than the Wildcat. Yet pilots found it easier to fly. The hydraulic landing gear removed a dangerous burden. Visibility was vastly improved, and when they advanced the throttle, the R-2800 answered with the kind of authority pilots had been begging for since 1942. For the first time, ordinary aviators, not just the aces, felt they had margin maneuverability and the ability to dictate the fight. Training lasted 5 months. Gunnery practice intensified. Formation drills sharpened. RAINED. Carrier landings became smoother. Pilots learned to manage higher approach speeds and heavier loads, but they did so with confidence. The aircraft's strength and stability gave them room to learn to adjust to survive. On August 31st, 1943, VF-9 launched from the carrier Essex in the pre-dawn dark. They formed up with fighters from Yorktown and Independence, the first carrier group in history, equipped entirely with Hellcats. The target was Marcus Island, a fortified Japanese outpost guarding a remote corner of the Pacific. As the sun rose behind them, the Hellcats dove with speed the Wildcat could never have achieved. Anti-aircraft guns barked from below, but they were too slow to stop the attack. 6 aircraft were destroyed on the ground in the opening minutes. Fuel depots erupted, radar towers collapsed, and for the first time in the war, American carrier fighters struck a Japanese base without losing the air. Marcus Island was not a large battle, but its meaning was enormous. The Hellcat had entered combat, and it had entered as a predator. The era of retreat was over. A new chapter in World War II naval aviation had begun. The debut of the F-6F Hellcat at Marcus Island proved that American pilots finally had a machine worthy of the fight. But the true test came in the battles that followed, moments when the Hellcat met the Japanese Zero in open combat and rewrote the rhythm of the Pacific Air War. In September 1943, Hellcats from the carrier Independence intercepted a Japanese flying boat near Holland and Baker Islands. It was a small engagement, 2 American pilots coordinating to bring down a single aircraft, but it marked the Hellcats' first aerial victory. A month later, during the raid on Wake Island, they faced 34 Zeros. The fight was sharp and violent. When it ended, 22 Japanese fighters had fallen against 6 Hellcats, lost a ratio far superior to anything the Wildcat had ever achieved. Then came Kwajalein Atoll. On December 4, 1943, 91 Hellcats from 3 carriers encountered 50 Zeros defending the lagoon. The Japanese pilots fought with the same aggressive tactics that had devastated American formations for 2 years, diving from above, baiting turns, forcing climbs. But this time, those tactics failed. The Hellcat climbed away from danger. It dove with greater speed. It held energy longer, absorbed more punishment, and delivered heavier blows. In 37 minutes of combat, the Hellcat shot down 28 Zeros. Only 2 American fighters were lost. For the first time, the performance gap had reversed. The hunter had become the hunted. Yet even in triumph, the war delivered its own cruelty. On November 26, 1943, just weeks before the success at Kwajalein, Edward Butch O'Hare launched from the carrier Enterprise on a night interception mission. He flew a Hellcat into darkness, experimenting with new tactics that paired fighters with radar-equipped torpedo bombers. The formation engaged Japanese aircraft that night, but O'Hare never reappeared. His radio went silent. Search planes found nothing. He was declared missing in action, presumed dead at age 30. The man whose insight had shaped the Hellcat would never see the aircraft rise to its full power. He would never see its 19-to-1 kill ratio, its dominance over the Japanese Zero, or its status as the backbone of World War II naval aviation. His absence became a quiet shadow behind every victory the Hellcat earned. The greatest test came 6 months later, the Battle of the Philippine Sea, June 19, 1944. 15 American carriers launched nearly 500 Hellcats against 9 Japanese carriers whose air groups were thin, undertrained, and flying designs optimized for a war that no longer existed. The Japanese sent 4 massive raids toward the American fleet. Hellcats intercepted each one before the bombers reached their targets. The result was shockingly one-sided, more than 200 Japanese aircraft destroyed in a single day. Only 29 American aircraft were lost, most to anti-aircraft fire. Pilots called it the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. It was the most lopsided aerial battle in naval history. Later that year, during the Battle of Leyte Gulf, Commander David McCampbell, leading Air Group 15, faced overwhelming numbers. With his wingman ensign Roy Rushing, he dove into a formation of 60 Japanese aircraft. McCampbell shot down 9, becoming an ace in a day for the second time, while Rushing added 6 more. They returned to the carrier nearly out of fuel and ammunition engines, sputtering decks prepared for the worst. Their victory became a symbol of what the Hellcat had enabled superb pilots equipped with an aircraft that gave them room to fight, to adapt, and to survive. By the end of 1944, the Hellcat was no longer just a U.S. Navy fighter. It was the instrument through which America seized control of the Pacific Air War and never relinquished it. From the American perspective, the success of the F-6F Hellcat was more than a triumph of machinery. It was a turning point in how the United States understood aerial warfare. Before the Hellcat, victory in the sky depended heavily on exceptional pilotsmen like Ohar Thak and other early aces who survived through instinct, discipline, and luck. But wars are not won by the exceptional alone. They are won by systems that allow ordinary men to do extraordinary things. That is where the Hellcat changed everything. The aircraft was built not for the elite few, but for the many, for the young aviators who had barely completed advanced training for the reservists, pulled into service for pilots who would face the unforgiving realities of the Pacific Air War with only weeks of preparation. The Hellcat gave them what the Wildcat never could: power, forgiveness, and a second chance when mistakes were made. Its rugged construction and superior climb rate allowed even average flyers to counter the Japanese Zero, transforming survival from a rarity into an expectation. To American strategists, this transformation became a case study in rapid wartime innovation. The Navy had listened to engineers, to frontline pilots, to the hard numbers that told of aircraft lost and men who weren't coming home. In doing so, they accelerated a design cycle that normally took years into mere months. It was a lesson in institutional humility. Victory required accepting that the enemy had built a better fighter and that only bold, immediate change could close the gap. From the Japanese perspective, the emergence of the Hellcat marked the beginning of a crisis that could not be reversed. Their aviation doctrine had been built around the strengths of the Japanese Zero lightweight, highly maneuverable, and devastating in the hands of elite pilots. But by 1944, those elite pilots were largely gone sacrificed in the Solomon Islands and at Midway. Their replacements trained in haste were sent into battle against a sturdier, faster, more powerful opponent, designed explicitly to counter their tactics. The result was catastrophic. Cautious pilots surrendered the initiative. Aggressive pilots gambled and lost. Neither approach could stop the momentum of a U.S. Navy fighter optimized for a new era of air combat. Looking back, historians often describe the Hellcat as the embodiment of American industrial power. But its true legacy is deeper. It proved that technology must evolve with the battlefield, that the survival of pilots depends on the willingness of nations to rethink, redesign, and relearn under fire. And in the broader story of World War II naval aviation, the Hellcat stands as a reminder: air superiority is never guaranteed. It must be built flight by flight, decision by decision, in the narrow space between innovation and sacrifice. Long after the engines fell silent and the carriers returned to port, the legacy of the F-6F Hellcat endured, written not just in kill ratios or production numbers, but in the lives it preserved and the future it shaped. By the end of the war, Grumman had built 12 Tu-75 Hellcats. They achieved an astonishing 19-to-1 kill ratio, accounting for nearly 75% of all Navy and Marine Corps aerial victories in the Pacific. 306 pilots became aces in its cockpit, and only 270 Hellcats were lost in air-to-air combat during the entire conflict. Yet the aircraft's significance extends far beyond statistics. In museums across the United States, most famously in Pensacola, where David McCampbell's Mincy III stands, restored visitors can walk beneath the broad blue wings that once carried young Americans into the unforgiving expanse of the Pacific Air War. 7 Hellcats still fly today, their engines echoing across air shows as living reminders of a time when the outcome of World War II naval aviation hung in the balance. The human story behind this machine is even more profound. Butch O'Hare never saw the fighter he helped design dominate the skies. He never witnessed its victories at the Philippine Sea or its success against the Japanese Zero. His final flight ended in darkness, his fate unknown. And yet his legacy lives on in the airport that bears his name in the Wildcat, displayed in Chicago, with Japanese flags marking his triumphs, and in every Hellcat that took flight, with the improvements born from his 4-hour meeting at Grumman. William Schwindler, the engineer who listened so carefully, never became a household name. But his work shaped the future of the U.S. Navy fighter. David McCampbell, the nation's top naval ace, carried that legacy into battle, proving what could happen when skilled pilots were given the aircraft they deserved. Together, their stories form a single truth victory. In war is not the result of chance or heroism alone, but of learning, honest, urgent, and often paid for in blood. And as the last surviving Hellcats lift into the modern sky, they remind us that the struggle for air superiority is timeless. The lessons of their creation, humility, adaptation, and the courage to change, remain as relevant today as they were in 1942. Before we close this chapter, I'd like to hear from you. What do you believe is the greatest lesson from the Hellcat's emergence over the Pacific? Share your thoughts below, but your perspective keeps these stories alive. Thank you for watching and for honoring the history carried on the wings of the F-6F Hellcat. The morning air at North Island carried a thin metallic chill, the kind that clings to a runway just before an engine wakes it up. And there, sitting beneath the pale California sun, was an aircraft painted in American colors, but unmistakably foreign in its bones. A captured Zero fighter once feared across the Pacific, waited in silence as a Navy test pilot settled into its narrow cockpit. He knew what this machine had done. Every American pilot did. Lightweight, impossibly agile. The Mitsubishi A6 M20 had carved its legend into the first year of the Pacific Air War. Men avoided turning fights with it not out of caution, but out of survival. And yet on this morning, one pilot was preparing to do what no American had ever attempted: take the enemy's most lethal creation into the sky and feel its secrets through the stick itself. Somewhere beneath the smooth aluminum skin were answers, the truth behind its power, and perhaps the first clues to the Zero fighter weaknesses no one had been able to name. But knowledge in war rarely comes without risk. As the engine coughed to life and the propeller blurred, one question rose above the noise. What would a single flight inside the enemy's masterpiece reveal, and could it change the fate of an entire air war? Before the aircraft ever touched American hands, its reputation had already hardened into myth. In the early months of the Pacific Air War, the Mitsubishi A6M20 seemed almost untouchable. Its pilot slipped through the sky with a confidence shaped by numbers few Americans wanted to believe: 12-to-1 kill ratios in China, British Hurricanes torn apart over Ceylon, and U.S. fighters outmatched from the Philippines to the Coral Sea. Every encounter reinforced the same brutal truth: no American aircraft could turn with a zero and live to tell the story. For U.S. aviators, the danger was not just tactical, but psychological. Reports of its unmatched agility spread from ready room to ready room, each account feeding the next. The aircraft's light frame, long range, and uncanny responsiveness made it the dominant predator of the sky. Pilots were told to avoid dogfights, to dive away to survive, rather than engage orders that sometimes meant leaving bombers exposed or abandoning wingmen. The war was young, but the Zero's shadow was already long. Then came a small twist of fate on June 4th, 1942. During a low-level mission in the Aleutians, 19-year-old Flight Petty Officer First Class Tadayoshi Koga skimmed his Mitsubishi A6M20 too close to the marshes of Akutan Island. The wheels caught. The aircraft flipped violently. Koga died instantly, his neck broken, but the machine itself lay almost intact, as if waiting for a second life. It would not be a Japanese one. Koga's wingmen circled above the wreck. Doctrine ordered them to destroy any downed aircraft to prevent enemy capture. Yet none of them could bring themselves to fire. From the air, it was impossible to know whether their comrade was still alive inside the overturned fuselage. So they made a human choice, one grounded not in strategy, but in loyalty, and they flew away. That decision, born in hesitation, would become one of the most consequential moments of the war. American recovery teams arrived weeks later. The first pulled Koga's body from the cockpit. The second attempt failed when the salvage ship fouled its anchors. Only on July 15th did the third team succeed dragging the muddy, battered frame of the captured Zero fighter from the marsh. What they found astonished them. The airframe was remarkably whole, the vital structure unbroken. The United States had recovered something more valuable than any piece of wreckage it had found: a flyable enemy weapon. The journey south began almost immediately. The aircraft was shipped aboard USS St. Mihiel to Seattle, unloaded on August 1st, and then carried by barge down the coast to San Diego. Mechanics at North Island worked tirelessly, straightening metal, fabricating missing panels, and preserving every component they could. By the end of August, the aircraft stood restored 98% original. As it would later be described, its skin now painted in American colors, yet unmistakably a zero beneath the surface. For months, American intelligence had debated theories, sketches, and secondhand accounts about how to counter Japan's premier fighter. But the answers remained incomplete, the puzzle unsolved. What North Island now possessed was not a theory. It was the real machine, intact, silent, and waiting. And soon a Navy test pilot would take the Akutan Zero into the air to uncover the truth that no analyst or engineer had been able to find: the hidden traits and unseen limits that would one day be known as the Zero fighter weaknesses. On September 20th, 1942, the quiet hum of a radial engine broke across the runway at North Island. Lieutenant Commander Eddie Sanders eased the throttle forward, feeling the light tremor of the captured Zero fighter come alive. To him, this was no trophy. It was an unknown predator, one whose bite had shaped the entire Pacific Air War. And now he would take it into the sky alone. The Mitsubishi A6M20 lifted off the ground almost effortlessly. Sanders felt the weight, or rather the lack of it, in his hands. The controls were feather light, the aircraft answering every movement with an agility few American fighters could match. In those first moments, he understood why pilots called the Zero untouchable at low speed. It was the kind of machine that made even average pilots feel sharper, faster, more daring. He began with the basic stall, spin, shallow turns. Each maneuver revealed the same truth: the aircraft was incredibly forgiving, at low speed, almost gentle. The Akutan Zero seemed to anticipate its pilot, rolling smoothly and carving through the air with a precision that American fighters of the time simply could not equal. If all combat took place below 200 knots, Sanders knew the Zero would remain king. But combat did not stay slow forever. Sanders advanced the throttle and let the aircraft gather speed. At 180 knots, the controls remained responsive. At 190, they still obeyed. Only when the needle nudged past 200 knots did the first hint of resistance creep into the stick. Sanders attempted a roll to the right. The ailerons moved, but the fuselage lagged behind as if the aircraft were suddenly wading through thickened air. He tried again with more force. At 220 knots, he needed both hands. At 240, the aircraft refused to respond sharply. And by 250 knots, the roll right maneuver, the move every fighter pilot relied upon to reposition or escape, was practically locked. This was the moment Sanders understood. He was feeling something no other American had ever felt: the hidden ceiling of the Zero's agility, the first of the measurable Zero fighter weaknesses. Rolling left told a different story. The aircraft responded with more ease, though still sluggish compared to its low-speed performance. The asymmetry was unmistakable, a quirk of its aerodynamics intensified by the light frame and oversized wings. Sanders noted every detail. These were not minor differences. They were exploitable truths. To confirm his findings, he pushed the Zero into a steep dive. The world outside the canopy blurred as the nose dropped and negative G pressed against his harness. Then, with a sudden cough, the engine died. The float-type carburetor common in early Japanese designs could not feed fuel under negative acceleration. The propeller windmilled uselessly until Sanders pulled back into positive G and the engine sputtered back to life. Another weakness, another opening American pilots could use. When Sanders landed after the flight, adrenaline still tingled in his hands. He had not simply flown the enemy's legend. He had felt the limits the Japanese themselves never revealed. As he wrote his report, he understood that these discoveries were more than engineering notes. They were the first clear map of how to fight the Zero on American terms, and they marked the moment the Mitsubishi A6M20 began to lose the one advantage it had always possessed: mystery. Sanders' first flight was only the beginning. Over the next 25 days, he flew the Akutan 023, more times each sortie peeling away another layer of the aircraft's mystique. Every climb, dive, and high-speed pass confirmed the same pattern: exceptional grace below 200 knots, increasing stiffness above it, and a hard physical limit on right-hand rolls. What had once been a rumor whispered among pilots was now documented fact. The Zero's mastery of the slow fight came at a cost, one that American aviators could finally exploit. The reports were transmitted to frontline squadrons within days. For the first time in the Pacific Air War, American pilots received not warnings, but instructions, clear, actionable tactics built around proven Zero fighter weaknesses. Stay fast, stay high, never turn with a Zero at low speed. Force the engagement above 200 knots, then roll hard right. And if pursued, push into negative G and watch the Zero's engine starve. It was a small tactical playbook, but it rewrote the mental landscape of the fight. The first major test came from Marine First Lieutenant Kenneth Walsh, flying an F-4U Corsair in the Solomons. Walsh had studied the captured Zero fighter briefings before deploying, memorizing every line about the roll rate and the carburetor. On August 30th, 1943, when nearly 50 Japanese aircraft swarmed over Kahili, he put that knowledge to use. A Zero latched onto his tail. Instinct might have driven another pilot into a climbing turn, the kind of trap the Mitsubishi A6M20 was born to win. But Walsh chose the Sanders method. He nosed the Corsair over into a split S inverted and pulled through. The airspeed climbed 220, then 240, then past 260 knots. At the precise moment, Sanders had described, Walsh rolled hard right. Tracer rounds hissed past his belly, too slow to follow the maneuver the Zero physically could not match. The American fighter slipped free. In the minutes that followed, Walsh shot down 4 enemy aircraft before being forced to ditch. He later said that knowing which way to roll saved my life more than once. Across the theater, similar stories began to surface. After months of brutal one-to-one exchanges, the kill ratio shifted. Navy and Marine Wildcat squadrons that applied the new tactics saw their numbers climb from parity to nearly 6-1 by the end of Guadalcanal. The aircraft had not changed, the pilots had. And the catalyst was a test pilot who had dared to fly the enemy's masterpiece. The Japanese noticed the difference almost immediately. Veteran aviators like Saburo Sakai returned from recovery to find an enemy, transformed Americans no longer trying to outturn Zeros, no longer falling into predictable patterns. High-speed dives, slashing attacks, and sudden right-hand rolls replaced the slow circling engagements of 1942. The air war had shifted under their feet. By mid-1943, the psychological tide had turned as well. Zero pilots, who once carried absolute confidence, now saw formations of American fighters refusing the very fights the Zero had been designed to dominate. Experienced Japanese aviators were lost at an increasing rate, and the replacements who filled their seats lacked both the hours and the training to counter an opponent who suddenly understood the Mitsubishi A6 M20 better than they did. Victory in the air is rarely determined by a single moment. But the exploitation of the Zero fighter weaknesses discovered at North Island marked a quiet, decisive pivot in the Pacific Air War, one written not in headlines, but in the survival of pilots who finally knew how to fight back. The knowledge gained from the Akutan Zero did more than change the way American pilots fought. It reshaped the mindset of an entire air force. Before Sanders' flights, Allied intelligence understood fragments of the Mitsubishi A6M20, but nothing tied those fragments into a complete tactical picture. Once the report circulated, pilots finally possessed a framework for survival, avoid the slow fight attack with speed and strike from the Zero's blind side of performance. In a war where seconds meant life or death, that clarity mattered. Japan felt the shift almost immediately. Veteran pilots like Saburo Sakai returned to combat in 1943 and found opponents who were no longer predictable. The Americans were using slashing attacks instead of circling engagements rolling right at high speed, rather than trying to match the Zero's legendary turns. These were moves designed specifically to weaponize the Zero fighter weaknesses, uncovered by a U.S. test pilot thousands of miles away. The battlefield had not changed, but the understanding of it had. And that difference eroded the confidence that once defined Japan's elite aviators. Strategically, the impact deepened as the Pacific Air War progressed. Japanese commanders noticed rising losses and shrinking pools of experienced pilots. Replacement flyers, often rushed into combat, entered a sky where the enemy knew the Mitsubishi A6M20 better than they did. Meanwhile, American squadrons were now trained with exact speeds, roll rates, and aerodynamic limits in mind. The advantage Japan once held through secrecy had reversed. Knowledge once their shield had become America's. Even decades later, Japanese officers openly acknowledged the magnitude of the loss. Commander Masatake Okumiya, who served aboard the same carrier from which Koga launched his final flight, wrote that the capture of the Akutan aircraft was no less serious than the defeat at Midway. That assessment was not hyperbole. With the captured Zero fighter, the United States possessed not only an airplane, but a window into Japan's entire air strategy. Historians still debate how much of the tactical evolution depended on Sanders' test flights alone. Earlier intelligence, including fragments recovered at Pearl Harbor, had hinted at several traits. But the Akutan Zero provided something no report or wreckage ever could certainty. It gave American pilots the confidence to act on precise tested data rather than guesswork. And that certainty, shared from squadron to squadron, helped shift the war's momentum long before new American aircraft replaced the older ones. The story of the Akutan Zero did not end in combat. It ended on a quiet afternoon in February 1945 when a taxiing helldiver accidentally struck the aircraft and sliced it apart. The wreck was unceremonious. No ceremony, no headlines, just twisted aluminum carried away from the runway. Yet by the time the pieces were swept aside, the captured Zero fighter had already changed the course of the Pacific Air War. Its legacy no longer lived in metal, but in the decisions of pilots who survived because they finally understood the enemy they faced. Eddie Sanders never claimed heroism for his 24 flights. He spoke of them plainly as the routine work of a Navy test pilot. He continued testing aircraft training aviators and eventually rose to the rank of Rear Admiral. Frederick Trapnell, who later evaluated the Zero in Washington, helped establish the U.S. Naval Test Pilot School, an institution built on the same belief that shaped the Akutan flights. Knowledge is a weapon, and sometimes the sharpest one a nation can wield. There is a quieter story woven through this history as well, the story of Tadayoshi Koga. He was 19 when his Mitsubishi A6M20 flipped in the Akutan Marsh. His wingmen could not bring themselves to fire on the overturned plane, not knowing if he was alive, and so they left it intact. Their hesitation, born from loyalty rather than strategy, became the opening the United States needed. It is a reminder that in war, the smallest human choices can cast the longest shadows. Today, only fragments of the Akutan aircraft remain in museums, a sliver of wing in Anchorage, a few fittings in the Smithsonian. They are modest artifacts, but they represent the moment when the Zero's aura of invincibility cracked, when speed charts, roll rates, and airflow limits stripped away the mythology and revealed the Zero fighter weaknesses beneath. Those lessons continue to echo in every briefing room where young aviators are taught to know their enemy, respect their strengths, and understand their limits. In the end, the Akutan story is not simply about an airplane. It is about the power of understanding in a world shaped by force. You can field the finest aircraft and still lose if you misread the fight. And you can fly something inferior and still prevail if you know exactly where your advantage lies. The pilots who carried this knowledge into combat proved that truth again and again across the Pacific. So as we close this chapter, consider one question. What is the greatest lesson that Akutan Zero leaves us about facing an enemy who seems unbeatable? Share your thoughts below. And if you value stories where history, strategy, and human courage intersect, consider subscribing so we can continue exploring the moments that shaped our world. The morning light at Cape Gloucester came slowly pushing through the mist that clung to the palms and the soft mud of the airfield. In that dim half-light, a young Japanese pilot stood beside a fighter that looked more European than anything his nation had built before. Its metal skin was cool, its propeller hung motionless, and its silence was heavier than the humid air around him. Hours earlier, this machine had been his lifeline. Now its engine refused to start. He had flown the Kawasaki Ki-61 for months, learning its weight, its temper, its promise. To him, the aircraft was not just a tool, but a companion shaped by ambition. Japan's attempt to craft a fighter that could stand beside a Lightning or a Messerschmitt. The Americans would one day call it the Ki-61 Tony, but to its pilots it carried another name, Ki-61 Hien, the Flying Swallow, built for a kind of war Japan could no longer afford. That morning, as Marines gathered offshore and the Pacific War shifted beyond Japan's control, the fighter's failure was more than a mechanical problem. It was a question history would soon answer. What happens when a nation's most advanced machine becomes an artifact in the hands of its enemy? Before that silent morning at Cape Gloucester, the story of the Kawasaki Ki-61 had begun in a very different place inside the drafting rooms of Japanese engineers who believed their country needed a new kind of fighter. Early in the war, Japan's air victories came from lightweight turn-type machines like the Zero and the Ki-27. But by 1942, it was clear that such designs would not keep pace with the evolving demands of World War II aviation. American and European fighters were faster, heavier, and increasingly built around engines capable of absorbing battle damage. Japan needed something that could defend its far-flung empire against modern opposition. The answer, at least on paper, was the Ki-61 Hien, a sleek liquid-cooled interceptor that broke with nearly every tradition of Japanese fighter design. It featured a semi-monocoque fuselage, self-sealing fuel tanks, and armor plate behind the pilot. Its heavy armament made it stand apart from older Japanese types, and its engine, a licensed derivative of the Daimler-Benz DB601, gave it a European profile that confused Allied pilots the moment it appeared over New Guinea. This was the machine Japanese planners hoped could challenge the P-38 Lightning and restore balance to the air war. When the 68th Sentai became the first unit to receive the Ki-61 Tony, its pilots stepped into a different world. They were coming from the nimble Ki-27, a light, forgiving aircraft built for turning fights. The Hien was heavier, demanded discipline, and punished mistakes. But for men like Captain Shogo Takiguchi and Lieutenant Mitsuyoshi Tui, it also offered something rare in the Japanese arsenal: speed, firepower, and the promise of survival in head-on engagements. Training gave way quickly to Tibet. By mid-1943, the 68th Sentai had moved into New Guinea, where the air war had become a brutal test of endurance. Airfields were carved out of jungle mud, parts were scarce, engines overheated. Pilots fought in conditions that eroded both machines and men. Yet the Kawasaki Ki-61 offered them a sense of parity. It could dive with American fighter strike from altitude and under the right hand stand its ground against a Lightning. Among the unit's aircraft was the machine that would later be known simply as Manufacturer Number 263. Delivered in April 1943, it became Takiguchi's personal mount. For 8 months, he flew it through the shifting fronts of New Guinea, escorting Ki-48 bombers, intercepting American raids, and threading through monsoon storms that swallowed entire formations. The fighter's cockpit became his world, a tight cradle of metal glass, heat, and resolve. But the Hien's strengths came at a cost. Its Hay-40 engine was temperamental, prone to oil loss and temperature spikes. Ground crews worked miracles with limited tools, coaxing life out of machinery never meant to operate so far from home industry. By December, engine failures were an almost daily concern. That fragility would set the stage for what happened at Cape Gloucester. As American forces prepared to land and Japanese headquarters ordered all serviceable aircraft withdrawn, Takiguchi discovered what he had feared for weeks. His faithful Ki-61 Tony was no longer flight-worthy. Its engine refused to ignite. In a war defined by desperate choices, this was another small but devastating one. Leave the aircraft behind or risk everything for a machine that could no longer keep him alive. When American Marines swept across Cape Gloucester and seized the airfield on December 30th, 1943, they found more than abandoned equipment scattered among the palms. Hidden beneath fresh-cut foliage lay a nearly intact Kawasaki Ki-61 Takiguchi's manufacturer, number 263. Its fuselage bands still showed through the camouflage. The eagle marking near the cockpit identified it unmistakably as a command aircraft. For the Allied intelligence teams that soon arrived, it was an extraordinary find. Until that moment, no complete example of the Ki-61 Hien had ever fallen into American hands. Technical Air Intelligence Unit officers descended on the machine with urgency. They measured every surface, traced every cable, documented every fitting and rivet. What they uncovered challenged years of rumor and speculation. Allied pilots had long suspected that the mysterious Tony was a German design smuggled into Japanese service, perhaps an imported Messerschmitt or a Maki built under license. But as the panels came off, the truth revealed itself. The Ki-61 Tony was thoroughly Japanese, in its engineering a fusion of foreign inspiration and domestic ambition. The airplane was shipped to Eagle Farm in Australia, where technicians sought to coax the silent machine back into the air. The original problem of failed magneto was almost insultingly simple. Once replaced, the Hay 40 engine started with the smooth hum expected of its German lineage. Soon, American test pilots were airborne in a fighter that only weeks earlier had been intended to destroy them. Their reports confirmed what frontline pilots in New Guinea had sensed: the Kawasaki Ki-61 was unlike other Japanese fighters. It dove with remarkable stability and held together under stress that would shear wings off lighter designs. It carried heavier machine guns than most Japanese interceptors, and its narrow fuselage sliced cleanly through the air. In energy-fighting attacks built on speed, altitude, and momentum, the Hien could be deadly. But limitations emerged quickly. The Ki-61's high wing loading made it unforgiving at low speed. In tight turns, it stalled abruptly, ceding the advantage to more agile opponents. Against the Zero, this meant vulnerability in classic dogfights. Against American naval fighters, the consequences were even sharper. The F-6F Hellcat could outclimb the Tony. The F-4U Corsair was faster across the board. Both carried armament that could shatter the Hien with a single burst. Side by side, they reflected the industrial divide shaping the World War II aviation landscape. Still, the Ki-61 Hien earned respect within the test community. Pilots noted that if flown properly, kept fast, kept high, kept out of horizontal turns, it could surprise even elite American fighters. It was a machine designed for a kind of war that Japan aspired to fight: a battle of speed, discipline, and controlled aggression. In a different industrial context, the Tony might have evolved into a formidable peer to the P-38 or the Mustang. But in 1944, it served a different purpose entirely. The captured aircraft became a teaching tool, a silent instructor shaping tactics across the Pacific. Manuals were updated, training films circulated. American pilots learned exactly how to exploit its weaknesses and respect its strengths. In this way, Takiguchi's abandoned fighter influenced a war it would never again directly fight. While the captured Kawasaki Ki-61 was being restored to flight in Allied hands, the man who had once flown it was fighting for his life over New Guinea. Only 5 days before he abandoned, manufacturer number 263 Captain Shogo Takiguchi had taken off on an escort mission near Wewak. The sky was thick with American opposition that morning. P-38. Lightning sliced into the Japanese formation, their heavy guns raking through the bombers and their escorts. Takiguchi's Ki-61. Hien was hit several times. Flames spread along the fuselage. He did not bail out. His aircraft crashed into the jungle near Hansa Bay, ending the life of one of the Hyen's most skilled pilots at just 25 years old. His unit, the 68th Sentai, suffered a similar fate. Throughout late 1943 and early 1944, the Sentai endured a campaign defined by attrition rather than maneuver. The Ki-61. Tony, already demanding in maintenance, became increasingly unreliable. Its Hay 40 engine, built under immense wartime strain, was prone to bearing failures, oil leaks, and sudden power loss. Spare parts rarely arrived. Mechanics improvised repairs with inadequate tools, keeping aircraft barely airworthy, while the Americans enjoyed an industrial supply chain that spanned oceans. By March 1944, the 68th Sentai was effectively destroyed. Its surviving pilots scattered into other units, or forced into ground combat roles as Japan's position in New Guinea collapsed. Meanwhile, manufacturer number 263 had begun a second life. Painted in American markings and assigned the test, serial XJ003, the aircraft flew dozens of sorties at Eagle Farm and later at Naval Air Station Anacostia near Washington, D.C. It sparred against Hellcat's Corsairs and other American fighters as engineers collected data on its climb rate, stall behavior, and dive limits. These tests shaped the tactics American pilots would use when encountering the Kawasaki Ki-61 in the field. Ironically, a Japanese aircraft that had never been defeated in the air contributed to the training that made defeating its kin easier. But the aircraft's borrowed life came to an end in a way that echoed its troubled past. On July 2, 1945, XJ003 crashed near Yanceyville, North Carolina. The cause was painfully familiar engine failure. Metal particles were found in the oil system as signs of bearing deterioration, the same flaw that had plagued the Hay 40 engine from the beginning of its service. It was as if the aircraft had carried its mechanical destiny across oceans and battle lines, unable to escape the weakness embedded at its core. The tragedy of the Ki-61 Hien was never a matter of design alone. It was a machine caught between ambition and industrial reality. Japan could produce skilled pilots like Takiguchi Tui and their comrades. It could design a fighter with the speed and firepower to challenge its adversaries. But it could not sustain the effort. Factories were bombed, supply chains crumbled, and the training pipeline dried up. Even the most capable fighters cannot survive a war of exhaustion. The fall of manufacturer number 263 mirrored the fall of the force that once flew. It brave, determined, full of potential, and ultimately undone by the limits of a nation fighting beyond its means. From the American perspective, the arrival of the Kawasaki Ki-61 on the battlefield marked an unexpected shift in the Pacific War. For years, U.S. pilots had grown accustomed to fighting lightweight Japanese aircraft machines that excelled in turning combat, but crumpled under high-speed dives or concentrated gunfire. The appearance of the Ki-61 Hien, with its streamlined fuselage and liquid-cooled engine, signaled that Japan was attempting to move toward the heavier high-performance standards, shaping World War II aviation elsewhere in the world. To many American flyers, the first glimpse of the aircraft was startling. Its silhouette resembled a European design more than anything produced in the Pacific. Once the Allies acquired a complete example, their impression deepened. Through flight tests and tactical evaluations, it became clear that the Ki-61 Tony was no mere imitation, but a genuine attempt to create a competitive modern interceptor. American naval aviators learned that the Hien could deliver punishing high-speed passes and dive escapes that older Japanese fighters simply could not match. At the same time, technical data revealed the weaknesses that U.S. forces would exploit: high stall speeds, unforgiving low-speed handling, and a temperamental engine vulnerable to prolonged strain. Beyond the test fields, the aircraft shaped American thinking on the strategic bombing campaign. The Hien's ability to climb toward B-29 bomber raids over Japan forced planners to consider the evolving defensive capabilities of Japanese interceptors. Reports from the home islands described determined resistance from fighter units like the 204th Sentai men, who pushed their machines to the edge of possibility, sometimes beyond, in attempts to bring down the superfortress. The emergence of ramming tactics shocked American analysts, not because the idea was new, but because it reflected the desperate extent of Japan's situation. It was a grim reminder that even when a nation's industry falters, its combat spirit can remain dangerously resilient. Internationally, the story of the Hien underscored a broader truth about the Pacific War. Technology alone could not alter the outcome once industrial imbalance reached a breaking point. Nations observed how the United States, with vast factories and logistical networks, produced aircraft faster than Japan could replace them. They saw how a fighter as promising as the Kawasaki Ki-61 could be overshadowed by mechanical shortcomings and a lack of spare parts. And they watched as Japanese pilots, highly skilled, yet increasingly isolated, confronted an enemy whose resources seemed inexhaustible. In the end, the global lesson was both sobering and timeless. Even the finest machines and the bravest individuals who fly them cannot compensate for strategic overreach. Today, the Kawasaki Ki-61 survives, mostly in still photographs, static museum displays, and fragments of memory preserved by the few who once touched its controls. None remain airworthy. The metal has grown silent, but its story, shaped by ambition, sacrifice, and the unforgiving weight of history, still speaks. The Ki-61 Hien was never the best fighter of the Second World War. It lacked the climb of a Mustang, the rugged power of a Hellcat, and the tight-turning grace of a Zero. Yet it stood for something more than pure performance. It represented Japan's attempt to build a modern machine capable of meeting the world's leading air forces on equal terms. And its pilots from Takiguchi and Tui, in the jungles of New Guinea to Kobayashi and Shinomiya above the burning skies of Tokyo, proved what determination could achieve even as the war slipped beyond their control. They learned to exploit the strengths of the Ki-61 Tony, its speed, its firepower, its resolve in a dive. They endured the harshness of its flaws. Many paid with their lives. Their courage does not excuse the actions of the regime they served, nor erase the suffering caused by Japan's wartime aggression. But history is seldom simple. These men were human beings caught in the machinery of an unwinnable war, doing their duty with a conviction that remains both admirable and tragic. In the end, the story of the Kawasaki Ki-61 mirrors the story of Japan's broader air war, a blend of early promise, technical innovation, logistical collapse, and overwhelming odds. A fighter born from aspiration undone by scarcity and remembered for the bravery of those who flew it. A machine that taught its enemies even as it failed its own pilots. A reminder that valor can exist in the shadow of defeat. For those who care about World War II aviation, the Hien still raises difficult questions. What defines a successful aircraft technology alone? The skills of its pilots or the strategic context in which it fights? And what lessons linger from a machine that tried and failed to bridge the industrial gulf of the Pacific War? If this story of the Ki-61 Hien resonates with you, we invite you to share your thoughts. What part of its legacy stands out most? Its design, its pilots, or the impossible circumstances it faced? Like the video, subscribe for more untold histories, and let us know where you're watching from. These stories matter. They survive because we choose to remember them. The morning sky over Europe was strangely quiet before the first engines rose from the horizon. A German officer later recalled looking up and feeling as if the heavens themselves were made of steel, layer upon layer of American bombers, stretching beyond sight. It was a vision of industrial power so vast that it seemed impossible only a few years earlier. To understand how such overwhelming force became reality, we have to turn back to a moment far removed from the battlefield. A quiet office in Detroit, May 1940. William Knudsen, president of General Motors, held a telegram from Washington. In it, President Roosevelt demanded something the world believed America could never deliver: an industrial surge capable of producing 50,000 military aircraft a year. At the time, American aircraft production barely reached 3,000 planes annually. Germany dismissed Roosevelt's goal as empty propaganda. Their intelligence reports insisted the United States lacked the workforce, the tooling, and the engineering culture required for true industrial warfare. They were wrong. What followed was a transformation that would shape the arsenal of democracy, ignite factories like the Willow Run bomber factory, and flood the skies with machines that would change the course of World War II. But behind those numbers lies a deeper question. How did a nation that seemed unprepared become the greatest air power manufacturer in history? When Roosevelt issued his call in May 1940, the world was already slipping into darkness. France was collapsing. Belgium and the Netherlands had fallen in rapid succession. British forces were being pushed toward the sea. Across the Atlantic, the United States possessed fewer than 3,000 military aircraft, a number so small that senior officers quietly wondered whether the nation could defend its own shores, let alone influence a global war. In the cold arithmetic of military power, American aircraft production seemed irrelevant. Yet Roosevelt's demand for 50,000 aircraft a year was not merely a strategic calculation. It was a recognition that industrial might, if properly organized, could determine the fate of nations. But to German intelligence, the proposal was laughable. Their analysts compiled reports insisting America was a land of farmers and automobile workers, not an engine of industrial warfare. They calculated that even under ideal conditions, the United States might reach 10,000 aircraft a year by 1942. Anything more, they said, was fantasy. These assessments were not entirely unreasonable. American aircraft factories in 1939 resembled craft workshops more than modern production lines. At companies like Boeing, Douglas, and Lockheed, skilled teams built aircraft one at a time, hand-fitting components, shaping metal by feel, and adjusting every part until it matched. Precision existed, but scale did not. There were no moving assembly lines, no interchangeable parts, and no system capable of multiplying output by tens of thousands. Germany saw this and concluded American aircraft production could never threaten the Luftwaffe. But in Detroit, one man recognized what the Germans had missed. Charles Sorensen Ford Motor Company's master of production understood that assembly lines were not bound by the product they built. They were bound by process. He had watched the automobile shift from craft guilds to mass production, a revolution that turned the Model T into the most manufactured machine in human history. To Sorensen, the idea that aircraft could not be mass-produced was a failure of imagination, not engineering. His turning point came during a visit to Consolidated Aircraft's B-24 plant in San Diego. Sorensen walked the factory floor and saw workers building one bomber a day, measuring by hand, drilling by hand, filing edges to make mismatched parts fit. It reminded him not of modern industry, but of the world before Henry Ford's assembly line. That night in a hotel room at the Coronado, he spread sketches across the table. He imagined breaking the B-24 into sub-assemblies, standardizing every piece and designing tooling capable of producing identical components hour after hour. What emerged on paper was radical, a system that could produce one B-24 every single hour. It was an idea so ambitious that even aircraft executives laughed. But Sorensen knew what few understood in 1940, that America's strength was not in what it was building, but in what it could build. His plan would soon give rise to the Willow Run Bomber Factory, a place destined to become the beating heart of the arsenal of democracy. And facing him was the most important question of all: would the nation trust him enough to try? The decision to build the Willow Run Bomber Factory marked the beginning of one of the largest industrial experiments in human history. Located on farmland west of Detroit, the site looked ordinary at first glance, just fields, trees, and the quiet bend of Willow Run Creek. But within months, that landscape transformed into a structure so vast that workers joked it looked less like a building and more like a continent under a single roof. Albert Kahn, the architect, who had designed Ford's most ambitious plans, was tasked with creating something unprecedented. The result was a 3.5 million square foot L-shaped facility with a mile-long assembly line and a 90-degree turn engineered directly into the building. The roof covered 78 acres. Inside, thousands of machine tools, weighted to shape aluminum into the bones of a bomber. Outside, a dedicated airport with 6 runways and massive hangars allowed aircraft to be flown moments after completion. It was not merely a factory, it was a city power station, fire department, medical facilities, cafeterias, bus terminals built for one purpose: to change the future of American aircraft production. But size alone did not equal success. By late 1941 and early 1942, Willow Run's scale seemed to work against it. Workers struggled with aluminum, a metal that demanded delicacy unfamiliar to automobile teams. Tooling crushed parts. Tolerances were off by fractions of an inch that mattered in flight but not on highways. Engineering changes from the military arrived constantly, forcing Ford to halt sections of the line and rebuild equipment. Month after month, the output remained the same: 0 completed bombers. Newspapers mocked the effort, calling it "Will It Run" instead of "Willow Run." Congressional investigators questioned whether Ford had overreached. Even seasoned managers wondered if Sorensen's vision had been a step too far. But for the workers on the floor, the failure felt personal. A poorly driven rivet on a car might mean a warranty claim. A flaw in a bomber could mean 10 lives lost over Europe. That responsibility forged a sense of purpose inside the factory, quiet, heavy, and unmistakable. Sorensen responded the only way he knew how: by breaking the massive problem into thousands of smaller ones. He reorganized production into 11 major assemblies and 69 sub-assemblies. He built training schools that operated day and night, teaching riveting sheet metal work, hydraulics, and electrical systems to thousands each week. Willow Run became not only a factory, but an academy of aviation manufacturing, producing both bombers and the workers capable of building them. Progress came slowly, then all at once. In September 1942, after 11 months of struggle, the first complete B-24 rolled out of the plant. It was not ready for combat, and neither were the next 55 aircraft, but each carried lessons that reshaped the production system. Tools improved, workflow stabilized, quality tightened, and gradually a rhythm emerged inside the Willow Run Bomber Factory, the rhythm of a nation learning how to wage industrial war. That rhythm was about to change the world and fulfill the promise of the arsenal of democracy. By early 1943, the slow struggles inside Willow Run began to give way to something extraordinary. Output rose month after month: 31 bombers in January 59 and February 75 in March, 104 in April, 130 in May. The momentum felt less like improvement and more like ignition. The sub-assemblies moved in synchronized patterns. The mile-long line hummed with a steady pulse. The workers, many of whom had never touched a machine tool before the war, now shaped aluminum with the confidence of veterans. The Willow Run Bomber Factory was finally alive, and Willow Run was not alone. Across the country, a revolution was unfolding. Boeing's Plant 2 in Seattle turned out B-17 flying fortresses at a pace once thought impossible. Douglas Aircraft in Long Beach mass-produced C-47 transports, the backbone of Allied logistics. North American aviation perfected the P-51 Mustang, a fighter whose range would change the air war. Lockheed produced sleek P-38 Lightning's twin boom fighters that screamed across every theater. It was not a collection of factories anymore. It was a network, a living system. Together they formed the true physical shape of the arsenal of democracy, and at its heart was the accelerating rhythm of American aircraft production. The impact reached Europe with terrifying clarity. By mid-1943, German fighter pilots reported bomber formations that stretched from horizon to horizon. Hundreds of B-17s and B-24s guarded by waves of P-47s, and later the long-legged P-51s. Pilots who once claimed air superiority now described the sky as an avalanche. When one bomber fell, two more seemed to take its place the next day. When Germany destroyed a squadron, America replaced it within a week. Industrial war had its own logic, and Germany was beginning to understand it. The starkest lesson came during the Battle of the Bulge. The Germans launched their winter offensive under heavy cloud cover, knowing Allied air power was grounded. For several days, their columns punched through Belgian forests. But on December 23rd, the clouds lifted. Clear skies returned along with the sound of engines. Hundreds of American fighters swept over the front lines. P-47 Thunderbolts dove onto armor columns. P-38 Lightnings hunted supply convoys. B-26 Marauders smashed road junctions and bridges. Heavy bombers of the 8th Air Force left their strategic targets and turned toward the Ardennes, dropping thousands of tons of bomb pressure. Drums across the German positions. More than 74,000 sorties and 111,000 tons of explosives fell in just a few weeks. One German officer described the scene as a sky filled with machines built by a nation we believed could not build them. That belief, rooted in early intelligence reports that dismissed American aircraft production, had become a fatal error. Germany was fighting not just pilots, but factories. It was fighting the speed of retooling, the reach of supply chains, the discipline of the assembly line. It was fighting Willow Run, Seattle, Long Beach, Fort Worth, cities of smoke and steel that never slept. By 1945, the Luftwaffe no longer controlled the sky. It could barely rise into it. And overhead flew the machines born from the Willow Run bomber factory, the factories of the West Coast, and the vast engine of the arsenal of democracy machines that made German defeat only a matter of time. Long before victory was visible on any battlefield, a few American leaders understood where the war would truly be won. William Knudsen, once the most powerful industrial executive in the country, became the quiet architect of national mobilization. From Washington, he coordinated thousands of companies, redirecting steel, rubber, aluminum, and labor into a single purpose. In his view, courage and tactics mattered, but the side with deeper factories, faster retooling, and steadier supply chains would shape the final outcome. From that perspective, American aircraft production was not just an industrial achievement. It was a new form of national power. Across the ocean, Germany saw the consequences of misunderstanding that power. Albert Speer, Minister of Armaments, later wrote that German intelligence failed not because it lacked information, but because it lacked imagination. Reports from America describing assembly lines, tooling upgrades, and the rise of the Willow Run bomber factory were dismissed as exaggerations. Hitler believed quality would defeat quantity. Speer understood too late that quantity could evolve faster than quality could be perfected. The Third Reich, he wrote, was defeated by a flood of material we had no capacity to match. The strategic lesson rippled far beyond Europe. For Britain, Soviet, Russia, and the occupied nations, America's manufacturing surge became proof that industrial democracy could outproduce totalitarian militarism. Roosevelt's phrase, "the arsenal of democracy," was not propaganda, but a description of a global lifeline. Food trucks, locomotives, tanks, ships, and above all, aircraft kept the Allies fighting on multiple fronts. Production itself became a form of diplomacy, a message sent not in words, but in crates, fuel drums, and the steady drone of engines. Today, historians point to this period as the moment modern warfare changed forever. Wars were no longer decided solely by generals' doctrines or elite units. They were decided by throughput, by how quickly a nation could train workers, replace losses, and put new machines into the field. In that sense, American aircraft production was not simply a wartime achievement. It was a demonstration that national survival in the 20th century depended on industrial resilience. The world took notice, and it still does. When the war finally ended and the engines fell silent, the world was left to make sense of what had happened. Factories that once roared day and night began to empty. The long assembly lines slowed, then stopped. Workers who had spent years shaping aluminum and steel returned to farms, offices, and small towns. Yet the legacy of those years of the choices made, the risks taken, and the machines built did not fade. It became part of the country's identity, etched into the memory of a generation. The achievement of American aircraft production was measured in numbers: 300,000 aircraft in 4 years, but its meaning lived in quieter moments. In the draftsman who stayed late to redesign a failing component. In the young woman who learned to rivet because her brothers were fighting overseas. In the test pilots who climbed into unfinished bombers trusting the hands of strangers. In the families whose sons flew to Europe in aircraft built by the Willow Run Bomber Factory, Seattle's Plant 2 Long Beach, Fort Worth, and dozens of other places stitched into the industrial fabric of a nation. This was a true shape of the arsenal of democracy, not just steel, but people, ordinary citizens who transformed wartime fear into disciplined, relentless effort. Their work shortened the war, protected the soldiers who carried the fight, and helped end one of the darkest chapters in human history. And their legacy still raises a question worth asking today. What kind of strength must a nation preserve to endure the next great test? For many, that answer lies not only in military hardware, but in the resilience of its industries, the skill of its workers, and the unity of its society when the stakes are highest. The story of American aircraft production is ultimately a reminder that national power grows from individuals who decide that their labor, however small, matters. If this story resonates with you, if you believe the lessons of the arsenal of democracy still speak to the world we live in, consider joining us on this journey. Share your thoughts below. What do you see as the greatest legacy of this era? And what lessons should we carry forward? The war is long over, but the history is still being written. The morning light barely touched the fog that clung to the railway platform, a cold veil drifting across the steel tracks. Somewhere in that haze, a lone officer stood still, his gloved hand resting on a leather briefcase he had carried through too many nights without sleep. The distant rumble of an approaching train echoed like a warning, one he knew he had only moments left to deliver. Behind him, the war raged in patterns that once seemed predictable. Bombers came, escorts turned back, and the sky above Germany became a battlefield, governed by routine. But on this day, something had shifted quietly, invisibly far beyond those old boundaries. Reports spoke of fighters appearing where no fighter should be. Machines that should have exhausted their fuel were somehow diving out of the sun hundreds of miles past their limit. He had the evidence, he had the testimonies, and he had the sinking feeling that the air war was about to enter a new and deadly chapter. As the locomotive smoke rolled forward, and the doors began to close, a single thought pressed on him more heavily than the rank he carried. What happens to a nation at war when its leaders refuse to believe the truth? The weeks that followed August 17th made one truth impossible to ignore. The pattern Galland had warned about was no longer an anomaly. It was becoming the new reality of the air war. American fighters were appearing deeper, sooner, and in greater numbers than the Luftwaffe had ever anticipated. In early September, the shift became unmistakable. During the September 6th raid on Stuttgart, Major Egon Meyer, one of Germany's most innovative bomber destroyers, led his squadron into a textbook head-on assault. Meyer had perfected the tactic, understanding that frontal attacks minimize exposure to the dense defensive fire of American heavy bombers. His men approached the formation with precision, timing their dive to strike at the most vulnerable angle. But before the attack could fully develop, P-38 Lightnings plunged down from altitude positioned above and behind the bomber stream, exactly where German doctrine assumed no escorts could be. The result was chaos. 3 German fighters were shot down in the first pass. Meyer himself survived only by forcing his Bf-109 into a near vertical dive, pushing the airframe to its limits to outrun the heavier American fighter. He returned to base, shaking his squadron, shattered his tactics, undone by a threat his superiors had insisted did not exist. Throughout September and October, similar encounters repeated across the Reich. German pilots launched attacks under the assumption that escorts would turn back at predictable points, only to be met by American fighters lying in wait. Some units lost a quarter of their strength in a single day. The Luftwaffe's most experienced aces found themselves fighting not only exhausted machines and overwhelming numbers, but a battlefield that no longer behaved according to their expectations. Then came Black Thursday, October 14, 1943, the second Schweinfurt raid. 60 American bombers were shot down, a devastating loss for the 8th Air Force. But the German cause told a deeper story. 38 fighters lost, 42 pilots killed or wounded. Before long-range escorts arrived, the Luftwaffe could destroy 3 or 4 bombers for every fighter it sacrificed. By mid-October, that exchange rate had deteriorated to nearly 1-to-1.
For Galland, the numbers carried a warning louder than any engine roar. Month by month, Luftwaffe losses were climbing. 87 fighters in June, 106 in July, 174 in August, 193 in September, 224 in October.
The mathematics of attrition were turning against Germany.
The Reich could replace aircraft.
It could not replace pilots with 3 or 4 years of combat experience.
Every seasoned pilot loss represented not just a missing cockpit, but a vanished instructor, someone who could have trained the next generation to survive.
And then in December 1943, the war shifted once more. A new silhouette appeared over Europe, sleek, fast, balanced, and lethal at altitude.
The P-51 Mustang equipped with the British Merlin engine had arrived.
With it came a realization. Galland had feared from the moment he stood on that railway platform. The Americans had not only solved the range problem, they had introduced a fighter capable of outclimbing, outturning, and outlasting nearly everything the Luftwaffe could put into the air. The window of vulnerability the Luftwaffe relied upon had closed. A new era of air combat had begun, and it favored the side willing to confront reality rather than deny it. By early 1944, the consequences of ignoring Galland's warning were no longer theoretical. They were written into the casualty list that crossed his desk each morning. Pages filled with names he had once known as confident young pilots now marked killed, missing, or wounded. The Luftwaffe was bleeding out, and the bleeding was accelerating. The arrival of the P-51 Mustang transformed that pressure into collapse. The Mustang was not just another escort. It was the instrument that closed the final gap in the American strategy. With the Merlin engine and external drop tanks, it could fly to the heart of Germany, fight there, and still return home. For the first time, American bombers had continuous high-altitude escort from takeoff to target and back.
The Luftwaffe had no sanctuary left. In February 1944, the Americans demonstrated what this meant in practice.
Operation Argument Big Week.
For 6 relentless days, more than 3,500 American bombers struck aircraft factories across the Reich.
Surrounding them were swarms of P-38s, P-47s, and P-51s. The Luftwaffe threw every available fighter into the battle, including veterans who had survived since 1940. They flew multiple sorties per day, often with barely enough fuel to reach altitude. New pilots, some with fewer than 200 total flight hours, followed behind them. The outcome was catastrophic. The Luftwaffe lost 262 fighters destroyed and 180 so badly damaged they could not be repaired quickly. But the true cost was measured in the pilots: roughly 100 killed, 90 wounded, 43 missing.
Among the dead were squadron commanders and aces whose experience could never be replaced.
What had been a formidable fighter force only a year earlier was becoming a hollow structure. Organizational charts full of units with barely enough trained pilots to fill a briefing room.
And yet the pressure did not ease. In March, American fighters began pursuing German interceptors aggressively even before the bombers arrived.
Mustangs waited near airfields, catching German aircraft during takeoff, climb-out, and recovery phases previously considered safe. Veteran pilots described the feeling as being hunted, forced into battle, on terms they no longer controlled. Then came the blow that shattered any illusion of recovery. The first escorted daylight raid on Berlin, March 4, 1944. More than 600 bombers crossed into the German capital, with 174 P-51s covering the entire route. 16 Luftwaffe fighters were shot down. Only 4 Mustangs were lost. The city that Goering once promised would never be touched by American bombers was now under assault in broad daylight. At the same time, the Luftwaffe's training pipeline collapsed. Fuel shortages meant flight schools received a fraction of their required allocations. Airfields were bombed. Instructors were killed or reassigned to frontline duty. By spring, new pilots arrived with barely enough hours to land confidently, let alone fight.
Their life expectancy was 5 missions. 5. The Luftwaffe was no longer simply losing battles. It was losing the very ability to fight.
Its future was being extinguished. 1 mission, 1 pilot, 1 irreplaceable loss at a time. Each loss tracing back to that morning in August 1943 when truth was dismissed as impossible. From the American perspective, the collapse of the Luftwaffe was not the result of a single aircraft or a single tactic. It was the outcome of an industrial and doctrinal approach that treated the air war as a system, not a series of isolated duels. American commanders understood that victory required more than courage in the cockpit. It demanded training pipelines, logistical depth, reliable fuel supplies, and an escort strategy resilient enough to withstand catastrophic losses like those at Schweinfurt. Where German leadership clung to assumptions, the Americans adapted. When early deep penetration raids proved unsustainable, U.S. planners did not deny the data. They changed the plan. They introduced long-range fighters, refined bomber formations, and under General James Doolittle revised escort doctrine itself. Fighters were no longer tied to bomber wings by rigid orders. They were given the freedom to sweep ahead, break up German formations, and attack interceptors during their most vulnerable moments. The goal was not merely to protect bombers. It was to dismantle the Luftwaffe fighter arm piece by piece. This adaptability reflected a broader Allied mindset. Britain and the United States viewed the air war as a long struggle of resources and endurance. Factories could replace aircraft within days. Training schools produced pilots with 400 to 500 hours of flight time, far more than their German counterparts. Even the political leadership understood the stakes gaining air superiority over Europe was essential, not only for strategic bombing, but for the cross-channel invasion that would decide the future of the continent. By mid-1944, that global calculus became clear. With the Luftwaffe weakened, the Allies secured the skies over Normandy, enabling the landings that opened the road to Germany's defeat. The disparity in sorties over 14,000 Allied missions on D-Day versus only a few hundred German flights revealed the consequences of years of strategic divergence. And as historians later emphasized, the turning point was not simply the arrival of the P-51 Mustang or the industrial might behind it. It was the differing responses to uncomfortable intelligence. The Allies confronted their failures and adapted. The Luftwaffe leadership rejected warnings and punished the messenger. In war, the ability to face unpleasant truths becomes its own form of strength. The inability to do so becomes its own form of defeat. The cold fog of that August morning lingers in the memory of anyone who studies the air war over Europe. A man stood on a railway platform with a briefcase full of warnings, watching the train that carried his commander and Germany's last opportunity for strategic adaptation fade into the distance. What followed was not inevitable. It was the slow, grinding consequence of a truth dismissed and a danger denied. For Adolf Galland, the years that followed only deepened the weight of that moment. He fought on, tried to rebuild the fighter arm, pleaded for changes in training technology and doctrine. He flew unauthorized missions to understand the battlefield firsthand. He watched veteran pilots die and replacements arrive with too few hours to survive. And when the jet age finally arrived in the form of the Me-262, the aircraft he believed could shift the balance, it came too late, starved of fuel and trapped within a collapsing system. Yet Galland survived the war. He survived the Me-262 being shot from under him, survived political purges, survived the collapse of the force he once commanded. Decades later, he met James Finnegan, the American pilot who had brought down his jet. Their conversation, filmed in 1979, was calm, professional, almost gentle. Two men who had faced each other in the sky spoke not of victory or defeat, but of aircraft performance, decision-making, and the thin line between life and death. In that meeting, the bitterness of war dissolved into something more enduring: respect. Galland would often be asked when he knew the air war was lost. His answer never changed. August 1943. The moment he warned his commander about fighters appearing deep inside Germany. Fighters his commander insisted could not exist. To Galland, everything that followed was simply the unfolding of that refusal. The legacy of this story reaches beyond the Second World War. It is a lesson in leadership, in the danger of comforting illusions, and in the cost of ignoring those who carry unwelcome truths. Air forces rise and fall on technology and training, but they endure or collapse on honesty. So a question remains, one that echoes far beyond the smoke of those ruined airfields. In any conflict, what costs more? In the end, the enemy's strength or a leader's refusal to see it clearly? If this story resonates with you, consider joining us for more explorations of the moments that shape military history. And if you have your own reflections about leadership strategy or the power of a single ignored warning, share them below. These conversations preserve the past, and they matter more than we often realize. The morning light over the Caucasus came slowly sliding across the low clouds like a blade drawn from its sheath. Down below, the battlefield was still waking columns of smoke rising from burning armor, the distant rumble of artillery rolling across the earth. In that unsettled silence, a lone fighter cut through the haze, its Allison engine humming with a steady, unmistakable rhythm. The aircraft did not look like a champion. It was an American-built P-39 AIR Cobra, a machine dismissed in the West as the worst World War II fighter the United States ever produced. British test pilots had rejected it. American squadrons in the Pacific had suffered with it. By every familiar measure, it was a failure. And yet here over the Eastern Front, it moved with purpose. Inside the cockpit sat a Soviet pilot who understood something others had missed. At the altitudes where this war was truly fought, beneath the high clouds where bombers never lingered, the machine came alive. Its radio was clear, its firepower was brutal, its handling at the right height felt almost eager. So the question emerges, echoing across history. How did a rejected American World War II fighter become one of the deadliest tools of the Eastern Front Air War? Long before the P-39 era Cobra earned its reputation on the Eastern Front, it began as a promise, a sleek prototype built for a very different kind of war. In 1938, engineers envisioned a high-altitude interceptor capable of rising quickly to defend American coasts. The first tests were remarkable. With the turbocharger feeding its Allison engine, the prototype climbed to 20,000 feet in minutes and reached speeds that placed it among the most modern designs of its generation. On paper, it was a contender for the future of American air defense. Then a single engineering decision changed everything. During wind tunnel trials in 1939, Army Air Corps officials demanded the removal of the turbocharger to reduce drag and simplify maintenance. The choice seemed minor at the time. It ruined the aircraft. Without that essential system, the World War II fighter suffocated above 15,000 feet. At 20,000 feet, where most Western air combat occurred, the engine lost power. The climb rate collapsed, and the Air Cobra became little more than a target. A machine designed for the heavens was suddenly trapped close to the ground. The British discovered the truth first. Testing the export version, the P-400 RAF pilots found that it could not compete with Spitfires or Hurricanes at meaningful combat altitudes. Worse, the engine mounted behind the pilot pushed the center of gravity too far aft. When the heavy 37mm nose cannon ran out of ammunition, the aircraft became tail-heavy and prone to flat spins. Several British pilots barely escaped their test flights alive. Their verdict was blunt. The P-39 era Cobra was unsafe and unsuited for the war Britain was fighting. American pilots learned similar lessons in the Pacific. Over Guadalcanal, New Guinea, and the Solomon Islands, the Air Cobra displayed every weakness it had inherited from that fateful design change. Pilots described the aircraft as mushy at altitude, a World War II fighter that felt as though it were trying to move through wet clay. The Zero could circle around it almost at will. Even its most imposing weapon, the 37mm cannon, failed to deliver. By the end of 1942, the results were painful. Pilots begged for transfers to P-38, P-47, or P-51 squadrons. And when the only American ace flying the P-39 era Cobra was killed in a ground accident, the aircraft's reputation hardened into something close to bitterness. In the West, the era Cobra had failed every mission it was asked to perform. This is where its story should have ended. The journey that saved the P-39 era Cobra from obscurity began thousands of miles from the front. After British and American squadrons abandoned the aircraft, crates of unwanted fighters were loaded onto ships and sent north toward the Arctic or west toward Alaska. What happened next was a logistical feat as dangerous as any combat mission. From the Bell Aircraft Plant in New York, pilots ferried the Air Cobras to Montana, then onward to Fairbanks or Nome. There, in the frozen silence of Alaska, American crews handed the aircraft to Soviet pilots, men who would fly these single-seat machines across the Bering Sea and into Siberia. Storms could rise without warning. Ice fog could swallow landmarks entirely. A single engine failure meant a fatal plunge into water cold enough to kill within minutes. Many never made it. Those who did brought the aircraft to staging bases stretched across Siberia, inching west with each flight until the machines reached regiments near the front. By the time a World War II fighter arrived in combat service, it had already survived a journey worthy of its own chapter in history. Soviet test pilots approached the Era Cobra cautiously. With the nose ammunition bay empty, the aircraft snapped viciously into a spin that startled even experienced flyers. But once the testing moved below 15,000 feet, something changed. The Allison engine breathed freely in dense air. Controls tightened, the roll rate sharpened, visibility from the cockpit was superb, a luxury among Soviet machines. And then came the revelation that would alter the Eastern Front Air War, the radio. Pilots could coordinate turns, warn of enemy approaches, and execute complex maneuvers in real time. In a war defined by sudden ambushes and swirling dogfights over chaotic battlefields, this alone changed everything. Soviet mechanics soon added their own improvements. These modifications were simple, often undocumented, but transformative. In the hands of pilots and ground crews who adapted the machine to their environment, the P-39 era Cobra became something entirely new, a World War II fighter optimized for the altitude band where the Eastern Front was truly fought. And at those altitudes, it excelled. In early 1943, over the Kuban region, the first results appeared. German bombers and fighters often operated between 8,000 and 15,000 feet, precisely where the era Cobra was strongest. Its firepower hit hard, its radio kept formations coherent, and its sturdy construction endured the punishment of low-altitude combat.
It was here in these skies that the machine found the pilots who would redefine it, the men who would become the legendary Soviet fighter aces of the Eastern Front Air War.
By the spring of 1943, the P-39 Air Cobra had become a familiar silhouette over the Kuban bridgehead.
What had once been dismissed as America's worst World War II fighter was now flown by regiments that operated with a precision the Luftwaffe had not encountered before on the Eastern Front.
Yet success never came without sacrifice, and the months that followed revealed both the power of the Air Cobra and the price paid to wield it. The victories began with momentum. On April 9th, Alexander Pekrishkin scored his first kill in the aircraft.
3 days later, he shot down 4 Messerschmitt Bf-109s in a single engagement, an unheard of feat for a Soviet pilot at that stage of the war.
Then on April 29th came the battle that would enter legend. 8 Air Cobras, guided by ground controllers and linked through crystal clear radios, attacked a formation of Ju-87 dive bombers escorted by Bf-109s. 2 fighters broke upward to pin the escorts. 6 dove into the bombers. In minutes, 12 German aircraft fell blazing to the earth. Not one Air Cobra was lost. It was the kind of coordinated strike the Soviets had rarely achieved before, and it marked a turning point in the Eastern Front Air War. But while the successes multiplied, losses did too. German squadrons received newer Bf-109 variants and the formidable FW-190. These machines struck hard, and the Luftwaffe's veterans were still lethal opponents. Soviet regiments flying the P-39 Air Cobra often paid a steep price for the ground they covered. One of the most sobering examples occurred on May 31st, 1944. Grigory Reshkalov, already one of the rising Soviet fighter aces, broke formation to chase a retreating enemy fighter. When Reshkalov surged ahead alone, the unit structure collapsed. 5 P-39s were lost in minutes. It was a brutal reminder that even a powerful World War II fighter could not compensate for the absence of cohesion. Behind the numbers were stories of endurance and survival. Others bailed out over friendly troops who greeted their descent with cheers. The ground crews who kept the Air Cobra flying endured their own hardships, repairing combat damage in the mud, coaxing temperamental engines to life in freezing winds, and working through nights pierced by distant artillery flashes. Yet the machine persisted, and so did the men. When German radio operators intercepted the call sign Sotka Pekrishkin's aircraft number, they sometimes advised their pilots to stay on the ground. Victory and loss intertwined, each shaping the legacy of the P-39 Air Cobra. And yet the aircraft kept climbing into the gray skies of the Eastern Front, air war flown by pilots who had come to trust it with their lives.
To understand why the P-39 Air Cobra failed in the West yet flourished on the Eastern Front, we must look beyond the machine itself.
The aircraft did not change between continents. What changed were the expectations placed upon it and the cultures that shaped the men who flew it. In the United States, air combat doctrine during World War II emphasized aggressive initiative. Pilots were encouraged to seize fleeting opportunities, chase targets, and press an attack, even when the situation teetered at the edge of danger. This philosophy worked well for American machines that could survive such risks. Aircraft like the P-38 Lightning, the P-47 Thunderbolt, and later the P-51 Mustang. These fighters had altitude, performance, range, and energy to recover from mistakes. But the Air Cobra, stripped of its turbocharger, was never designed for high-altitude pursuit. Asking this World War II fighter to escort bombers at 25,000 feet meant asking it to fight a battle it could not win.
The Soviet approach evolved in the opposite direction.
After catastrophic losses in 1941 and 1942, the Red Air Force re-examined its methods. Pilots began training in structured pairs in flights, prioritizing formation, integrity, communication, and coordinated attacks. Initiative remained important, but only within the framework of an organized plan. When the P-39 Air Cobra arrived, its unparalleled radio clarity allowed this doctrine to flourish. For the first time, Soviet pilots could maneuver as a single coherent organism, something that reshaped the tempo of the Eastern Front Air War. Maintenance cultures also diverged sharply. American ground crews followed strict technical orders. Unauthorized modifications were discouraged or forbidden. Soviet mechanics, by contrast, enjoyed greater freedom to adapt aircraft to their conditions. Removing wing guns, adjusting control cables, winterizing systems. Each change was small, but together they transformed the Air Cobra into a uniquely effective tool for Soviet missions. They did not try to make the fighter something it was not. They optimized it for what it could be. After the war, Western analysts struggled to reconcile these realities. But German records and post-war interviews with Soviet fighter aces told a different story. The Airacobra worked because the Soviets asked it to do the job it was built for. The aircraft did not fail America, nor did it magically excel for Russia. Its fate was shaped entirely by doctrine, culture, and purpose. When the guns finally fell silent over Europe, the P-39 Airacobra stood in an unlikely place. It had begun as a discarded design, a World War II fighter that Western pilots mocked and mechanics quietly dreaded. Yet on the other side of the continent, along the vast front, where millions struggled for survival, the same aircraft had carved out a legacy built not on theory, but on the realities of the Eastern Front Air War. It had become a weapon trusted by men who relied on it not for altitude or glamour, but for clear radio's concentrated firepower and a frame that absorbed punishment without complaint. For the Soviet fighter aces who flew it, Pokrishkin, Rechkalov, Gulayev, Glinka Klubov, and so many others, the Airacobra was never America's worst fighter. It was a machine that met them at the altitude where their war was truly fought. It allowed them to coordinate attacks that had once been impossible. It gave them a chance to challenge Luftwaffe formations that had dominated the skies in the early years. And in return, they carried it into battle again and again, trusting that it would bring them home. Its story reminds us of something larger than aviation. The value of a tool, whether a machine, a tactic, or an idea, depends on the environment in which it is used. The P-39 Airacobra failed when forced into high-altitude escort missions it was never built to perform. Yet it flourished when placed in the low and medium altitudes for which its design quietly excelled. Nothing about the aircraft changed. What changed was the world around it. There is a lesson here for every generation. We often judge people's technologies or strategies by their failures in the wrong context. The Airacobra's journey from rejection to mastery is a reminder that potential is not absolute. It is conditional, revealed only when matched to the right purpose. So perhaps the real legacy of this World War II fighter is not just its kill counts or the final victory it scored on May 9, 1945. Its legacy lies in the idea that even the most underestimated tool can reshape history when placed in the hands of those who understand it. The battle is long over, but the history is still being written. The morning air over England was cold enough to bite through a flight jacket, and the runway at Debden lay under a thin veil of mist. A young pilot tightened the straps across his shoulders, hearing only the muted rumble of engines warming somewhere down the flight line. He was moments away from a choice few men had ever faced, a flight straight into the heart of a fortress the world believed was unreachable. No one dared say it aloud, but the tension settled over the airfield, like a weight this mission was not supposed to be possible. For years, American bombers had flown deep into German territory and returned shattered. Their gunners outmatched their escorts, forced to turn back long before the danger truly began. The air war over Europe was bleeding men faster than replacements could arrive, and every failed mission pressed the Allies closer to a breaking point. Berlin remained a distant and untouchable shadow, protected by the confidence of German commanders, who believed no long-range escort fighter on Earth could reach it. Berlin remained a distant and untouchable shadow, protected by the confidence of German commanders who believed no long-range escort fighter on Earth could reach it. But on this day, a new shape stood on the ramp, lean, silver, and quiet in its confidence. A machine the Germans insisted could not exist. The P-51 Mustang. What happened next would rewrite the mathematics of survival and the future of the war itself. The story of the P-51 Mustang cannot be understood without first stepping into the desperate months that came before it. Throughout 1943, American bomber crews crossed the English coast, knowing that large portions of the mission would be flown alone, unprotected, and exposed to the waiting claws of Luftwaffe fighters. They called those stretches of sky the Lonely Miles, a quiet name for a deadly truth. When the last friendly escort turned back, the bombers pressed on their formations, tightening as if closeness alone could shield them from what came next. German controllers had studied the limitations of every American fighter in service. They knew exactly where escort range ended, and at that invisible line the hunting began. Waves of Bf-109s and FW-190s broke through the high clouds and tore into the formations with ruthless precision. In the worst of these assaults over Schweinfurt, over Stuttgart, over the industrial heart of the Reich, dozens of bombers fell in a single day. For the men inside those aluminum fuselages, the air war over Europe became a test of endurance, more than strategy, a battle fought not only with guns, but with the slow rising fear that help would never arrive. The Allies understood the stakes. If deep penetration attacks collapsed the entire bombing campaign, the only means of striking at the German war machine before D-Day would fail. Without daylight pressure on factories, refineries, and railways, the enemy would recover, rebuild, and bleed Allied ground forces when the invasion finally came.
The problem was painfully simple. The bombers could fly to the target. Their escorts could not. Thunderbolts lacked the reach.
Lightning struggled in the cold. Even the RAF's Spitfire Legendary, in its own right, was tied to the short distances of the Channel front. What the Allies needed was something no one had yet engineered: a long-range escort fighter that could travel hundreds of miles into German airspace fight, protect the bombers, and still return home. German intelligence insisted such an aircraft was impossible. Yet the roots of the answer had already been planted. North American aviation's early Mustang, designed in a whirlwind of wartime urgency, had shown glimpses of something extraordinary: long legs, clean aerodynamics, and fuel efficiency unmatched by other single-engine fighters. It was held back only by the Allison engine, whose power faded in the thin air where bombers flew. Then came the insight that changed everything. What if this nimble airframe, already a natural at conserving fuel, were paired with a high-altitude engine capable of sustaining power above 20,000 feet? Rolls-Royce engineers believed the Merlin could unlock the aircraft's full potential, and when the prototypes roared to life, the transformation was undeniable. Speed climbed ceiling, all surged upward. And more importantly, its range stretched far beyond expectations. In that moment, the foundation was laid for the aircraft that would break the Luftwaffe's certainty and escort bombers deep into Germany. The machine that would make Berlin bombing raids survivable. The machine that would soon be known across Europe as the P-51 Mustang. When the redesigned P-51 Mustang finally entered combat in late 1943, the shift was subtle. At first, a deeper penetration into France. Here is a successful escort run to the German coast there. But to the men studying the charts inside 8th Air Force headquarters, those early missions hinted at something larger.
For the first time, a single-engine fighter was matching the distance flown by the bombers.
And each time the Mustangs returned, their fuel gauges proved the calculations were real. A door long bolted shut was beginning to open. Major General James Doolittle saw it immediately. If the Allies were to win the air war over Europe, they needed to do more than protect the bombers. They needed to break the Luftwaffe in the air and on the ground. That meant forcing German pilots into battle again and again until the veteran corps was gone. Only a long-range escort fighter like the Mustang could remain with the bombers long enough to make those fights unavoidable. But aircraft alone never win wars. They require people willing to stretch their limits, and no one embodied that more than Colonel Donald Blakesley of the 4th Fighter Group. When ordered to convert his unit from Thunderbolts to Mustangs, a transition that normally required weeks, Blakesley answered with the promise he would have the group combat ready in 24 hours. His pilots, veterans of Spitfires and P-47s, learned the cockpit layout on the way to their missions. His ground crews worked through the night by flashlight, hands raw from cold metal and safety wire. And when the sun rose, the 4th Fighter Group took off in their new aircraft, each man knowing the next mission would be unlike any they had flown. The test came almost immediately: the first Berlin bombing raids with full escort. The plan was audacious. Fighters would fly ahead, above and around the bombers, forming a moving shield that stretched nearly 70 miles long. As the formations crossed into Germany, contrails appeared in the distance, thin white scars on the blue that marked the arrival of Luftwaffe fighters. The German pilots were climbing fast, preparing to dive through the bomber stream as they had done for years. This time they found Mustangs waiting. The first attack began near 10,000 meters. Blakesley's voice crackled across the radio. Here they come. In moments, the sky dissolved into motion. Spiraling turns, diving streaks of sunlight on aluminum wings, the sudden flash of tracers crossing paths. Mustang pilots turned into the enemy, tightening formation around the bombers. BF-109s rolled into head-on attacks, but were met by interceptors that could finally match their energy. FW-190s dove through the clouds only to find P-51s in pursuit, the fight extending all the way down to the haze below. Within minutes, the Luftwaffe realized this was no longer the familiar battlefield they had dominated. The escorts weren't turning back, they weren't thinning out. They were growing stronger the farther into Germany they flew. And high above Berlin, as bombs began to fall through the flak-scarred air, it became clear that the P-51 Mustang had done the impossible. It had carried the war all the way to the Nazi capital and was ready to bring its crews home again. The first escorted raids into Berlin stunned German commanders, but the true breaking point followed only days later. On March 6, 1944, the Luftwaffe committed everything. It had veterans pulled from other fronts, reserve units rushed into service, entire fighter wings thrown into the sky in a desperate attempt to crush the American advance. To them, this was the moment to prove that the earlier raid had been a fluke, that a single-engine long-range escort fighter could not possibly endure the full weight of Germany's air defense. What unfolded instead became known as Black Monday. As more than 350 Luftwaffe fighters converged on the bomber stream, the German plan shifted. Rather than attacking the bombers directly, they targeted the escorts. If the P-51s could be scattered or destroyed, the bombers would once again be exposed. It was a brutal logic, and for a brief moment, the sky over central Germany became a tangled arena where survival depended on instinct, discipline, and sheer nerve. The P-51 Mustang pilots met the assault head-on. Major James Goodson broke into an enemy formation, destroying 2 aircraft in seconds. Captain Don Gentile and Lieutenant John Godfrey executed tight, aggressive maneuvers that turned German dives into traps. Across the entire defensive screen, similar engagements unfolded. Mustangs diving, climbing, rolling, always positioning between the attackers and the bomber stream behind them. Even when outnumbered, the P-51's energy retention and stability allowed pilots to stay in the fight longer than anything the Germans had faced. But Black Monday carried a heavy cost. 69 bombers fell that day, their wreckage scattered across fields and forests. 11 American fighters were lost. Yet the Luftwaffe lost far more, at least 66 fighters destroyed, many flown by irreplaceable veterans. In the air, war over Europe, this kind of attrition was lethal. Germany could build new aircraft, but it could not manufacture experience fast enough to match the losses. What followed in the days after was not just tactical defeat, but psychological collapse. German aces who had once ruled the skymen like Gunther Rahl and Johannes Steinhoff returned from combat shaken. They reported being shadowed through turns they had once used to escape, pursued down to the treetops, and caught in dives they believed were safe. One after another, they reached the same conclusion. The Allies had solved the range problem. The escorts were no longer turning back. Every mission would now be a fight from start to finish. As Berlin bombing raids continued, the German system began to unravel. Replacement pilots arrived with barely 200 hours of flight time, a fraction of what was needed for high-altitude combat. Synthetic fuel plants were burning. Transportation networks were fractured. Airfields across Germany suffered repeated strafing attacks where P-51s destroyed the fighters on the ground faster than they could be repaired. By the end of March 1944, the Luftwaffe's day fighter force, once feared across the continent, had been hollowed out. And at the center of that transformation stood the silver wings of the P-51 Mustang, the aircraft that turned German certainty into despair and shifted the balance of the war. From Washington to London, the arrival of the P-51 Mustang was recognized as far more than a technical improvement. It was a strategic turning point. To American commanders who had watched bomber crews fall in horrific numbers, the Mustang represented something rare in war, a solution equal to the scale of the problem. General Henry Hap Arnold called its appearance over Germany one of the great miracles of the conflict, a quiet admission that without a true long-range escort fighter, the daylight bombing campaign might have collapsed entirely. Inside 8th Air Force Headquarters, analysts charted the numbers with a mixture of relief and astonishment. Bomber loss rates once catastrophic fell sharply. Targets once considered unreachable, the Ruhr, Leipzig, and eventually the Nazi capital itself now lay within operational range. The air war over Europe was shifting not because the bombers were stronger, but because the skies around them had finally been secured by an aircraft designed to fly farther, fight longer, and bring its pilots home. Across the channel, British commanders saw the Mustang as a reinforcement of a strategy they had pursued since the Battle of Britain: control the air and you control the future. The RAF had proven that fighters could stop an invasion. Now the Americans were proving that fighters could dismantle an empire. The Berlin bombing raids, once symbols of Allied vulnerability, became demonstrations of a new reality. Germany could no longer shield its industrial heartland. In Berlin, the reaction was starkly different. Goering and his staff searched the wreckage of downed Mustangs, convinced the Americans had deployed some hidden technology. Their engineers found nothing revolutionary, just clean aerodynamics, disciplined fuel management, and a design that quietly prioritized range from the beginning. The shock was not simply that American fighters had reached Berlin. It was that they could do it again and again, draining the strength of Luftwaffe fighters every time they appeared. Other nations watching from afar drew their own conclusions. Allied planners understood that the Mustang validated a universal truth of modern warfare: mobility and reach matter more than raw power alone. Neutral observers recognized that Germany's presumed dominance in the air had been an illusion sustained by geography. Once that advantage disappeared, so did the Luftwaffe's ability to influence events on the ground. In the end, the P-51 Mustang did more than bars. It reshaped strategic thinking across continents, proving that in a conflict as vast as World War II, the side that can reach the farthest often decides how and when the war will end. When historians look back at the great turning points of the Second World War, they often focus on the beaches, the cities, the armies that clashed on the ground. But some of the most decisive moments unfolded far above them in thin, freezing air where oxygen was scarce and decisions were measured in seconds. It was there, high above a wounded continent, that the P-51 Mustang quietly altered the direction of history. The Mustang did not win because it was the fastest aircraft or the most heavily armed. It won because it could be there over the Ruhr, over Leipzig, and finally over the Nazi capital, when no other Allied fighter could. By solving the range problem, it solved the strategic problem. Every successful escort run weakened the core of Luftwaffe fighters. Every return flight proved that the long-feared deep raids could be sustained. And every reduction in bomber losses allowed the Allied offensive to continue pressing inward, dismantling Germany's ability to wage modern war. In the long memory of the air war over Europe, the Mustang's legacy extends beyond performance statistics or battlefield victories. It transformed how nations thought about air power. Military planners learned that a true long-range escort fighter is not a luxury, it is a prerequisite for any campaign that seeks to strike deep and return alive. That lesson shaped the design philosophy of generations of fighters that followed, all tracing their lineage back to a machine that once defied German intelligence reports. But its greatest legacy may be written in quieter moments. In the faces of bomber crews who once flew into Germany believing they would never return, and who looked out their windows to see silver wings sliding into formation beside them. In the hands of ground crews who worked through rain and darkness, so those same aircraft would be ready at dawn. And in the memory of pilots who carried the weight of 6-hour missions, knowing that a single mistake could leave them alone over hostile territory. In the end, the Berlin bombing raids succeeded not simply because of machinery, but because ordinary men, engineers, mechanics, strategists, and pilots refused to accept the limits placed before them. As you reflect on this story, consider the larger question it raises. What lessons from that distant sky still matter today? And how often do we underestimate the power of solving the right problem at the right time? If this chapter of history speaks to you, I invite you to share your thoughts or stories in the comments. And if you value remembering moments that shaped our world, consider joining us for the next journey into the past. The war may have ended long ago, but the legacy of the P-51 Mustang still flies. At dawn, the sky over Europe was a cold, colorless sheet of steel, silent for a moment just before the war awakened. Inside a B-17 flying a fortress, 10 young men tightened their oxygen masks and checked the guns that might not save them. They had flown this route before. They knew the mathematics of survival, and those numbers were merciless. Every mile deeper into Germany meant fewer fighters beside them, fewer chances to come home. The truth was brutal. America's bombers were flying farther than any escort could reach, and the Luftwaffe knew it. High above the Reich, the air war over Europe had become a deadly equation, one the United States was losing. Crews called these missions suicide runs, yet they climbed into the cold and went anyway, trusting a doctrine already proven wrong. What they didn't know, not yet, was that a solution existed. A design hidden in filing cabinets and dismissed by the very system meant to protect them. A long-range escort fighter that could stay with them all the way to the target and back. A machine that would one day be called the P-51 Mustang, though few believed in it then. History often turns on a single decision. This story begins the moment those decisions failed, until one airplane rewrote the sky. The story of the P-51 Mustang does not begin in an American war room, nor with a grand plan to reshape the air war over Europe. It begins in January 1940 in a quiet office in California, when the world was collapsing faster than anyone could react. France had already fallen. Britain was standing alone against the most powerful air force on earth, and the Royal Air Force was desperate not for perfection, but for anything that could fly and fight. Sir Henry Self of the British Purchasing Commission came to North American aviation with a simple request: build P-40s under license, nothing more. The United States was not yet in the war, and the company had never built a fighter plane. They produced trainer-solid machines that taught pilots how not to die on their first solo flight. Fighters were another world, entirely high-altitude performance, cutting-edge aerodynamics engines that could breathe thin air at 25,000 feet. But James Howard Kinderberger, president of North American Aviation, saw an opening. Instead of copying an aging aircraft, he promised something almost impossible. He claimed his team could design and build a brand new fighter faster, cleaner, more efficient than anything the Allies had within 120 days. From a blank sheet of paper to a flying prototype in 4 months. It sounded reckless, it sounded arrogant, and it sounded exactly like what the British needed. What Kinderberger did not reveal was that his chief designer, Edgar Schmood, had been waiting for this moment his entire life. Schmood, German-born self-taught a mechanic in the First World War, had spent years studying every mistake made by fighters of the era. The drag created by the P-40's radiator, the awkward balance of the P-39, the beautiful but difficult wings of the Spitfire. He believed the fighter should be more than parts bolted together. Every panel should reduce drag. Every surface should carry load. Nothing should be wasted, not even heat. The work began immediately. Engineers slept in the factory. Calculations filled entire walls. In September 1940, the prototype designated NA-73X rolled out of the hangar 18 days ahead of schedule. Even sitting still, it looked fast. But early Mustangs carried the Allison engine, a power plant that breathed well at low altitude but suffocated above 15,000 feet. Over the English Channel or the hedgerows of France, it was brilliant, fast, stable, efficient. Yet at bomber altitudes where the air war over Europe would be decided, the Mustang struggled. It was a thoroughbred held back by its own lungs. And so while Britain used it for low-level reconnaissance and ground attack, the United States looked elsewhere. The very fighter that would one day become the world's most important long-range escort fighter entered the war quietly, almost accidentally, still waiting for the engine and the vision that would unlock its destiny. When the first Mustangs arrived in the United States for testing, they should have caused a sensation. They were faster at low altitude than any American fighter in production, cleaner in design, and more efficient in nearly every measurable way. Instead, they sat on the ramp at right field, ignored in the shadow of established programs. The Army Air Forces was already invested financially, politically, emotionally, in the P-47, the P-38, and the doctrine that a bombers could defend themselves. In that rigid worldview, the P-51 Mustang was an outsider, a British-funded experiment with a foreign accent. Test pilots filed lukewarm reports, not because the aircraft was bad, but because their minds were already made up. They complained about cockpit layout, gun spacing, fuel, plumbing details that sounded technical, but masked a deeper truth. The institution simply didn't want a new fighter, and certainly not one designed with British money. It was the first sign of the bureaucratic blindness that would haunt the air war over Europe. The breakthrough came from an unexpected place, a Rolls-Royce test pilot named Ronald Harker. After flying an early Mustang in 1942, he recognized what Wright Field had missed. The airframe was brilliant, clean, stable, high-speed, long-legged. The only flaw was the Allison engine, which lacked the altitude performance needed for bomber escort. Harker proposed something bold, installed the Rolls-Royce Merlin, the same engine that powered Spitfires through the Battle of Britain. Rolls-Royce modified 5 Mustangs, and when the first Merlin-powered prototype took off, the transformation was overwhelming. Climb rate surged. Top speed jumped at past 440 mph. High altitude performance, once the Mustang's greatest weakness, became its signature strength. For the first time, a fighter existed that could truly stay with bombers all the way to Germany and back. The world's first practical long-range escort fighter had just been born. But the U.S. Army Air Forces still wasn't listening. That's where Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Hitchcock Jr. entered the story. Too old for combat flying, yet possessing a lifetime of experience and a network that reached the highest levels of power, Hitchcock became the Mustang's unlikely champion. He wrote letters cornered generals at dinner, bypassed the chain of command, and pressed the case directly to General Hap Arnold and Assistant Secretary of War Robert Lovett. He argued that without a true escort fighter, the daylight bombing campaign would collapse, and with it the entire Allied strategy in the West. The turning point came in late 1942, when bomber losses surged past anything the planners had imagined. Data from Europe made the truth undeniable. Under pressure, Arnold finally gave the order. North American aviation would produce the P-51B Mustang with a Packard-built Merlin engine. Assembly lines were expanded in California and replicated in Dallas. Factories retooled. Engineers rewrote blueprints, converting every British measurement to American standards. Production challenges were enormous, delays costly, but momentum had shifted. The P-51 Mustang had finally been recognized for what it truly was. The aircraft that could escort bombers to the heart of Germany challenged the Luftwaffe at its own altitude and changed the future of the war. Its moment of truth was approaching. By the winter of 1943, the skies above Germany had become a graveyard of aluminum. Black Thursday had shown the limits of courage and the brutal arithmetic of daylight bombing. At a loss rate above 9%, a bomber crew's chance of surviving a 25-mission tour hovered near impossible. Entire squadrons were disappearing over the Reich. Families back home received telegrams faster than the factories could build replacement aircraft. The air war over Europe was bleeding out.
Then the P-51 Mustang arrived. The first Merlin-powered Mustangs reached the 8th Air Force in November 1943.
Pilots who had struggled in P-39s and P-40s found themselves in a machine that felt alive in their hands, climbing, accelerating, and turning with a confidence no American fighter had ever possessed. At 25,000 feet, where the Luftwaffe once held unquestioned dominance, the Mustang was just hitting its stride. The transformation was immediate. Losses in bomber formations began to fall as Mustangs stretched the protective bubble deeper across the continent. On March 4, 1944, 68 Mustangs escorted more than 600 bombers to Berlin, the first time American fighters had reached the German capital. Goering would later admit that seeing Mustangs over Berlin convinced him the war was lost. It was not hyperbole. It was recognition that Germany's last shield distance had vanished. What truly changed the air war over Europe was not just capability, but doctrine. Previous escort fighters flew tight with the bombers waiting for attacks. Mustang squadrons did the opposite. They hunted, they swept ahead, dove behind, roamed to the flanks.
Colonel Don Blakesley told his pilots, "Don't defend the bombers, destroy the enemy." It was a shift from survival to dominance, an offensive posture only a true long-range escort fighter could sustain.
The Luftwaffe never recovered. German pilots reported that Mustangs seemed to be everywhere above them, behind them, even waiting at their airfields.
Training programs collapsed under the pressure. Before the Mustang arrived, new pilots received nearly 200 hours of instruction. By mid-1944, their many entered combat with fewer than 50 hours.
They were boys flying into a storm they never had a chance to survive.
Even Germany's technological gambles failed. The Me-262 jet was fast, revolutionary, and terrifying in the hands of an expert, but it was vulnerable during takeoff and landing. Mustang pilots quickly learned to circle jet bases, catching them at their weakest moments. No breakthrough came, no counter strategy worked. The Mustang was relentless. But a victory carried a human cost. Even the best pilots fell. Major George Preddy, one of America's most gifted aces, was killed by friendly fire on Christmas Day, 1944. And Thomas Hitchcock, the man who had saved the Mustang from obscurity, died in a crash while testing one never seeing the triumph he helped create. By the summer of 1944, German skies belonged to the Allies. The Luftwaffe was not simply defeated, it was dismantled. Its pilots lost its training, shattered its airfield, scorched.
The P-51 Mustang had become the blade that cut the heart out of Germany's air defense, reshaping the course of the war. For the United States, the arrival of the P-51 Mustang was more than a tactical improvement. It was a strategic reckoning, a forced admission that an entire doctrine had been wrong. For years, American planners believed the flying fortress could protect itself through tight formations and defensive firepower. In theory, massed machine guns created overlapping zones of destruction. In reality, when waves of German fighters struck with cannon and coordinated tactics, the bombers were torn apart. The doctrine failed not because the crews lacked courage, but because the assumptions behind it were flawed. This failure exposed a deeper truth. Institutions can become blind to their own mistakes. At Wright Field, procurement officers dismissed the Mustang because it was funded by Britain. Others resisted anything that threatened existing programs. The result was tragic. The aircraft that could have protected bomber crews earlier, the only fighter capable of escorting them deep into Germany, sat unused for nearly 2 years. The cost was measured not in dollars, but in lives. The British saw what the Americans initially missed. They recognized the Mustang's potential, tested it aggressively, and pushed for the Merlin engine long before anyone in Washington took notice. Their insight and their urgency helped unlock the fighter that would change the air war over Europe. This collaboration became one of the great examples of Allied synergy. A German-born designer in an American factory building, a plane the British first believed in. Globally, the Mustang reshaped how nations thought about air power. It proved that range, not just speed or firepower, was the decisive factor in air supremacy. A bomber was only as strong as the fighter that could stay beside it. A jet was only as lethal as the fuel that kept it aloft. And a war was only as winnable as the systems that allowed innovation to rise instead of suffocating under bureaucracy. Most importantly, the Mustang demonstrated the power of the long-range escort fighter as a strategic weapon. It did not merely protect bombers. It dismantled enemy training pipelines, crippled supply lines, and shattered air defenses across an entire continent. No other single aircraft had influenced the war's trajectory so directly. And yet the lesson left behind was not one of triumph alone. It was a warning that the greatest threats to military victory are sometimes found not on the battlefield, but within the institutions meant to defend it. By the war's end, the P-51 Mustang had flown farther, fought harder, and shaped more outcomes than any fighter of its generation. It escorted bombers over Berlin, hunted jets over Germany, guarded B-29s on 7-hour missions across the Pacific, and returned once more in Korea when newer aircraft lacked the endurance to stay with ground troops who needed them most. What began as an unwanted prototype had become the backbone of air power across 2 oceans. But the numbers tell only part of the story. The deeper truth lies in the men whose lives were changed by the Mustang, those who survived because it arrived, and those who did not because it came too late. At Kindleberger's funeral in 1962, former bomber pilots stood silently, not in uniform, not in formation, but as men who had witnessed what the right aircraft at the right time could mean. Some owed their lives to the Mustang. Others remembered the friends who never made it home because the system waited too long to embrace what the war demanded. In that sense, the air war over Europe offers a lesson far larger than any statistic. It shows how innovation can be slowed not by the enemy, but by hesitation, pride, and bureaucracy. It reminds us that a brilliant design is useless unless someone is willing to fight for it. And it proves that sometimes the most decisive victories are won long before takeoff in meetings, in memos, in arguments that shape the tools a nation brings to war. The Mustang's greatest legacy is not only that it was the finest long-range escort fighter of its time, or that it helped secure victory in the greatest conflict the world has ever seen. Its legacy is the warning it leaves behind that progress must be protected, and that the cost of ignoring it can be counted in human lives. Today, when a restored P-51 Mustang rises into the air at an air show, it carries more than history. It carries the memory of young men staring down the cold edge of survival, and of the few outsiders who refuse to let a critical idea die in silence. It is a reminder that courage takes many forms, some in cockpits, some in boardrooms, all of them essential. And now I'd like to hear from you. What do you believe is the most important lesson the Mustang teaches us about leadership innovation or the cost of war? Share your thoughts below our community values, every perspective. Thank you for watching and for keeping these stories alive. The moment the engine went silent, the airfield seemed to hold its breath. A thin trail of white vapor drifted from the cowling suite with the sharp scent of glycol, and the ground crew knew exactly what it meant. A pilot had pushed his luck against the limits of a machine built to be brilliant and fragile. Out on those fog-stained runways of 1944, men didn't fear the enemy they could see. They feared the flaw hidden inside the aircraft they trusted with their lives. For all its grace in the sky, the P-51 Mustang carried a weakness that no amount of courage could overcome. A single strike to its exposed cooling system, just a puncture the size of a pencil tip, could turn a mission into a countdown measured in degrees Celsius. Inside that sleek fuselage beat a liquid-cooled engine that delivered unmatched performance but demanded perfection. And in war, perfection rarely survived first contact. So the question lingered over every takeoff. How could one of the finest fighters ever built also be undone by a single bullet? And more importantly, what did that truth mean for the men who flew it straight into the heart of Europe? Long before the white vapor trails became a familiar warning, the promise of the P-51 Mustang was almost irresistible. It was the fighter every bomber crew wished to see above their formation, sleek, fast, and capable of escorting them all the way to Berlin and back. In the winter of 1943-44, as the air war over Europe reached its brutal peak, America needed a machine that could outfly and outlast the Luftwaffe. On paper, the Mustang was exactly that. In the air, it often proved even more. But hidden beneath its confidence was a fragility that only the ground crews truly understood. The design that made the Mustang extraordinary was also what made it vulnerable. Its liquid-cooled engine, the Packard-built Merlin, delivered the high-altitude performance the Allied bombing campaign desperately needed. But that power depended entirely on a cooling system stretched through the aircraft like exposed arteries. Ethylene, glycol coursed through thin aluminum lines, passed through a radiator slung low in the belly scoop, and returned toward the engine through channels the designers believed would remain out of harm's way, so long as the aircraft stayed high. Yet combat never obeys the neat assumptions of engineering. At Debden Airfield, Staff Sergeant Robert Mitchell spent 7 months maintaining Mustangs. He knew their strengths, the laminate flow wings, the clean aerodynamics, the range that turned missions deep into Germany from impossible to inevitable. But he also knew their weakness, one he could inspect, tighten, test, but never truly defend.
Every morning he checked the clamps along the cooling system, ran his hands over the radiator seams, and looked for the smallest sign of corrosion. Every evening he wrote his name on the maintenance log, knowing a single unseen flaw could decide whether a pilot lived or died. The first fatal reminder came in March 1944.
Second Lieutenant David Chen Young, confident, careful, returned from a strafing run with a thin trail of white vapor behind his P-51 Mustang. A single rifle round had slipped through the belly skin and clipped a coolant line. Chen did everything right. He climbed for altitude, set his course for England, and watched the temperature needle climb past safe limits. The engine held for 18 minutes before seizing just miles from home. The official report blamed pilot judgment. Mitchell knew better. The liquid-cooled engine had failed because the system designed to protect it could not survive a grazing hit.
3 weeks later, it happened again. First Lieutenant William Morrison, experienced discipline respected by everyone on the line, took a fragment from an 80mm shell.
He kept formation long enough to protect the bombers, then broke off hoping to reach the Dutch coast.
His engine seized before he could settle onto the sand. 2 pilots, 2 missions, 2 losses from the same fragile link in the same cooling system.
And these were only the beginning. By April 1944, the war in the air had shifted into a harsher rhythm. The Allied bombing campaign was pressing deeper into Germany, and the Luftwaffe was bleeding pilots faster than it could train new ones. The sky over Europe belonged increasingly to the long-legged American escorts, and among them, none commanded more respect than the P-51 Mustang. Pilots trusted its speed, bomber crews trusted its range, commanders trusted its kill ratio.
Only the ground crews feared what lay beneath its brilliance.
On the morning of April 21st, Lieutenant James Parker walked toward his aircraft with the calm stride of a man who understood the risks but accepted them anyway. At 22, he had already flown 14 missions. He'd survived flak belts over Brunswick fighter swarms near Magdeburg and long returns over the North Sea with fuel gauges dipping into the margin of uncertainty. But what haunted him and the mechanics who kept him flying wasn't the enemy. It was the cooling system that could betray him at altitude, turning the liquid-cooled engine into a ticking clock. Parker's mission that day was a deep escort toward Parchim. Somewhere over the target, a burst of 88mm fire erupted inside the formation. When the smoke cleared, pilots saw a familiar white trail drifting behind Parker's Mustang. Coolant hit, he radioed, temperature rising. He stayed with the bombers long enough to push them through the flak zone, then turned west alone. Minutes later, he disappeared into the haze over western Germany. No bailout sighted, no crash reported. Mitchell counted the returning aircraft that afternoon. 15 landed, 1 did not. That missing tail number hollowed him out in a way he could not put into words. News like that travels fast along a flight line. And with it came quiet frustration. Rodriguez, another crew chief, began combing through maintenance logs. 42 P-51 losses in 3 months. 27 of them traced to the same cause hits that punctured the cooling system and left the liquid-cooled engine to overheat until it tore itself apart. These weren't pilots making tactical mistakes. Many had been at altitude. Many had followed doctrine to the letter.
Ground fire simply reached them anyway.
But while ground crews wrestled with patterns they could not change, the strategic picture was shifting above them. Late that April, Major General James Doolittle issued the order that rewrote the Mustang's role in the war. Fighters were no longer required to cling tightly to bomber formations. They could range ahead, sweep the skies clean, hunt enemy aircraft on the ground, and strike railways, airfields, and columns. To the pilots, it felt like freedom. To the ground crews, it felt like a sentence. Free roaming missions meant going low, exactly where rifle rounds, machine guns, and flak fragments were most likely to hit the exposed radiator or coolant lines of the P-51 Mustang. The very mission profiles that showcased the aircraft's power also exposed its weakness. And almost immediately, the cost became clear.
In May 1944, alone 93 Mustangs were lost. 41% fell not to dogfights with German fighters, but to the merciless physics of a wounded cooling system.
The aircraft dominating the sky was now being claimed by the ground. The deeper the Mustang flew into Europe, the more its pilots learned to listen to a sound no training manual had ever emphasized: the rising whine of a Merlin running too hot.
It was the sound of a mission collapsing in real time.
The sound of a pilot's world shrinking to a single gauge.
And for many men, it was the beginning of their final minutes. One of those men was Lieutenant Robert Hayes.
On May 19, 1944, Hayes rolled his P-51 Mustang into a strafing pass over a German convoy near Reims. His .50 caliber rounds lit the lead truck on fire, scattering soldiers along the roadside. As he pulled out of the dive, he felt a blunt kick beneath his left foot, as if someone had struck the floorboards from below. Then the temperature needle jumped. 5 degrees, 10, 15. He didn't need to smell the sweet trace of glycol to understand. The cooling system had taken a hit. At 4,000 feet, Hayes pointed his aircraft toward England. A white stream of vapor trailed behind him, visible from miles away. The liquid-cooled engine began its slow march toward failure.
He reduced power to minimum cruise. The temperature steadied at 106 degrees, barely survivable.
He calculated the distance home 40 minutes, the margin 4 degrees.
He had survived dogfights with BF-109s, but now he was racing a needle, climbing one tick at a time.
8 minutes later, it began rising again. Hayes pushed the nose down, trading altitude for airflow. The gauge paused at 108 degrees C, but the peace was temporary.
At 1 the engine began to vibrate.
At 114 degrees C, the vapor trail shifted from white to gray, burning coolant now.
At 116 degrees, 3 miles from Devon, the propeller suddenly stopped.
The silence hit him like a physical blow. But Hayes still had glide speed, still had altitude.
He coaxed the powerless Mustang over the airfield boundary, dropped the gear, and touched down hard but alive.
The engine was destroyed, the aircraft barely saved, the pilot shaking but breathing. A single rifle round had almost erased him.
2 weeks later, Lieutenant William Davis lived the same nightmare.
A pass over a German convoy near Caen, a hit he barely felt. A temperature jump he couldn't ignore, vapor pouring from the belly scoop. The desperate race home, and finally the inevitable engine seizure just miles from his base. He glided in, saving the airframe but sacrificing the engine, another Merlin ruined after running dry. For the ground crews, these weren't isolated scares. They were part of a pattern tightening like a noose. Between April and August 1944, the 8th Air Force lost 569 P-51 Mustang aircraft was Borsuk aircraft. 41% were lost during strafing missions. And most of those losses began the same way, with a puncture somewhere in the exposed web of the cooling system. A hole the size of a grain of rice, a trail of vapor, a pilot counting the seconds until the liquid-cooled engine locked solid.
No amount of courage could fight physics. And physics was claiming pilots faster than the enemy.
Long before historians traced the patterns on paper, the pilots of the 8th Air Force had already understood the quiet truth. Survival in the air often came down to the engine strapped in front of them. And in that battlefield of altitude, heat, and chance, not all fighters were created equal.
The P-47 Thunderbolt told one story. It absorbed punishment with the stubborn resilience of its air-cooled radial engine.
Pilots returned with cylinders shot away, fins, shattered cowlings bent into jagged metal. Yet the engines kept turning, kept hauling men home. No coolant meant no vulnerable arteries. Damage that would doom a P-51 Mustang barely slowed a Thunderbolt. The P-38 Lightning told another story. Twin engines, twin radiators, built-in redundancy. A Lightning could lose a cooling loop on one side and fly reliably on the other. Pilots called it the comfort of a second chance. Mustang pilots had no such luxury. When the cooling system began to fail, they weren't troubleshooting. They were calculating where they might die. This difference shaped your strategy whether headquarters admitted it or not. By mid-1944, when missions called for low-level strikes, rail yards, convoys, airfields, the U.S. command quietly leaned toward assigning P-47 units. It wasn't policy, it was survival math. A liquid-cooled engine simply could not take the hits that a radio could shrug off. And as losses mounted, ground crews and squadron leaders whispered the same phrase, use the machine built for the mission. Then came the visit from Edgar Schmood, the lead designer of the P-51 Mustang. He examined the wreckage, the torn coolant lines, the fragile radiators, and he did not deny what the crews already knew.
The weakness had always been there. It was the cost of the Mustang's speed, its range, its precision.
Armor? The radiator thickened the lines, redesigned the airflow, and you lose the fighter that turned the air, war over Europe. A technical bulletin soon followed from Wright Field. Double clamp every joint check lines after each mission, reduced power after suspected hits. But it offered no real fix because none existed without rebuilding the aircraft from the inside out. And that became the quiet lesson of the war.
Great machines win battles.
But their weaknesses, especially the ones engineered into them, shape how those battles are fought and who survives them. The P-51 Mustang, brilliant as it was, forced commanders, engineers, and pilots to confront a truth as old as warfare. A single flaw in a single design can echo across an entire theater. When the guns went quiet and Europe began to rebuild, the men who had lived inside the war carried their memories the way a pilot carries altitude, carefully, knowing the smallest shift could change everything. For the mechanics and airmen who served alongside the P-51 Mustang, that memory came with the scent of glycol and the sound of an engine slipping past its final degree. The war ended, the machines were retired, but the truth of that fragile cooling system never faded. Robert Mitchell returned to Los Angeles and spent 4 decades repairing cars in a small garage tucked behind a row of storefronts.
He rarely spoke about his wartime work. When people asked, he simply said he had been a mechanic in the service.
He never mentioned the 19 pilots he had watched walk toward a sleek fighter powered by a liquid-cooled engine that could be undone by a single bullet. He never described the late nights tightening clamps, the mornings waiting for a formation to return, or the hollow silence of counting empty spaces on the ramp. Others carried the weight differently. Lieutenant Robert Hayes went home to Iowa, married, raised a family, and flew commercial routes for nearly 4 decades. But every spring when April 21st came around, he thought of James Parker, the pilot who flew into a column of flak, with the same faith every Mustang pilot carried, trusting a machine that could outrun almost anything except its own vulnerability. Rodriguez stayed in the Air Force teaching young crew chiefs about jet engines. But he always told one story, the story of a fighter that was brilliant yet breakable, and the crews who tried to protect it. Years later, historians combed through the records, combat reports, maintenance logs, personal testimonies, and concluded what the crews had known in their bones. Hundreds of Mustangs had been lost, not to superior enemy aircraft, but to the delicate architecture surrounding a single cooling system. The price of range and speed had been measured in human lives. And still the legend of the P-51 Mustang endured because history remembers what a machine achieved, not always what it cost. But perhaps its greatest legacy lies in the question it leaves behind. How should a nation weigh performance against protection? How many lives should be risked for innovation that wins battles but leaves no margin for error? If these stories move you, if the sacrifices behind the machines matter to you, join the conversation. Share what you believe the real lesson of the Mustang is. And if you want to explore more untold histories, more victories shaped by courage, more losses shaped by design, subscribe and stay with us.
The war may be over, but the history is still being written.
There are moments in war when a pilot sits alone with a machine and realizes the next few seconds may decide not only his fate, but the fate of every man who will ever fly that aircraft again. In February 1944, as winter winds scraped across the Bell Aircraft Factory in Buffalo, a Soviet test pilot lowered himself into the cockpit of an American machine he barely trusted. The engineers around him argued quietly, tensely about whether this flight might kill him. They spoke of numbers, tolerances, margins of safety. But Andrei Kochetkov had flown enough aircraft to know when something felt wrong. And this one felt wrong. What he sat inside would become known as the P-63 King Cobra, an American World War II fighter built not for American pilots, but for men fighting half a world away. On paper, it promised to be everything its troubled predecessor, the P-39 AIR Cobra, was not. In reality, no one yet knew the truth. Was it a savior or another coffin with wings? Before we can understand whether the P-63 deserves a place among the great World War II dogfighters, we must follow the man who dared to test it at the edge of a spin that almost took his life.
War has a way of exposing the truth about machines.
On the Eastern Front, that truth had been brutal. Long before the P-63 King Cobra appeared, Soviet pilots had learned to fear its predecessor, the P-39 AIR Cobra, another American World War II fighter, whose design placed the engine behind the cockpit and the cannon through the propeller hub. At low altitude, it was fast, heavily armed, and capable of killing German fighters with a single, well-placed burst. But it carried a hidden flaw, one that revealed itself without warning, a vicious, unrecoverable flat spin. To Soviet pilots, the AIR Cobra was both a weapon and a gamble. They respected its firepower, even admired its rugged frame and warm cockpit during the minus 40-degree winters. Yet they flew it knowing that a simple mistake, an over-aggressive maneuver, a momentary lapse while chasing a Messerschmitt could send the aircraft flipping into a spin no pilot could escape. Doors jammed, controls locked. Stories spread across regiments about men who never returned from routine training flights. The AIR Cobra earned a grim nickname, the Flying Coffin. Still, the Soviets kept flying it. They had no choice. In 1943, they were fighting for survival against the Luftwaffe, and every fighter Soviet built or Lend-Lease was thrown into the sky. Officially, the P-39 was supposed to be used only in the Far East under the Lend-Lease agreement, not against Germany. Unofficially, entire regiments slipped them into combat on the Western Front. German pilots began reporting encounters with unfamiliar mid-engine fighters. Some thought they were captured American aircraft. Others believed the Americans were secretly aiding the Soviets. The truth was simpler. The Red Air Force was desperate, and desperation ignores paperwork. So when Bell Aircraft introduced a new machine, a supposedly improved successor to the AIR Cobra, the Soviet Union paid attention. The new fighter was larger, stronger, more powerful. Its name would be P-63 King Cobra, and on paper it promised to fix the Air Cobra's worst sins: better high-altitude performance, improved handling, stronger structure, and refined weaponry. America tested it, compared it to the P-51 Mustang, and decided it did not meet their needs.
For American doctrine for long-range escort, the Mustang was king. So the United States ordered the P-63 into production, mostly for export. The Soviets refused to accept it blindly. They had lost too many pilots to spin accidents to trust any mid-engine design again. They insisted on sending their own experts, men who would not be swayed by charts or optimistic test reports. One was engineer Fedor Saprun, a man who understood how a few misplaced kilograms could doom a fighter. The other was a calm, sharp-minded pilot, Andrei Kochetkov, already veteran of more than 2,000 flight hours, a man unafraid to push an aircraft until it either obeyed or tried to kill him. Together they traveled to Buffalo, New York, not to praise a new marvel of aviation, but to find out whether this American World War II fighter would save Soviet lives or become the next tragedy disguised as a World War II dogfighter. When Andrei Kochetkov first lifted the P-63 King Cobra off the runway at Buffalo, the fighter seemed eager to impress. It climbed cleanly, rolled smoothly, and responded with the crispness expected of a new American World War II fighter. Yet beneath the polished surface, something felt unsettled. Kochetkov described it later as a subtle weight behind him, a whisper of imbalance rather than a shout, just enough to warn a seasoned pilot that this aircraft carried secrets. He knew the next step was unavoidable. The Soviet Air Force needed to understand the aircraft's behavior at the edge of the envelope, where a true World War II dogfighter either proves itself or betrays its pilot. Either. So Kochetkov requested spin testing. Bell's engineers resisted. The aircraft had already passed American evaluations. It wasn't meant to fight for the United States, so why risk damaging it? But Kochetkov insisted, and eventually the Americans relented, cautiously, reluctantly. At 12,000 feet, he pulled the P-63 into a deliberate spin entry rudder and power-reduced nose dropping into rotation. The first seconds were routine. Then the routine ended. As Kochetkov applied recovery controls opposite rudder forward stick, the aircraft ignored him. The spin flattened. The nose refused to drop. The world outside began to circle in a wide, sickening rotation, silent except for the growing strain in the airframe. He tried again. Full opposite rudder, forward stick to the limit. Neutral ailerons. Nothing. The P-63 King Cobra wasn't recovering. It was sinking in a wide, deadly spiral, the same kind that had killed so many P-39 pilots. The structure creaked under the loads as though the tail were being twisted apart. At 5,000 feet, Kochetkov prepared to bail out. He reached for the door handle, knowing all too well that the centrifugal force might trap him inside. And then suddenly the nose dropped. Not because of anything he had done, simply because the airflow changed as he fell through the sky. The King Cobra pulled itself out of the spin just in time. Back on the ground, Bell's engineers inspected the fighter and found what Kochetkov already knew. The rear fuselage had buckled. The metal had bent under stress that the aircraft should have survived. Saprun studied the design data and revealed the deeper truth. The center of gravity, once fuel and ammunition were added, shifted too far aft. In a spin, the mass behind the cockpit overpowered the pilot's control authority. No skill could fix physics. What followed was an unusual partnership. American engineers and Soviet specialists worked side by side to reposition equipment, add ballast, reinforce structure, improve armor, move the cannon forward, and expand ammunition supply. When Kochetkov tested the modified model, the fighter behaved differently. Still tail-heavy but predictable. It no longer tried to kill him. For the first time, the P-63 King Cobra felt like what it was meant to be: a rugged, maneuverable American World War II fighter, ready to become a formidable World War II dogfighter, but only after being reshaped by the men who had nearly died discovering its flaws. The journey of the P-63 King Cobra did not end on a test range in Buffalo. For Soviet pilots to fly it in war, the aircraft had to survive a far harsher trial. One fought not against enemy fighters, but against the brutal, indifferent geography of the far north. The ferry route that carried the King Cobra from America to the Soviet Union was one of the most dangerous air corridors of the Second World War. Pilots took off from Buffalo and crossed the continental United States before turning north through Canada. From Edmonton to Fort Nelson, from Watson Lake to Whitehorse, the airfields were little more than outposts carved into wilderness. Navigation aids were primitive. Weather changed without warning. Clouds swallowed mountain peaks whole. Many of the men ferrying these machines were young Americans who had never flown in such conditions. Engines failed in sub-zero temperatures. Aircraft vanished into valleys wrapped in fog. Some pilots simply disappeared across the Northwest staging route, their American World War II fighter buried forever under snow and rock. Then came Alaska Fairbanks, then Nome, and beyond it, the most unforgiving stretch of all the Bering Strait. 55 miles of freezing water, no emergency landing sites, no reliable radio guidance. If a pilot went down here, he lasted minutes. Soviet crews took over at Fairbanks, flying the final leg into Siberia, where even the airfields themselves were hazards, icy runways, crude maintenance, and storms that could trap aircraft for days. By late 1944, hundreds of P-63 King Cobra fighters reached Soviet territory. Officially, they were destined for the Far East. Unofficially, whispers began to circulate reports from German pilots claiming to see unfamiliar mid-engine fighters over East Prussia and the Courland pocket. Soviet memoirs written decades later hinted that some elite regiments quietly replaced their P-39s with the improved King Cobras. No paperwork confirmed it, but battles rarely wait for bureaucracy, and war often leaves its traces in memory rather than archives. What history can confirm is that in August 1945, the King Cobra finally fought openly. When the Soviet Union launched its massive offensive against Japan in Manchuria and northern Korea, the P-63 went into combat at low altitude at its natural domain. Here, the aircraft became the World War II dogfighter it was meant to be. Its roll rate allowed lightning-fast reversals. Its armor saved pilots who flew through small arms fire. Its 37mm cannon shattered Japanese aircraft and tore apart ground targets with brutal efficiency. One engagement stands out. Lieutenant Myron Nichenko led a flight of P-63s over the Sea of Japan, spotting Ki-43 Hayabusas escorting bombers he attacked from above. His first burst cannon and 50 caliber fire blew a Japanese fighter apart. When another dove on him, he snapped into a hard left roll using the King Cobra's unmatched agility to meet the attacker head on. Both pilots fired. Bullets tore into Nichenko's wing, but his own rounds struck the enemy's engine, sending it trailing smoke as it fled. By the end of the Manchurian campaign, the P-63 King Cobra had proven itself in roles America never envisioned. Rugged, lethal at low altitude, flexible enough to fight to escort to strike. A true American World War II fighter, but one whose legacy belonged almost entirely to another nation. In the United States, the story of the P-63 King Cobra unfolded along a very different path. To American planners, the war in the skies demanded high-altitude endurance fighters that could shepherd bomber formations deep into Germany and back. For that mission, the P-51 Mustang reigned without challenge. It was faster, more efficient, and ideally suited to the long-range escort role. Within that framework, the King Cobra never had a chance. It was judged by standards it wasn't designed to meet, and so the United States quietly set it aside. But America still found a use for this unusual American World War II fighter. If it would not fight in Europe or the Pacific, it would be flown in one of the most dangerous training programs ever devised, Operation Pinball. Here, specially modified RP-63s became armored bright orange flying targets, used to train the gunners who defended B-17s and B-25s. The concept was simple. The reality was anything but. As gunners fired frangible 50 caliber rounds, pilots inside the RP-63s felt every strike reverberate like a hammer against steel. Even with heavy armor, mistakes could be fatal. Yet Operation Pinball saved lives. Hit rates improved dramatically, and bomber crews learned discipline under fire. In this unexpected role, the P-63 King Cobra became part of a chain of survival stretching across continents. Meanwhile, the broader world struggled to place the aircraft within the hierarchy of wartime aviation. In the West, it lacked the glamour of the Mustang or Thunderbolt. It produced no celebrated aces, no iconic photographs, no headlines. The Soviets, for their part, buried much of the King Cobra's combat record behind Cold War secrecy. They downplayed Lend-Lease support, minimized American contributions, and allowed the aircraft's role to fade into shadows. Yet when historians examine the fragments, German reports describing unfamiliar fighters, Soviet veterans recalling machines that defied official records, Japanese accounts of low-altitude battles in Manchuria, a different picture emerges. The King Cobra may not have shaped American air doctrine, but it profoundly shaped Soviet operations in the final phase of the war. From the American viewpoint, the P-63 King Cobra was an unproven concept, overshadowed by better-known designs. From the Soviet viewpoint, it was a rugged, maneuverable World War II dogfighter that arrived at the right moment and did exactly what their battlefield demanded. And from a global viewpoint,
It remains a reminder that the success of an aircraft sometimes depends less on where it was built and more on where it was needed. In the end, the story of the P-63 King Cobra is not the story of an aircraft that won headlines or carved its name into the great air battles of Europe. It is the story of a machine whose value was revealed quietly through the hands of test pilots. The calculations of engineers, the courage of ferry crews crossing frozen wilderness, and the determination of Soviet aviators who learned to fight with it at treetop height. It was shaped not by glory, but by necessity. When we ask whether it was the best American World War II fighter, we must first ask what best means. For the United States, with its need for long-range escorts, powerful high-altitude performance, and global logistics, the answer was simple. The P-51 Mustang was unmatched. The King Cobra could not compete in that arena. It was never meant to. But war is not one arena, it is many. On the Eastern Front, where battles unfolded, below 10,000 feet, where agility mattered more than altitude, where survival often depended on rugged construction and decisive bursts of firepower, the equation changed. In those conditions, the P-63 King Cobra became something else entirely. A knife-sharp turner, a fast roller, a durable attacker, a World War II dogfighter built in America, but perfected through Soviet experience. Its legacy is not measured in kill scores or aces. It is measured in the Soviet pilots who came home because the aircraft no longer spun them into the ground. It is measured in the American gunners who survived combat after training against glowing orange RP-63s. It is measured in the unlikely partnership between two nations whose cooperation was temporary tactical and yet in this case life-saving. History often remembers the pilots who shot the enemy down. It remembers fewer of those who prevented machines from killing their own men. Andrei Kochetkov never received medals or public honor for discovering the flaw that nearly cost him his life. Yet his insistence on truth hands on the control's mind against the numbers saved countless others. His legacy lives inside every King Cobra that flew safely because he refused to look away. So was the P-63 King Cobra, the best American dogfighter of the war. Perhaps not for America, but for the battlefield it truly belonged to, for the men who trusted it at low altitude, who fought with it and survived because of it. It might have been exactly the machine they needed. If this story resonates with you, we invite you to share your thoughts. Did the King Cobra earn its place among the great fighters of the Second World War? Your perspective matters and your voice helps keep these histories alive. The fog was so thick that morning that the world seemed reduced to a dim circle of cold glass and humming engines. A PBY Catalina drifted through that Aleutian haze on July 10, 1942, its crew flying blind over a landscape they could barely imagine, much less see. The wind pushed low clouds against the barren slopes below, and every officer on board knew that one wrong bearing out here meant vanishing into the Pacific without a trace. Machinist, mate Albert Knack pressed his face to the window, scanning the gray void for any sign of land. Then he saw an impossible shape in a lonely valley half a mile inland. An airplane, upside down, tail jutting toward the sky. The red circle of the rising sun still bright against the grass. A Japanese Zero fighter, whole enough to be almost eerie, as if it had simply fallen asleep in the marsh. None of the men aboard the Catalina knew that this moment of chance, born from fog fatigue and a pilot's dead reckoning error, would give America something it desperately lacked in the Pacific War, a way to understand the machine that had been cutting down U.S. pilots at staggering rates. What secret could one fallen aircraft hold? And how could that secret, later called the Akutan Zero, rewrite the balance of the sky? In the first months of the Pacific War, American pilots learned fear in the sky. It arrived not as a rumor or a distant threat, but as a living, twisting presence. The Japanese Zero fighter, a machine that seemed to break the rules of physics. When the Zero swept into the Philippines on December 8, 1941, it climbed at angles U.S. pilots had never seen, rolled with impossible agility, and stayed airborne long after American aircraft had to turn home. Within days, formations that had trained for years were reduced to thin smoke, drifting over Clark Field. To those who survived, the Zero felt less like a machine and more like a predator. Captain Jesus Villamor, flying an obsolete P-26, watched them carve through his squadron in tight spirals no American fighter could match. Lieutenant Randall Keeter scored one of the earliest U.S. victories, but even he returned to a runway littered with wreckage, 18 P-40s destroyed before their wheels had left the ground. For every Zero shot down, 10 American fighters fell. By January 1942, the unofficial tactic was humiliation in plain language. If you see a Zero, dive away. Don't climb, don't turn, survive. Part of the disaster came from misunderstanding. American manuals dismissed Japanese engineering as crude imitation, insisting the enemy lacked the skill for modern aviation design. The Japanese Zero fighter, built light and ruthless, was unlike anything American tacticians had studied. Its pilots, many hardened over China since 1937, arrived with years of combat experience. Yet adaptation often begins with a single mind refusing to accept defeat. So Thack spent his evenings at his kitchen table moving matchsticks like miniature fighters across an imaginary sky. From that quiet work came a new formation. Two pairs of fighters instead of a rigid three-plane group weaving toward one another in a defensive cross. The beam defense position, which pilots later called the Thack weave, forced the Zero into a dilemma. Midway would prove it. As torpedo bombers of VT-3 flew into a storm of Japanese fighters on June 4, 1942, Thack and his small escort of Wildcats turned into the attack. Thack's weave worked again and again, but victory was a hollow thing. His Wildcats survived. The torpedo bombers did not. Not a single torpedo struck a Japanese ship. America had a tactic to stay alive, but it still lacked what mattered most: knowledge of the Zero itself. The kind of knowledge that Akutan Zero would soon deliver, unexpected, intact, and world-changing. Far from Midway's burning horizon, another chapter of the Pacific War was unfolding in the cold, wind-scoured Aleutians. While fleets clashed in the Central Pacific, the Japanese carrier Ryujo launched a smaller diversionary strike northward, an effort meant to confuse American commanders and stretch their defenses. Among the pilots assigned to this mission was Petty Officer First Class Tadayoshi Koga, a 19-year-old aviator scarcely taller than the cockpit he flew in. He had grown up in rural Japan, the son of a carpenter, and had mastered the Japanese Zero fighter the way a craftsman knows his tools, instinctively, precisely, almost reverently. On June 4, 1942, Koga's three-plane section approached Dutch Harbor through low clouds. The Americans threw everything they had into the sky: machine gun fire from ships, rifle fire from shore, bursts of desperation reaching upward. 150 caliber bullet tore through the Zero's oil line, leaving a dark spray over the Aleutian air. Koga watched his oil pressure fall and knew the arithmetic of engine failure: minutes left, maybe less. Ahead lay Akutan Island, designated by the Japanese as an emergency landing site. Koga lowered his landing gear. His wingman, Petty Officer Tsugo Shikata, instantly sensed danger. The grass below glistened with an unnatural sheen. It wasn't firm earth. It was bog waterlogged soil, hidden beneath a carpet of summer green. His wheels touched the grass and sank instantly. The Zero pitched forward. The aircraft flipped, slammed down, inverted, and came to rest with its tail pointing toward the sky. Koga died instantly, his neck broken by the violent deceleration. Shikata and the section leader, Chief Petty Officer Makoto Endo, circled helplessly overhead. But the cockpit was inverted and the glass was too coated with mud to see inside. In that suspended moment, human loyalty outweighing military doctrine, they broke off and returned to Ryujo, leaving the wreck untouched. For 36 days, the wreck lay undisturbed, sinking slowly into the marsh as fog moved in and out like a tide of ghosts. The Zero waited, perfectly preserved by cold and silence, its secrets intact. A secret. The Americans would soon uncover one that would transform this lonely crash site into the birthplace of the Akutan Zero, the single most consequential captured aircraft of the entire Pacific War. The Aleutian fog had hidden Koga's wreck for more than a month, but chance, just as it had shaped the crash, would reveal it. On July 10th, 1942, Lieutenant William Thies and his PBY Catalina crew wandered through the mist, lost short on visibility and running out of patience with the brutal weather. Their mission should have taken them along a standard patrol route near Dutch Harbor, but dead reckoning in the Aleutians was often a polite name for guesswork. When the clouds briefly parted, machinist mate Albert Knack spotted something impossible. A fully intact Japanese Zero fighter, upside down in a lonely green valley. A recovery team landed the next day, hiking through wet tundra and ankle-deep mud until they reached the overturned fighter. Inside, they found Koga's remains still strapped into the cockpit. The men buried him on a small rise overlooking the crash site. No chaplain, no ceremony, just a quiet acknowledgement that even an enemy pilot deserved a grave. Only then did they fully examine the aircraft. Bullet holes were few. The engine looked healthy. The frame was bent but not broken. This was no shattered wreck. It was the airframe American intelligence had begged for since the first day of the Pacific War, a complete Japanese Zero fighter that could be studied, repaired, and flown. Recovering it proved harder than finding it. The Aleutian tides tore anchors from the salvaged ship. Winds clawed at cranes. Crews laid planks across the marsh-rigged steel cables under the fuselage and fought the island itself. After days of effort, the mud finally relented. The Zero was hauled upright, drained, and dragged inch by inch to the coast.
From Dutch Harbor, it traveled by transport ship to Seattle, then south to Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego.
There, behind 12-foot walls and armed guards, the aircraft was dismantled, cleaned, measured, and repaired. Every bolt was documented, every control linkage studied. At last, the machine stood whole again, reborn but unmistakably still. The aircraft Koga had flown. On September 20, 1942, Lieutenant Commander Eddie Sanders climbed into the cockpit for the first American flight of the Akutan Zero. On takeoff, the aircraft leapt forward astonishingly light. Above 200 knots, the ailerons stiffened, then nearly froze. In a negative G dive, the carburetor starved and the engine sputtered towards silence. America now had what it had lacked since the war began: a map of the Zero's strengths and its fatal weaknesses. And that knowledge, painstakingly extracted from the Akutan Zero, was about to reshape the air war across the entire Pacific War. The true power of the Akutan Zero did not emerge in a laboratory or inside a classified report. It emerged in the air, where young pilots, many barely out of training, finally saw with their own eyes how to fight the machine that had terrorized them since the beginning of the Pacific War.
Sanders' flight data was invaluable, but the Navy understood that numbers alone would not save lives.
Pilots needed something visceral, undeniable, and unforgettable. They needed to face the Zero itself. Lieutenant Melvin Boogie Hoffman was chosen for that task. Flying the captured fighter in a series of demonstrations over San Diego Bay, he showed new aviators exactly what the Japanese Zero fighter could do, and more importantly, what it could not. At low speeds, the Zero danced around the slower Wildcats with contemptuous ease, turning inside them as if tracing circles on the sky. Students learned quickly any pilot who tried to dogfight a Zero on its terms was already dead. Starting thousands of feet below the Americans, he tried to follow as they dove past 250 knots. The Akutan Zero struggled, sluggish in the roll, fighting its own airflow flow. By the time Hoffman leveled out, the Wildcats were already climbing away. A simple rule emerged: speed was life. But the most shocking lesson came from the negative G escape. The American pilot pushed the stick forward into a sharp downward brake. The Zero's engine coughed, shuddered, and lost power exactly as Sanders had warned. The students could see the smoke trail with their own eyes. The message could not have been clearer. These demonstrations spread across the fleet. Pilots repeated the lessons aboard carriers in briefing rooms and in late-night conversations before combat sorties. And by early 1943, the results were unmistakable. The kill ratio that had once favored Japan began to tighten. Then it shifted, then it collapsed. Veterans like Kenneth Walsh and Robert Hansen credited their survival to the tactics born from the Akutan Zero. Japanese commanders, meanwhile, wondered why their proven techniques were suddenly failing. They saw newer American aircraft, but did not realize the deeper truth the U.S. now understood: the Zero better than they did. In the end, the Akutan Zero had done more than reveal the weaknesses of a single fighter. It had rewritten the balance of the air war across the entire Pacific War. The story of the Akutan Zero does not end with triumphant headlines or a museum centerpiece. Instead, it fades into the quieter lives of the men who crossed paths with it. Pilots, mechanics, officers, most of whom never received recognition for the role they played in changing the Pacific War. Lieutenant William Thias, who first flew over the wreck in that shroud of illusion fog, finished the war without fanfare. Machinist mate Albert Knack returned home and worked as a mechanic, unaware that his quick glance out a cold window had altered history. Lieutenant Robert Kerms, who buried Koga with dignity, spent the rest of his career in salvage operations, never knowing how pivotal that intact fighter would become. Eddie Sanders, whose test flights exposed the Zero's true nature, went on to shape naval aviation into the Cold War era. Melvin Hoffman trained generations of pilots, teaching them lessons learned directly from the Japanese Zero fighter he once flew. And John Thack, the tactician, whose weave saved countless lives, rose to the rank of admiral, forever linked to the doctrine that helped neutralize Japan's early advantage. Then there is Tadayoshi Koga, the young aviator at the center of it all, whose story remained incomplete for decades.
He died alone in a freezing valley thousands of miles from home, yet the aircraft he piloted would echo across the entire Pacific War.
Historians on both sides later agreed losing the Akutan airframe was a strategic blow nearly as severe as the defeat at Midway. In 1945, during a routine day on the tarmac at North Island, a helldiver skidded out of control and tore through the fuselage of the Akutan Zero.
No dramatic blaze, no final flight, just the quiet destruction of a machine that had already given everything it could.
But legacy is not measured in metal. It survives in the tactics pilots trusted in the training that saved their lives. A single moment of compassion from two Japanese wingmen who could not bring themselves to fire on their friend unleashed a chain of consequences that reshaped the air war. War is often remembered for its grand strategies and mighty fleets. Yet sometimes history turns because of fog chance in the human heart. And in the case of the Akutan Zero, those small fragile moments changed the sky over the Pacific forever. The morning sky over New Guinea was a muted sheet of silver, the kind that blurs the horizon and hides danger in its folds. Pilots had learned to fear that kind of sky. For a year, it belonged to the Japanese Zero Fast Agile and undefeated across the Pacific War. On most days, American pilots climbed into their cockpits, knowing they were outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and often outmatched. But on this morning, something felt different. 12 P-38 Lightning fighters rose through the humid air, their twin-boom silhouettes cutting clean lines against the clouds. Among them was a quiet young man from Wisconsin, a pilot whose face still held the softness of farm country, but whose instincts carried a sharpness the Pacific Theater had not yet seen.
He said nothing unusual.
He made no heroic speech. Yet the moment his P-38's engines settled into their steady roar, the balance of the air war began to shift. Before the day was over, Japanese pilots would speak of an American fighter ace who fought with impossible precision, someone who struck fast, disappeared, and returned from angles no one anticipated. Who was P-'s pilot? And how did he rise from obscurity to become the most feared man in the Pacific sky? Long before the Pacific War carved its scars across the ocean, Richard Bong learned the quiet disciplines that would one day shape an American fighter ace. He grew up in the cold winds and tall pines of northern Wisconsin on a modest farm where work came with no shortcuts and no excuses. Each morning began with frost on the fields and ended with the quiet hum of rural life, chores, school, the rhythm of a family that valued duty over comfort. It was in 1928 when Bong was 8 years old that destiny first circled overhead. Mail planes bound for President Calvin Coolidge's summer retreat passed directly above the Bong farm, their engines rumbling like distant thunder. Other children might have watched and forgotten. Bong did not. In later letters, he wrote that something in him changed, that summer flying was no longer a dream. It became a direction. By high school, he was known for sharp observation and calm judgment traits, uncommon in someone his age.
He excelled academically, but it was his marksmanship and patience in the Wisconsin woods that revealed a deeper instinct and understanding of angles, timing, and the importance of waiting for the perfect moment.
These would become the foundations of his aerial combat philosophy. When he joined the civilian pilot training program in 1938, instructors noted a quality that could not be taught. Bong seemed to see the sky differently.
He did not merely control an aircraft, he anticipated its behavior.
His solo flight on his 20th birthday confirmed it. He handled the Piper Cub with a balance of confidence and humility, absorbing every detail as if the air itself were speaking to him. The world changed in 1941, 6 months before Pearl Harbor. Bong enlisted in the Army Air Corps Aviation Cadet Program. At Luke Field, Arizona, he trained under officers who would later become legends in their own right, including Captain Barry Goldwater. Goldwater remembered him not only for accuracy with a machine gun, but for the analytical mind that evaluated each burst of fire like a mathematician studying an equation. Still, nothing prepared Bong more than the first time he sat inside the cockpit of the P-38 Lightning. Its twin engines growled with a promise of speed and reach unmatched in the Pacific Theater. Many pilots feared its complexity. Bong embraced it. He understood immediately that the Lightning's strength's altitude acceleration and concentrated nose-mounted firepower were exactly what an American fighter ace would need against the Japanese Zero.
But the Pacific War did not wait for anyone to be fully ready.
By mid-1942, Bong found himself on the edge of an air war that America was still struggling to understand. The jungles of New Guinea stretched out beneath him like an endless green wall, and the Japanese Zero owned the sky with brutal confidence. What Richard Bong carried into that theater was not experience. It was something older, disciplined patience, and a young man's quiet belief that courage meant doing one's job even when the odds tilted the wrong way. When Richard Bong arrived in the South Pacific, he stepped into a world where the Japanese Zero dictated every engagement. The Zero was lighter, more agile, and at low altitude nearly untouchable. Many American pilots learned this the hard way. But the Pacific War was changing, and so were the tactics that would decide its future. Initially assigned to a unit flying outdated P-40 Warhawks, Bong was temporarily attached to the 39th Fighter Squadron so he could fly the P-38 Lightning in actual combat.
It was a decision that altered the trajectory of the air war. Under Captain Thomas Lynch, a rising tactician in the Pacific Theater, Bong absorbed lessons that would define the next generation of American fighter aces. Never turn with a Japanese Zero. Control altitude. Attack once with purpose, then vanish. On December 27, 1942, he put those lessons into practice for the first time. The sky over Buna was crowded with 40 Japanese aircraft, a mass of bombers guarded by fighters that had ruled the region for a year. Only 12 P-38s rose to meet them. Bong positioned himself above the formation, waited for a small opening, and dove. His first target, a Zero, chasing his commander, disintegrated under a precise burst at close range. His second, a Key 43 Oscar, fell moments later. Japanese reports later described a twin-boom fighter attacking with a coordination they had not seen before. They did not know the pilot's name, but they felt the shift. Over the next days, Bong engaged in a series of brutal encounters along the New Britain coast. He refused to dogfight in the traditional sense. Instead, he fought vertically, climbing, diving, using the P-38 Lightning's speed to break free from the Zero's turning circle. His fifth kill came during an escort mission, a difficult deflection shot taken at long range while both aircraft twisted violently. It made him an American fighter ace, but it was only the beginning. By April 1943, Bong had earned 10 victories and a reputation for calm, controlled aggression. He fired only when the shot was certain. He never chased too far, and he always returned with the same methodical debrief notes, angles, timing, mistakes, improvements. Pilots began to study him as much as they admired him. Then came July 26, 1943, near Leh. A formation of 20 Japanese fighters approached, followed by 15 more reinforcements. The odds were overwhelming. The smart move, as Bong's own wingman later wrote, would have been to wait for support. Instead, he led 3 successive attacks into the heart of the enemy formation. On his first pass, he destroyed 2 aircraft with short surgical bursts. On the second, he split the formation and claimed 2 more. His wingmen said he seemed to track multiple opponents at once, guiding their movements while executing his own. When the smoke cleared, 10 Japanese aircraft were down. 4 had fallen to Bong. None of the P-38s were lost. It was in battles like these that the legend began. Japanese pilots started warning each other about a twin-boom fighter with red wingtips, a machine flown by a man they called the Ghost. Richard Bong was no longer simply a skilled pilot. He was becoming the most feared American fighter ace in the Pacific War. By the summer of 1943, Richard Bong was no longer just a promising pilot. He was a rising force in the Pacific War. With 15 victories, he was promoted to captain, though he wore the new rank with quiet discomfort. Fame had begun to follow him, carried across the ocean in dispatches that praised an American fighter ace who fought with unmatched precision in the P-38 Lightning. Yet Bong remained focused on the one thing that mattered to him, doing his job and bringing his men home alive. What set him apart was not bravado, but restraint. Many pilots chase glory. Bong chased certainty. He refused to fire unless the shot was perfect. He refused to risk his wingmen for a chance at another kill. In a war that often rewarded aggression, he chose discipline and survived because of it. Then almost abruptly, the war gave him a brief reprieve. In late 1943, General Kenney sent Bong home for rest, though the deeper purpose was clear. Losing America's top prospect in the Pacific would have been a blow to morale. During that leave, Bong met Marjorie Vatndal, a young woman from his home region whose intelligence and warmth disarmed him more thoroughly than any Zero pilot ever could. Their connection was immediate. When Bong returned to combat in 1944, he carried her photograph on the nose of his P-38 Lightning, a gesture that made the aircraft known across the squadron as Marge. It became one of the most recognizable fighters in the Pacific Theater. But even symbols are fragile. In March 1944, another pilot flying Marge suffered an engine failure and crashed into the New Guinea jungle. Bong never saw his namesake aircraft again. For a man who rarely revealed emotion, the loss hit deeper than he admitted. Yet he continued flying, mounting Marge's photograph inside the cockpit of whichever Lightning he was assigned. April 1944 marked another turning point. With his 27th victory, he surpassed Eddie Rickenbacker's World War I record, becoming the highest-scoring American fighter ace in history. Letters poured in, newspapers celebrated him. Life magazine published his photograph. Americans finally had a hero to champion in a war whose early years had felt uncertain. Bong appreciated the praise but wanted none of the spotlight. He wrote to Marge that he felt guilty being away from his squadron, guilty standing on stages while others risked their lives in the Pacific War. Yet the tour achieved its purpose. War bond sales surged, enlistments rose, and workers in American factories found renewed motivation, knowing pilots like Bong depended on their hands.
When he returned to the Pacific in late 1944, General Kenny reassigned him to headquarters as an advanced gunnery instructor.
He was allowed to fly, but not to seek combat.
Bong immediately found the loophole. If combat found him, he could respond. And combat found him often. The skies over the Philippines had become a crucible of desperate resistance. Japanese fighters, dwindling in number, fought with increasing ferocity, and kamikaze attacks pressed American forces to their limits. Through these months, Bong's victories climbed to 30, then 35, and finally 40, all confirmed by gun camera footage and witness reports. His attacks remained the same close-range bursts, 2 or 3 seconds at most, followed by a steep climb out of danger. It was methodical, deadly, and uniquely his. On December 12, 1944, General Douglas MacArthur presented him the Medal of Honor at Tacloban Airfield.
5 days later, Bong scored his 40th kill.
Both Kenny and MacArthur agreed his war was over.
He had given more than enough.
Richard Bong left the Pacific War as America's undisputed ace of aces. But history was not finished with him. From the American perspective, Richard Bong's rise offered something the nation desperately needed: proof that the United States could outthink and outfight a seasoned enemy in the Pacific War. Newspapers called him the Ace of Aces, a title that carried both admiration and weight. Factories hung his photograph near assembly lines. Workers tightening bolts on P-38 Lightning engines reminded one another, this is for men like Bong. In a conflict thousands of miles from home, he became a symbol of American precision, discipline, and quiet resolve. Yet Bong himself never embraced the role. In letters to Marge, he admitted discomfort with public attention. He felt out of place at speeches and ceremonies, believing that the real burden of the war was carried by those who remained in the Pacific theater. This humility only amplified the respect he commanded back home. To many Americans, he represented an ideal, the citizen warrior who fought because duty required it, not because glory beckoned. Across the ocean, however, the name Richard Bong carried a very different meaning. Japanese pilots began warning new aviators about a twin-boom fighter with red wingtips of P-38 Lightning flown by a man they nicknamed the Ghost. After-action reports in the final years of the Pacific War reveal a shift from confidence to anxiety. The Japanese Zero had dominated early battles, but it was designed for maneuverability, not durability. Against Bong's energy tactics, high-altitude approaches, steep diving attacks, and rapid disengagement, the Zero stood little chance. Saburo Sakai, one of Japan's most respected aces, later admitted that the appearance of the P-38 changed the psychological balance of the war. American pilots could now choose the terms of engagement. They could strike from above, break contact, and return when conditions favored them. The Japanese Zero was forced into a defensive posture it had never been designed for. Bong's influence extended far beyond his personal victories. His combat reports became instructional material. His close-range firing philosophy, wait close to distance, then fire a controlled burst, was woven into U.S. fighter training doctrine. He demonstrated that air superiority was not won through reckless pursuit, but through preparation, discipline, and analysis under pressure. By late 1944, both sides understood the truth. Richard Bong had reshaped the air war in the Pacific theater. He had become more than an American fighter ace. He was proof that mastery in the sky depended not only on the aircraft, but on the mind guiding it. For Richard Bong, the war ended not in the cockpit of his P-38 Lightning, but in the quiet sun of a California afternoon. On August 6, 1945, the same day the world learned of Hiroshima, America's greatest fighter pilot climbed into a jet that represented the future of aviation. The P-80 Shooting Star accelerated down the runway, lifted cleanly, and then faltered. A failing fuel pump, a split-second decision, and too little altitude to survive the fall. After more than 200 missions in the Pacific War, after defeating the Japanese Zero again and again, the Ace of Aces lost his life than sight of home. He was 24 years old. Across the United States, the news felt like a punctuation mark on the war, not triumphant, but somber. Marge Bong, married only 6 months, faced a grief that never fully softened. General Kenny attended the funeral himself, standing beside the family who had sent a quiet Wisconsin farm boy to fight in distant jungles. The community that raised him welcomed him home, but not in the way anyone had hoped. And yet Richard Bong's legacy did not end in that moment. His 40 confirmed victories remain an American record, a testament to a form of aerial combat that has passed into history: close-range gunfights, instinctive maneuvering, and the razor-thin line between survival and loss. Future wars would bring missiles, jets, and split-second engagements, but none would produce an American fighter ace with a tally like his. More important than the number was the method. Bong proved that the sky belonged not to the boldest pilot, but to the most disciplined. He taught that patience could defeat aggression, that preparation could overcome experience, and that protecting one's wingman was as vital as claiming a victory. Long after the Pacific War ended, these lessons shaped generations of American aviators. Today, memorials across the country bear his name. A restored P-38 Lightning stands in Superior, Wisconsin. Its twin booms, a silent reminder of the young man who once ruled the air from New Guinea to the Philippines. Even in 2024, when the crash site of Marge was rediscovered in the Papua New Guinea jungle, it felt less like an archaeological find and more like the final chapter of a story that still moves people 80 years later. History often remembers wars by their battles, but sometimes it remembers them by the individuals who carried extraordinary burdens with quiet dignity. If Richard Bong's story stays with you, consider sharing what you believe his greatest legacy is. And if you'd like to explore more moments that shaped the Pacific War and the pilots who fought it, I invite you to join us for the next chapter. The morning haze clung to the earth like a final warning, drifting through the cold air as engines growled awake across a field of steel. Diesel fumes mixed with the smell of wet soil, settling over rows of armored giants waiting in silence for the order to move. In that brief pause before the storm, every man understood that the next few moments could redraw the line between life and memory. Somewhere within that formation, one crew prepared their machine with a ritual precision born not from fear, but from the knowledge that hesitation cost lives on this front. They had seen how quickly the battlefield could shift, how the distance between hunter and hunted could collapse in seconds. And today, looming beyond the tree line, the enemy waited with weapons designed to outrange and outgun anything America could field. What drives a man to advance into that kind of fire, knowing the math of survival rarely favors him? What gives a crew the resolve to push forward when the wiser choice might be to hold back? As the engines roared and the ground trembled beneath 30 tons of moving armor, the answer to those questions would reveal itself in ways no doctrine had ever predicted. Before the first shot ever crossed the hedgerows of Normandy, the imbalance between American armor and German heavy tanks was already an undeniable truth. The Sherman was fast, reliable, and easy to repair, but it had been designed for a different kind of war, one where mobility mattered more than brute strength. On the Western Front of 1944, however, strength ruled. The Panthers and Tigers that guarded the German lines were built to dominate at long range, turning open fields into killing grounds where American crews rarely had the luxury of choosing how to fight. American doctrine tried to solve this mismatch with theory. Sherman units were taught to maneuver, to avoid frontal duels, to rely on numbers and artillery support. On paper, it made sense. In the chaos of the bocage, it did not. The hedgerows blocked lines of sight. Roads funneled tanks into predictable kill zones. And every moment spent searching for a flank was a moment when a German gunner could draw a bead on a moving silhouette. Crews quickly learned that doctrine rarely survived contact. They needed something more immediate, more instinctive, something that could bridge the gap between survival and catastrophe. That need shaped the men who would come to define a new way of fighting. Training had taught them the mechanics of their machine, but combat would teach them its soul. Drivers learned to feel the track tension through their boots. Gunners learned to judge a firing solution in the blink of an eye. Loaders memorized the weight of each round and the rhythm of the gun. In a Sherman, survival depended on turning 5 separate tasks into a single act, fast, fluid, and fearless. The first test came near Villers-Fossard, where a German Panther lay concealed behind a hedgerow, its gun already pointed toward the field where American armor approached. Most crews would have hesitated, waiting for artillery or reinforcements. But hesitation in Normandy had already cost too many lives. Instead, the American tank advanced into the engagement, choosing aggression over caution. The opening shot missed, kicking up soil in front of the German position. The Panther returned fire with a scream of high-velocity steel, its round slicing past the advancing Sherman. Each exchange brought the two machines closer, shrinking the range where German armor held the advantage. At less than 400 yards, the American crew executed a sharp maneuver, swinging the hull just enough to expose the gun toward the Panther's flank. The shot that followed tore through the enemy's side armor, erupting in a burst of internal fire and pressure that blew the turret skyward. It was the first of many victories, but more importantly, it was proof that courage, speed, and precision
could rewrite the assumptions of armored warfare. That opening clash marked the true beginning of a new approach, one born not from textbooks, but from necessity, shaped by men who refused to let the limitations of their machine define their fate. Momentum on the Western Front shifted not through grand strategies, but through countless small decisions made under fire. For the crew that had learned to trust instinct over doctrine, this became their greatest weapon. Each engagement refined their method: move first, shoot fast, close the distance before the enemy could bring its superior guns to bear. What began as a desperate experiment soon became a pattern that others in the division noticed. Near St. Lo, that pattern turned into something extraordinary. In a landscape crushed by artillery and cut into fragments by hedgerows, the crew faced a mixed German column attempting to regroup. Instead of waiting for infantry to clear the road, they pushed forward, catching half-tracks and tanks clustered along a narrow road. The fight lasted minutes. When the smoke settled, 3 tanks and 15 armored vehicles lay destroyed. It was a brutal example of aggression outpacing preparation, of speed denying the enemy the chance to react. 2 weeks later near Mortain, their resolve was tested again. A pair of Panthers had set an ambush using elevation and concealment to dominate the approach. Under conventional tactics, the Americans should have pulled back. Instead, they surged forward, forcing the Panthers to fire hastily at a closing target. A slight shift in angle, a brief flash of exposed side armor, and the American gunner found his mark. One Panther erupted, then the other. What should have been a killing ground became another narrow escape. These victories were not luck. They were the result of a crew functioning with near surgical coordination. The driver anticipated terrain before the commander spoke. The gunner tracked targets even as the tank lurched over broken earth. The loader moved with the rhythm of a machine he understood better than himself. In those moments, the Sherman was no longer a collection of steel plates and rivets. It was a single organism, shaped by shared experience and held together by trust. Word of their method spread through the 3rd Armored Division. Crews who had watched Shermans burn in Normandy now looked for ways to replicate the aggressive style they had once considered reckless. Reports from German units noted the change. American tanks pressing forward despite being hit, refusing to retreat, forcing engagements at close range where the advantages of German armor narrowed. It was an unexpected shift that unsettled veteran panzer crews. By late August, their record had grown into something unprecedented. 12 tanks destroyed. Hundreds of armored vehicles knocked out or abandoned. Columns shattered before they could form defensive lines. And all of it accomplished in a machine the enemy dismissed as inferior. At the height of their success, the crew was no longer simply surviving battles. They were shaping them. Their actions demonstrated that initiative, bold, immediate, and fearless, could overturn the assumptions of armored warfare. For a brief moment in that turbulent summer of 1944, they showed what was possible when 5 men refused to let the odds decide their fate. As summer gave way to the colder winds of September, the war's pace showed no mercy, even to crews who had survived against impossible odds. After months of continuous combat, the order finally arrived. The crew was to return to the United States for a war bond tour. For the first time since Normandy, the men allowed themselves to imagine a future not shaped by daily risk. It was a fragile hope, but on the Western Front, hope was a rare commodity. Their final mission before rotation was meant to be routine, an advance near the Siegfried Line, with strict instructions that they were not to take the lead. The battalion commander feared losing them so close to safety. But war rarely respects careful planning. Positions that appeared quiet concealed threats waiting for a single mistake. That mistake came in the form of unfamiliar hands. Their regular loader, a man whose timing had become second nature to the crew, had already been sent to the rear for medical checks. In his place stood a young replacement who had never fought alongside them. He knew the procedure, but not the rhythm, not the instinctive flow that held the crew together. On a battlefield where seconds mattered more than armor thickness, that difference proved fatal. As the tank advanced past a damaged house, the commander spotted the outline of an 88mm gun, one of the most feared weapons in Germany's arsenal. He called the target. The gunner aligned the sights,
The order to fire echoed through the turret.
and then the round jammed.
A single, misloaded shell froze the gun at the worst possible moment, leaving the Sherman blind and exposed. The German crew reacted instantly. The flash of the 88mm muzzle cut through the morning haze, followed by a blast that tore into the turret. The shell passed between two crewmen and detonated inside, ripping steel and flesh with the same indifference. The explosion hurled the commander out of the hatch, shattering his leg and knocking the breath from his lungs as he hit the earth. Inside the tank, fire and smoke swallowed the compartment. The driver and bow gunner were dragged out alive, dazed and burned but breathing. The gunner was gravely wounded, pinned by shrapnel. The replacement loader, still barely a man, was killed instantly. Medics reached the commander as he tried, through sheer will, to stop the bleeding from what remained of his leg. They gave him morphine, applied tourniquets, and pulled him back from the edge of shock. But no amount of skill could undo what had been lost in that single exchange of fire. In the quiet that followed, the cost of their campaign finally revealed itself, not in the number of enemy vehicles destroyed, but in the shattered bodies and the empty space where a crewman once stood. Victory had defined their summer. Now consequence defined its end. In the months that followed, analysts within the Army began to examine what had happened on the Western Front, not just in terms of victories, but in terms of the adaptation that had made those victories possible. The mismatch between the Sherman and German heavy armor was no longer theoretical. It was a daily reality that commanders and crews had been forced to confront. And yet, in that imbalance, new ideas had taken root. What some called recklessness, others recognized as innovation born from necessity. For military planners, the actions of certain Sherman crews highlighted an uncomfortable truth. Doctrine had lagged behind the battlefield. The rigid belief that tanks should avoid close combat with Panthers and Tigers had collapsed under the weight of real engagements. Reports from the 3rd Armored Division showed that initiative, swift, aggressive, and unpredictable, had become the only practical counter to German firepower. Across the front, officers quietly adjusted tactics, encouraging crews to exploit mobility at distances where German optics and long-barrel guns offered less certainty. Historians later noted that these battlefield lessons contributed to the evolution of American armor in the final year of the war. Improvements in the Sherman, combined with the eventual arrival of the M26 Pershing, reflected a growing recognition that American industry needed to produce tanks capable of meeting heavy armor head-on. But those machines came too late for the men who had spent 1944 fighting with what was available, relying on ingenuity more than equipment. From a broader perspective, the story resonated far beyond military analysis. To American audiences, it became an example of how ordinary soldiers had shaped the outcome of the war through determination rather than technological advantage. To German veterans, it demonstrated how even superior machines could be overcome by relentless pressure and unorthodox tactics. And to scholars of armored warfare, it became a case study in how adaptation occurs not through committees, but through the actions of individuals who refuse to accept the limits placed before them. In the end, the legacy left behind was not simply a tally of destroyed vehicles. It was a reminder that doctrine is only a starting point, and that on the battlefield, survival often belongs to those willing to rewrite the rules in real time. When the war finally ended and the guns fell silent, the stories of armored combat faded into the background of a world eager to rebuild. Yet some stories refused to disappear, carried forward by veterans who remembered the men who had fought beside them. Among those memories were accounts of crews who changed the tempo of battle, who stepped into the narrow space between survival and defeat, and proved that resolve could matter as much as steel. For one American crew, the war lasted only 81 days. But the imprint they left on the battlefield stretched far beyond that brief span. What they accomplished was never simply about numbers or tallies. It was about the willingness to confront superior firepower with speed, intuition, and an unbreakable bond among 5 men who understood that each decision they made carried the weight of all their lives. The commander who had led them returned home with scars that reshaped every step he took. Physical wounds were only part of the cost. Like many veterans of armored combat, he carried the quieter burden of memory. the faces of the men he saved and the one he lost, the echo of decisions made in seconds that remained with him for decades. Yet he kept moving forward, working with machines, teaching others, finding purpose in the simple rhythm of everyday life. His legacy was preserved not through speeches or memoirs, but through the crews who adopted his methods, the historians who studied his battles, and the training halls that carried his name. It lived on in the idea that courage in war is rarely loud. More often, it is the silent choice to act when hesitation would be easier.
And perhaps that is the deeper lesson left behind. That history is shaped not only by the weapons a nation builds, but by the individuals who refuse to yield when circumstance turns against them.
That even in the shadow of more powerful enemies, ingenuity and determination can tip the balance. As we look back on that summer of 1944, we are reminded that the cost of every mile gained was paid in human lives, and that the men who fought those battles deserve more than footnotes. They deserve to be remembered. If this story resonates with you, consider sharing your thoughts below. What lessons do you think modern warfare still carries from those fields in Europe? And if you'd like to continue exploring these hidden chapters of military history, we invite you to join us for the next story. The cold morning light barely touched the runways of eastern England when the engines began to roar. One by one, the B-17 Flying Fortress bombers rolled forward, carrying young men who knew long before the wheels left the ground that the odds were not in their favor. They tightened the straps of their heavy flight suits. They tucked photographs from home into their pockets. And in the dim, frost-filled cabins, silence settled with the weight of a final prayer. By 1943, the skies over Europe had become a place where thousands of American airmen vanished into black smoke and twisted aluminum. Entire formations of World War II bombers disappeared before they even reached their targets. A mission completed meant only one thing: another mission would follow. 25 were required for a man to go home. Most would never reach that number. The 8th Air Force calculated its losses. Commanders debated armor, firepower, escort fighters, anything that might keep more crews alive. But the answers they needed were buried beneath the noise of war, hidden in the bullet-riddled wings of the planes that limped back to base. And then came a quiet mathematician named Abraham Wald, who asked a single question that no one else dared to ask. A question that would save thousands of lives. By early 1943, the air war over Europe had hardened into something relentless. Every dawn, crews of the B-17 Flying Fortress climbed into their aircraft, knowing that German fighters and flak batteries were waiting for them beyond the channel. The briefings were clinical targets, waypoints, altitudes, but the truth was always the same. The 8th Air Force would lose men before noon, and by dusk, more families back home would receive the telegram no parent wanted to see. The missions into Germany demanded precision and courage. Oil refineries, ball-bearing plants, rail yards, each was a piece of the Axis war machine. Hitting them required flying straight and level through storms of metal. The World War II bombers were strong, but the fire that greeted them was stronger still. German fighters slashed through formations in coordinated waves. Anti-aircraft bursts filled the sky with black shrapnel. Crews described it as flying through a thunderstorm made of steel. The costs mounted. October 1943 became a turning point, a week so brutal it earned its own name. Black Week began with heavy losses and ended at Schweinfurt, where dozens of bombers went down in a single afternoon. 60 B-17s were shot from the sky during the second raid alone, and hundreds of airmen never returned. For the 8th Air Force, it was more than a tactical defeat. It was a warning that their entire daylight bombing strategy was at risk of collapse. Commanders understood the problem in numbers so large they felt almost abstract. In practice, the danger was painfully real. A bomber crew's life expectancy hovered around 11 missions, yet they were required to fly 25 before they could go home. Each morning they passed empty bunk spaces where someone had slept the night before. Each evening, someone else packed away a fallen airman's letters watch or lucky charm, promising to send them to a family that still believed their son was alive. Solving the crisis meant finding a way to protect the aircraft themselves. But armor was a paradox. Too much armor made the bombers heavy, slow, and unable to reach their targets. Too little, and they remained helpless against cannon shells and shrapnel. Engineers worked the problem endlessly. Where could the aircraft carry armor without sacrificing range? Which parts of the bomber were most vulnerable? Where did they need protection the most? At first, the answer seemed obvious. Crews returning from missions brought aircraft covered in bullet holes. Wings were punctured, tails were torn. Fuselages looked like metal sieves. Ground crews mapped every impact point on the B-17 Flying Fortress and its sister aircraft, believing these patterns showed where the bombers needed reinforcement. It felt practical, it felt logical. But this logic had a quiet flaw, one that no engineer had yet seen. Amid the crisis, a small team of mathematicians and statisticians at Columbia University was assigned to review the data. This group would later become famous for its wartime work, but at the time it was simply known as the Statistical Research Group. Among its members was a man who had escaped Europe only months before Abraham Wald. He carried no weapon, commanded no planes, and yet in the shadow of Black Week he was about to influence the fate of thousands. And the solution he would find would hinge on a single overlooked truth about the World War II bombers and the silence of those that never returned. The Statistical Research Group in New York was nothing like a battlefield. Yet the stakes inside its narrow offices were every bit as real as those faced by the crews of the B-17 Flying Fortress. Chalkboards ran from floor to ceiling. Stacks of coded reports arrived daily from air bases across England. The U.S. military had asked the group to answer a question that seemed at first almost routine. Where should armor be placed to keep World War II bombers alive? Ground crews in Europe had already done the first part of the job. Each time a damaged bomber rolled to a stop, teams swarmed it with clipboards measuring every hole made by cannon fire or shrapnel. They charted the damage point by point, turning battered aircraft into data maps. When these diagrams reached the 8th Air Force, the pattern appeared unmistakable. Wings, fuselage, and tail were riddled with impacts. Engines and cockpit areas were far less marked. The conclusion felt self-evident. Armor the places with the most bullet holes. Protect the areas with the heaviest damage. It seemed so obvious that no one questioned it, except one man. When Abraham Wald studied the diagrams, he did not see what the others saw.
He noticed instead what was missing.
The patterns were too clean, too consistent. The engines, which enemy fighters aimed for, showed surprisingly little damage. So did the cockpit, so did the fuel systems.
Wald's mind followed a different thread.
If fighters attacked all parts of the aircraft, why was the damage uneven? He asked a question that froze the room. Where are the planes with engine damage? Silence settled not because the answer was complex, but because it was painfully simple. The diagrams only included the bombers that made it back to England. The aircraft that took fatal hits never returned. They crashed in German fields, burned over the channel, or disintegrated in midair. Their data, the truly critical data, was gone.
The flaw was not in the mathematics. It was in the sample.
Wald recognized a logic that few had articulated before. Studying only survivors creates a false picture of reality. The absence of damage on returning bombers did not mean engines were rarely hit. It meant that when engines were hit, the bombers never came home. This was the birth of what we now call survivorship bias, a quiet, devastating distortion that hides the very failures that matter most.
Wald proposed an idea that overturned the military's initial instinct.
The heavily damaged areas, the fuselage, the wings, the tail, were not the weak points. They were the places a bomber could endure hits. Hits and still fly. The vulnerable zones were the ones that showed the least damage in the data. The engines, the cockpit, and the fuel systems. These were the wounds that killed without leaving evidence on the aircraft that returned. It was a revelation as profound as any tactical breakthrough on the battlefield. By shifting the armor to the missing bullet holes, the U.S. military improved survivability dramatically. More crews lived to complete their missions. More bomber formations returned intact. And the 8th Air Force gained time, precious, irreplaceable time, to continue the air campaign that would help shape the outcome of the war. In the end, Wald had fought a battle of his own. A battle not against enemy aircraft, but against a dangerous assumption hidden within the data. And his victory would echo far beyond the steel frames of the World War II bombers he helped save. The success of Wald's analysis rippled quickly through the Allied command structure. Almost immediately, engineering teams began redesigning protective plates for the World War II bombers. Instead of reinforcing the already perforated fuselage and wings, they shifted the limited armor to the engine's cockpit and fuel systems, the places where a single hit meant certain death.
Slowly, the numbers began to change.
Bombers that once spiraled into black smoke now limped home on crippled wings. Crews who once vanished over Germany returned to their bunks exhausted, but alive. For the 8th Air Force, these incremental improvements mattered. Each bomber saved meant 10 more airmen who could fly again. Each formation that returned intact meant the strategic bombing campaign could continue without collapsing under its own losses. Wald's insight, born quietly in a room filled with chalk dust and paper charts, became one of the unseen pillars supporting the air war in Europe. But behind this analytical triumph lay a personal tragedy that few at the time understood. Before joining the Statistical Research Group, Abraham Wald had escaped the continent descending into darkness.
In 1938, after the Nazi annexation of Austria, Wald fled Vienna with little more than a suitcase and the promise of a temporary academic position in America.
He hoped he could bring his family out later. He hoped, as millions did, that there was still time.
There was not.
8 of the 9 relatives he left behind, his parents, his siblings, the very people who had taught him to read, to question, to think, were murdered in Auschwitz.
Wald carried that loss silently, as so many refugees of his generation did.
He poured himself into his work, perhaps because solving problems was the only part of his life he could still control. And yet, even as he wrestled with grief, his methods shaped entire fields. After the war, he expanded his ideas into sequential analysis, a system that allowed researchers to reach conclusions faster with fewer lives or resources spent. In medicine, this meant identifying effective treatments sooner. In manufacturing, it meant safer products. In military science, it meant better decisions with imperfect information, a lesson written in the bullet holes of the B-17 Flying Fortress. But history is rarely kind to its quiet heroes. In 1950, Wald accepted an invitation to lecture in India, a routine academic visit. On December 13th, aboard a Douglas C-47 flying over the Nilgiri Mountains, the aircraft struck a ridge hidden by clouds. There were no survivors. The mathematician who had saved thousands of airmen by seeing the invisible vulnerabilities of aircraft became the victim of a fatal aviation accident himself. Columbia University mourned. The global statistics community fell silent. And yet Wald's work did not end with his passing. His memoranda on the damage patterns of World War II bombers, once locked away under military classification, continued shaping military analysis for decades. His identification of survivorship bias became a cornerstone of modern critical thinking. The man who had taught the world to look for the missing planes left behind a legacy of clarity in a world often clouded by assumptions. In the aftermath of Black Week, American commanders faced the truth no military institution welcomes courage alone could not offset soaring casualties. The daylight bombing campaign, the backbone of Allied strategy, was becoming unsustainable. The 8th Air Force needed more than new aircraft or heavier firepower.
It needed a new way of thinking.
What Abraham Wald provided was not just a mathematical correction. It was a cultural shift in how the United States approached strategy, risk, and evidence. His analysis demonstrated that even the most formidable machines of war, the World War II bombers that carried tens of thousands of Americans into enemy airspace, were vulnerable in ways that field reports had masked. The B-17 Flying Fortress had earned its reputation for ruggedness, but ruggedness alone was not enough. By teaching the military to scrutinize the invisible gaps in their data, Wald helped the U.S. adopt a mindset that valued reflective skepticism over instinct. It was an approach that strengthened the American war machine without adding a single gun or engine. This shift extended far beyond wartime operations. Across the Allied command, officers began to ask new questions. What aren't we seeing? Which failures are hidden from us? What assumptions are we mistaking for facts? Long after the war, these questions became central to military education. At war colleges, cadets studied the armor diagrams of returning bombers, not just as engineering puzzles, but as metaphors for strategic blindness. In an era defined by radar, long-range missiles, and nuclear planning, the lesson remained the same: survival can deceive you. And the lessons buried in loss are often the ones that matter most. Globally, the impact was just as profound. As nations rebuilt fields, as different as economics, medicine, finance, and public policy, adopted Wald's logic.
Survivorship bias became a universal warning,
reminding scientists not to trust only the patients who reached the hospital,
reminding investors not to trust only the funds that stayed in business,
reminding leaders not to trust only the strategies that appeared to succeed. For American audiences today, especially those who remember the Cold War or who served in later conflicts,
Wald's insight carries a familiar resonance.
It is the idea that power demands humility, and that the clearest truths often come from questioning what everyone else accepts without thought. In a world shaped by complex data and shifting threats, the discipline to see what is missing remains as vital as ever. When we look back at the war today, the images that endure are dramatic ones. Squadrons of B-17 Flying Fortress bombers crossing the channel, the black blossoms of flak rising to meet them, the desperate arcs of crippled aircraft falling toward the earth. But the quieter images matter just as much. A chalkboard in a narrow room at Columbia, a set of diagrams covered in dots, a single question posed by a man who had lost nearly everything, yet still believed that clear thinking could save lives. That man was Abraham Wald, and his legacy stretches far beyond the wings of the World War II bombers he helped protect.
He taught us that the truth is not always found in what we can see.
Often it lives in these spaces we overlook. The empty bunks, the silent aircraft that never return, the gaps in our data that hide the real cost of survival.
His understanding of survivorship bias did more than correct a military mistake.
It offered a framework for humility in a world that often celebrates only its victories.
For the 8th Air Force, Wald's insight meant something deeply human.
It meant more crews making it home,
More letters delivered instead of telegrams.
more sons returning to families who had prayed through every mission. His work preserved not just aircraft, but futures,
Weddings, careers.
lives that would have otherwise ended over foreign fields. And yet the lesson he left us extends far beyond 1943.
In our own lives, we often judge success by the examples that stand in front of us.
Thriving businesses, remarkable recoveries, daring achievements.
But Wald reminds us to ask the harder question.
What stories are missing?
What losses are invisible?
What failures have vanished from the record, leaving behind only the illusion of certainty?
It is a question worth asking, not just in war,
But in every decision that shapes our world. So as the echoes of those wartime engines fade into history,
we are left with a final image.
the planes that never made it home, and the mathematician who taught us to learn from their absence.
His insight still guides us quiet, steady, essential.
Before you go, we'd love to hear your thoughts. What do you believe is the most important lesson from Abraham Wald's story? And if you value the way history reveals these hidden truths,
Consider subscribing.
together we can continue exploring the decisions and the unseen consequences that have shaped our world. The first light of December 27, 1942, crept over the Owen Stanley Mountains, casting long shadows across the airfield at Port Moresby. In the quiet hum before dawn, a young pilot sat alone in the cockpit of his P-38 Lightning, feeling the weight of the moment settle on his shoulders. He was 22. He had never fired a shot in combat, and yet within minutes he would fly straight into the path of 40 Japanese aircraft. The manuals he studied back in the United States had promised clarity, clean diagrams, perfect angles, simple solutions to complex problems. But nothing in those pages mentioned what it felt like to swallow fear, tighten your harness, and wait for an order that might be your last. That morning, the world did not yet know his name, not the ground crews, not the men fighting for their lives on the beaches below.
But in the next 2 years, this quiet farm kid would become the best American fighter ace of World War II, rewriting what it meant to survive in the skies. And the question that lingers is this: how does a young man with everything to lose become the ace of aces? And why has nearly everyone forgotten him?
Richard Bong did not come from a military lineage or a legacy of pilots. He came from dairy fields and cold Wisconsin mornings where the horizon was wide and quiet and uncomplicated.
At flight school, instructors taught him that air combat followed rules, charts, energy diagrams, carefully rehearsed maneuvers. They insisted that discipline would keep him alive. But those rules were written by men who had never fought a zero at 10,000 feet.
In the Pacific, the war operated by different laws. The P-38 Lightning, he flew with powerful twin engines, brutal acceleration, heavy guns mounted in the nose. It could outrun nearly anything Japan put in the air, but it could not turn with the Mitsubishi A6M0. The Zero was lighter, sharper, frighteningly agile. Instructors warned every young pilot, never turn with the Zero. It was not a guideline, it was a death sentence. When Bong arrived in New Guinea in late 1942, he carried that doctrine like a shield. But he also carried doubt. Rumors drifted through the squadron, stories from men who had survived their first encounters. They spoke of chaos of tactics, falling apart the moment a Zero appeared out of the sun. They spoke of dives that came too late or climbs that ended in a stall. They spoke of wingmen disappearing in seconds.
Bong listened. He wondered what combat would ask of him. Then he met Captain Thomas Tommy Lynch.
Lynch was only 26, but already carried the confidence of a man who had earned every scar on his aircraft. He had flown the P-39 AIR Cobra, a plane so outmatched by the Zero that pilots called it a death trap. Yet Lynch survived.
He understood energy better than any textbook. He knew how to force an enemy into a mistake.
And most importantly, he knew that doctrine meant nothing when the sky turned violent. On the morning of the Buna mission, Lynch gave Bong a briefing so short, it barely seemed like a briefing at all.
No lectures, no diagrams, no reminders of what the manual said.
Just a simple instruction. Stay on my wing. Don't think, react.
If I dive, you dive. If I break, you break. In that moment, Bong understood he was not there to win glory. He was there to stay alive.
The climb over the Owen Stanley Mountains was deceptively calm. The ocean below seemed peaceful, the sun rising in soft colors. But at altitude, more than 30 Japanese aircraft were closing the distance, Zeros and Val dive bombers forming a column of steel and fire. Bong tightened his grip on the controls. This was no longer a training range in California. This was the place where doctrine met reality. And reality struck fast. The first burst of fire, the first desperate turn, The first moment he felt the P-38 shudder. Beneath him, these became the true beginning of his education. In that chaos, Bong learned what every veteran pilot already knew. Survival was not about following rules. It was about letting go of them. The lessons came hard in those first weeks of 1943. Combat in New Guinea offered no gentle introductions. Every engagement was a test of instinct, discipline, and luck. Richard Bong rose quickly, not because he was fearless, but because he understood fear better than most. It sharpened his focus. It made every decision heavier, and it taught him to pay attention to what experienced pilots like Tommy Lynch were doing when the sky turned hostile. By January, Bong had already tasted the violent rhythm of air combat across the Pacific escort missions over the Annan Gulf, dives through tracer fire at Leh, and desperate climbs during the Battle of the Bismarck Sea. In those moments, he began to see a pattern. Every time he followed the textbook holding range, firing long bursts from afar, the Zero slipped away. Every time he pressed closer, letting the enemy feel his windscreen, the fight changed. The shots landed. The kill came quickly. Lynch had warned him about this. Long-range deflection shooting looked elegant on paper, but the battlefield was not a straight line. Japanese pilots twisted, rolled, and reversed with a ferocity that turned theory into dust. Bong realized that his neatly practiced gunnery skills from Arizona meant little when the target was alive, unpredictable, and fighting to survive. So he adapted. He began closing the distance 200 yards, 100, sometimes 50. Close enough to feel the vibration of his own gun shake through the cockpit. Close enough to see the sunlight flash off the enemy's canopy. Close enough that missing was no longer an option. It was a terrifying way to fight one that demanded he fly straight into danger rather than skirt around it. But it worked, and once he understood it, he refined it. He studied how Japanese pilots escaped pressure, how they reversed when threatened, how they dove the moment a P-38 appeared behind them. Bong learned to be patient, not firing too early, not turning too sharply, waiting for the precise instant when the Zero committed to an evasive move. Then he struck, placing his P-38 exactly where the enemy would be, not where he was. A short burst, a flash, a spiral of smoke disappearing into the jungle below. It was more than skill, it was anticipation. By mid-1943, Bong and Lynch were locked in a friendly race, each tracking the other's victories, each pushing to get better. The newspapers back home turned them into symbols, broadcasting their scores like standings in a national sport. Americans wanted heroes, and the two pilots from the 39th Fighter Squadron gave them something to believe in. But behind the headlines, the competition had a sharper edge. Every kill meant another mission survived. Every mission survived meant one more chance to see tomorrow. And through it all, Bong's reputation grew, not as a man who followed doctrine, but as the pilot who flew close enough that he simply could not miss. In the skies over New Guinea, he was becoming something new, something dangerous, something the Japanese had not expected. A fighter who rewrote the rules. By early 1944, Richard Bong and Tommy Lynch were more than wingmen. They were partners in survival. Two pilots shaped by the same brutal skies, each pushing the other toward sharper instincts and deadlier precision. But war has a way of choosing its moments with cold indifference, and it chose March 8, 1944 over Itep Harbor. The mission looked simple at first: strafed Japanese supply barges hidden along the coastline. Low altitude, quick passes, a clean escape. But nothing in New Guinea was ever that clean. As Lynch went in for a second run, anti-aircraft guns concealed beneath layers of jungle opened fire with sudden clarity. A burst of 20mm shells struck his P-38's right engine. Flames ripped along the boom, smoke poured behind him in a black ribbon, stretching across the sky. Bong watched from above, powerless. He saw Lynch fight for altitude climbing. Desperately, 100 feet, 202,000 was the goal. Anything that would give a parachute time to open. But the fire spread faster than the climb. Metal peeled, pieces fell away. The cockpit glowed with heat. Lynch had no choice. He bailed out. And Bong saw the same nightmare he would one day share, the parachute rippling open. Too low, too late, swallowed by the green canopy below. He called on the radio. No answer. He circled again, still nothing. Fuel warning lights blinked. Ground fire tracked him. He marked the coordinates, turned away, and flew home alone. When he landed, the silence in the debriefing room was heavier than any loss the squadron had endured. 3 days of search teams found nothing. Only rumors, only hope fading into resignation. Tommy Lynch, mentor, rival, protector, was gone. Bong did not fly for a week. General Kenny grounded him, insisting he needed rest, but rest offered no comfort. Every night he replayed the moment. The parachute disappeared into the trees. Every morning he woke with the same question: why him and not me? The war was teaching him a new lesson. No matter how skilled you were,
No matter how disciplined, survival still depended on moments outside your control.
When he returned to the cockpit, something inside him had shifted. He flew with sharper focus, but the recklessness of youth had burned away. He no longer chased kills to win the friendly competition he once shared with Lynch. Now he flew to keep his wingmen alive, to finish the mission, to go home. Yet his skill only grew. In the months that followed, Bong's victories began to stack single engagements, tight bursts at impossible ranges, zero after zero, falling under the weight of his precision. By April 1944, he reached his 27th confirmed kill, surpassing Eddie Rickenbacker's World War I record. Newspapers across America hailed him as the best American fighter ace of World War II, the new ace of aces. But Bong didn't celebrate. He felt only the quiet truth. Every veteran learns records are paid for and friends you can't bring back. And Tommy Lynch was the one he carried with him everywhere. After breaking the long-standing American record, Richard Bong returned to the United States for a brief and uncomfortable season of fame. Factories cheered. Reporters crowded in. Every newspaper called him the best American fighter ace of World War II, a symbol of American skill and resolve in the Pacific. Yet Bong never felt at home in that spotlight. The applause reminded him of what wasn't being said, the fear, the smoke, the men who didn't make it back.
The real war never fit into a radio broadcast. When he returned to the Pacific in September 1944, it was not as a frontline fighter pilot, but as an advanced gunnery instructor for 5th Fighter Command.
Officially, he wasn't required to fly combat again. Unofficially, he refused to stay on the ground. The Philippines campaign was underway and American forces were fighting through some of the fiercest resistance of the war. Bong quietly joined hazardous missions over Balikpapan and Leyte, slipping into formations as if he were still a squadron pilot. Each time he carried the same philosophy that had brought him this far close. The distance control, the fight, ended quickly. The wider world barely noticed these missions, but their strategic impact was clear. Their pilots no longer wasted time trying to outturn P-38 Lightnings. They adapted, using hit-and-run attacks, diving from altitude, striking fast before vanishing into cloud cover. The easy engagements were gone. Each kill now required patience, timing, and absolute mastery of the aircraft. In this environment, Bong added 8 more victories, climbing to 40 confirmed kills. It was more than a personal milestone. It signaled a tactical shift within the U.S. Army Air Forces. General Kenny, once skeptical of Bong's reckless short-range approach, began quietly encouraging other pilots to study it. After the war, these principles, aggressive positioning, controlled closure, decisive engagement, found their way into fighter doctrine. Yet even as his influence grew, his memory did not. The American public, exhausted by years of war, turned its attention to Europe's final battles, to the slow push toward Tokyo, to the promise of peace.
Fighter aces, once headline material, faded from the national conversation. It was an irony Bong understood well. He was shaping the future of American air combat, even as history began to forget him.
Richard Bong should have lived long enough to see the world he helped shape. He should have grown old in Wisconsin, telling quiet stories at veterans gatherings, teaching young pilots how to trust their instincts more than their manuals. Instead, he spent his final months testing America's first operational jet fighter, the P-80 Shooting Star.
It was dangerous work, but danger had never frightened him. What frightened him was standing still.
On August 6, 1945, the engine on his P-80 failed shortly after takeoff. The aircraft rolled, the cockpit filled with smoke, and Bong did the only thing he could. He tried to bail out. It was the same cruel physics that had taken Tommy Lynch too low, not enough altitude, not enough time.
He died just miles from the Lockheed plant on a peaceful California morning, as the news of Hiroshima broke across every radio in the nation. His death should have been a national moment. It should have echoed through the halls of the War Department. For a brief time, it did.
Newspapers placed his story beside the headline announcing the atomic bomb. But the world was changing too fast, and the age of single-seat heroes faded, as jet warfare and geopolitics took center stage. What survived was not the fame, but the craft. The tactics Bong refined in the Pacific, closing the range, dictating the geometry of the fight, trusting speed and nerve over distant calculations, became part of the American fighter pilot's DNA. Every generation that followed inherited a piece of his philosophy, whether they knew the name behind it or not. In that sense, the best American fighter ace of World War II still flies with them. Yet memory is fragile. Outside his hometown museum in Wisconsin sits a restored P-38 Lightning, its silver skin catching the light just as his once did. Inside, behind glass, are his letters, uniforms, and fragments of the jet that failed him. Visitors walk slowly, reading the captions, piecing together the life of a man who never asked to be remembered, but deserves to be. And so the question becomes ours. What should we carry forward? The record, the medals, or the quiet determination of a young pilot who rewrote the rules to keep others alive?
If this story leaves you thinking about the cost of courage, I invite you to share your reflections below. Tell us what this history means to you. And if you want to explore more forgotten stories of World War II stories that shaped the world we live in, consider subscribing. Because every memory we keep keeps someone else's story alive.
In the frozen sky above northern Germany, the wind carried a sound that pilots never forgot. The thin, high-pitched scream that slipped through shattered glass and twisted metal when a bomber was dying. On December 20th, 1943, alone, B-17 drifted through that cold silence, its nose blown open, its engines coughing, its young pilot fighting the controls with numb, frostbitten hands. They were 27,000 feet above a hostile world, and every breath Charles Brown took felt like it might be his last. What he could not know in that moment was that another aircraft was closing in on him, a Messerschmitt flown by a German ace who had already claimed 2 victories that morning. Doctrine said this meeting should end quickly. Training said mercy had no place here. And every rule of total war insisted that enemies must not recognize each other's humanity. Yet something happened in that frozen sky that military planners never imagined and governments later tried to bury. A decision was made, quiet, personal, and profoundly dangerous, that would remain a classified secret for nearly half a century. Because on that day above the smoke and snow of wartime Germany, one man chose honor over war itself. They had taken off before dawn from RAF Kimbolton, climbing into a sky that promised ice flak and fighters long before they reached their target. The men of the 8th Air Force knew what Bremen meant. A city ringed with 250 anti-aircraft guns, a factory complex that fed the Luftwaffe's deadliest fighters, and an air defense network that rarely missed. For a young pilot on his first mission, it was an introduction to war that felt more like a sentence than an assignment. Charlie Brown was 21 years old. Too young, some would say, to command a flying fortress worth $250,000 and filled with 9 other lives. But training had been relentless, and responsibility came early in a war where experience was paid for in blood. His crew, barely older than he was, had learned to trust him. They had painted a name under the nose, "Yeah, Old Day Pub." The joke felt lighter on the ground than it would in the air. The mission briefing left little to interpretation. They would fly in a formation of nearly 500 bombers toward the Focke-Wulf plant. Losses were expected. "Some of you won't be coming back," the officer said, and the room went still. Veteran crews called the outer left position in the box formation Purple Heart Corner. The new men didn't have a name for it yet, but they understood what it meant. Exposed, vulnerable, first to be hit, last to be protected. As they crossed the North Sea, the cold hardened into something that felt alive. Ice crept across the wings, frost crawled across oxygen masks. Every 1,000 feet of altitude stripped away another layer of warmth until even breath felt sharp enough to wound. Then the flat came. Black bursts erupted around them, each explosion a sudden blossom of fire and steel. On the bomb run, that long unbroken path where aircraft could not weave or evade Ye Olde Pub was struck head on. The nose shattered. Engine number 2 died instantly. Engine 4 began to overspeed. The cockpit filled with shards of plexiglass and the metallic smell of ruptured hydraulics. When they fell out of formation, it was like watching the world pull away. Contrails faded. The protective wall of guns and aircraft dissolved into empty air. A flying fortress alone was not a fortress at all. It was prey. The fighters arrived the moments later. Messerschmitts and Focke-Wulfs dove from above, climbing from below, strafing from every angle. Brown did the only thing a bomber pilot could do. He turned into the attack, trying to use the remaining forward guns to disrupt the firing runs. It bought seconds, nothing more. Control cables frayed. The oxygen system ruptured. 2 men passed out. 1 gunner died instantly when a 20-millimeter shell tore through the tail. The aircraft spiraled downwards thousands of feet in seconds until Brown regained consciousness and wrestled the bomber level just above the rooftops of a German town. Inside the shattered fuselage, surrounded by smoke, blood, and freezing air, the crew refused to bail out. They would go home together or they would not go home at all. Above them, somewhere in the clear winter sky, another aircraft banked toward their position. A German ace returning from combat, unaware that he was about to meet the most battered bomber he would ever see, and make a choice no one expected. Franz Stigler had been on the ground for only minutes watching ground crews refuel his Messerschmitt when he heard the stuttering rumble of engines overhead, the sound of an American bomber fighting to stay airborne. He knew the signature instantly. He had spent years reading sounds in the desert skies of North Africa, where a moment of hesitation could mean death. Now back in Germany, that instinct had not left him. He climbed into his aircraft, ignoring the 50 caliber round still lodged in his radiator, and took off. One more bomber would push him closer to the Knight's Cross, the medal every fighter pilot dreamed of.
He had already downed 2 B-17s that morning.
A third would be easy work, but when he caught up to Ye Olde Pub, the fight evaporated. At first glance, the bomber seemed impossible, a machine flying in defiance of physics. The tail section was shredded.
The nose was gone.
Panels flapped in the slipstream, and through the holes torn by cannon shells, Stigler could see straight into the fuselage. He saw blood on jackets, men slumped over guns, crew members dragging wounded comrades across the floor. He saw unmistakably the body of the tail gunner collapsed against his guns, motionless. This wasn't a combat aircraft anymore. It was a coffin being held in the air by willpower and one remaining engine. Stigler rolled his fighter closer, close enough to see the pilot's face through the shattered cockpit glass. A boy younger than he expected, gripping the controls with the desperation of someone trying to hold his world together by hand. Stigler's finger hovered over the trigger. One squeeze would give him an easy victory, the kind pilots prayed for after hours of deadly dogfights. One squeeze would bring him closer to the highest honor his country could bestow. But Gustav Rodel's words rose like a command from another lifetime. If I ever hear of you shooting a man in a parachute, I will shoot you myself. These men were not in parachutes, but they were no longer combatants. They couldn't fight, they couldn't maneuver, they could barely breathe. Shooting them would not be war.
It would be murder.
Stigler eased his grip on the trigger.
He moved up alongside the B-17 so close that the wingtips seemed separated by nothing but winter air.
Brown and his co-pilot stared back in disbelief, certain the German was about to finish what the fighters had started. Instead, Stigler raised one gloved hand and pointed down the universal signal to land and surrender. Brown shook his head. He would not put his crew into enemy hands. Stigler tried again, pointing east toward neutral Sweden. A shorter distance, a chance at survival, medical treatment, internment instead of death. But Brown kept the nose pointed toward England even as smoke trailed behind them, even as the bomber drifted lower. In that moment, Stigler understood. These men would not surrender. And if they continued on their current heading, they would meet a wall of anti-aircraft guns waiting along the German coast. He knew with sudden clarity that if he wanted them to live, he would have to do far more than spare them. He would have to protect them. The German coastline stretched ahead like a death sentence. Along the Atlantic Wall, thousands of anti-aircraft guns waited with overlapping fields of fire, designed specifically to destroy aircraft flying low and slow, exactly the condition Ye Olde Pub was trapped in. Brown knew it. Stigler knew it even more. A damaged bomber like this would not survive 30 seconds once the gunners saw it. So Stigler made a decision that defied every regulation, every expectation, every instinct form in the crucible of aerial combat. He eased his Messerschmitt into tight formation, sliding from the bomber's right wing to its left, until his canopy was so close that Brown could see the frost lining the Germans' goggles. They were enemies separated by only a few feet of broken winter air. For a moment, neither pilot moved. They simply held each other's gaze, two young men pushed to the edge of exhaustion, both trying to carry the lives entrusted to them. Then Stigler raised his hand in a formal salute, a gesture nearly lost to the wind, tearing through the bomber's open nose. Not mockery, not triumph, respect. And then he did the unthinkable. He stayed there. To the gunners below, the sight made no sense, a German fighter escorting a wrecked American bomber, wingtip to wingtip flying as one. Doctrine screamed to fire at the intruder, but training the reflex to identify friend from foe froze their hands. The silhouette of a Messerschmitt meant hold fire, and so the guns remained still. Stigler used his own aircraft as a shield, risking a barrage from his own country's defenses if even one gunner recognized the B-17 for what it was. For 15 agonizing minutes, he held formation, matching the bomber's degrading performance with perfect control, compensating for turbulence and the B-17's wounded drift. Any miscalculation would kill them all. Only when the sea opened beneath them, gray, cold, endless, did Stigler finally pull away. He looked across the narrow space one last time. Brown saw the German raise his hand in a final salute before rolling his fighter away and disappearing into the clouds over Germany. For the bomber crew, there was no time to process what had just happened. They still had 250 miles of North Sea between them and home. The aircraft was losing altitude inch by inch. The crew threw out ammunition, guns, equipment, anything that might buy them another mile. Frostbite gnawed at fingers. Engines coughed and rattled in protest. The bomber's skin trembled as if ready to peel away in the wind. Hours crawled by. Brown fought the controls with a wounded shoulder and numbing hands, keeping the wings level through a fog of exhaustion and pain. No radio, no reliable navigation. Only instinct and hope. When the English coastline finally appeared, it felt unreal, a thin line of salvation emerging from storm clouds. Brown aimed for the first airfield he saw. With no hydraulics, no flaps, and barely any brakes, the landing was more of a controlled crash than a descent. The B-17 slammed into the runway, bounced, slid off the end, and finally shuddered to a stop in the grass. Silence followed heavy, overwhelming sacred. They were alive. Against all logic, against every probability the war had taught them to expect, they had come home. In the debriefing room at RAF Seething, the air felt colder than it had inside the shattered bomber. Intelligence officers listened as Charlie Brown explained the impossible. A German ace had not only spared them, but shielded them from his own defenses. The silence that followed was not awe, it was calculation. Then the verdict came, the incident would be classified, permanently. The logic was brutal but predictable. The 8th Air Force was in the middle of a strategic bombing campaign that demanded unwavering aggression. Crews had to believe the enemy was ruthless, mechanical, unrelenting. They had to climb into their aircraft with the certainty that mercy was a luxury no one could afford. A story like this, a German fighter pilot choosing humanity over orders, threatened that mindset. It blurred the sharp edges that total war required. So Brown was told to forget what he had seen.
To fly again, to fight again,
to never speak the German pilot's name, even if he had known it. Across the ruined cities of Germany, Franz Stigler bore a silence far more dangerous. What he had done sparing an enemy crew, protecting them from German guns, was treason under Nazi law. Pilots had been executed for far less. A single accusation could have ended his life and endangered his family. Stigler locked the memory away, speaking of it to no one.
His Knight's Cross no longer mattered. Survival did. For decades, the world knew nothing of the moment when two enemies met in mercy instead of violence.
But as archives opened in the late 20th century, militaries and historians found themselves confronting an uncomfortable truth. The incident challenged the very architecture of wartime ideology. In military academies, the story became a case study in battlefield ethics. The question of whether honor could exist in an age defined by industrial destruction. Museums used it to teach that even in moments of total war, individual agency had not vanished. And veterans who understood better than anyone the impossible choices war demanded carried the story as a quiet reminder that enemies were still human beings. When the tale finally became public, the reaction across the United States, Germany, and beyond was not disbelief but reflection. The war had produced countless tragedies. This instead was something rare, a moment when conscience rose through the smoke and noise and proved stronger than doctrine. And the world understood why it had been hidden for so long.
For 47 years, the story lived only in a memory, carried quietly by two men on opposite sides of an ocean, each wondering if the other had survived.
When Charlie Brown finally broke his silence in 1986, he was no longer telling a war story.
He was searching for a face he had seen through cracked glass and winter air, a face that had stayed with him longer than any explosion or dogfight.
The letter from Vancouver changed everything. When Brown and Franz Stigler stood face to face in 1990, the past collapsed into a single moment of recognition.
Two men who had once met as enemies now embraced as brothers, not out of sentimentality, but out of a shared understanding of what that December day had demanded of them.
They had each carried the weight of it for a lifetime. Now, finally, they carried it together. Their friendship lasted nearly 2 decades. They traveled, spoke, and told their story to veterans who understood its gravity, and to younger generations who struggled to imagine a war where mercy could survive at all.
When Stigler gave Brown a book, he wrote inside, "In 1940, I lost my brother. On December 20, 1943, I found another."
It was not a metaphor. It was the truth he had lived with. Both men died in 2008 months apart, as if neither could remain long without the other.
They were buried thousands of miles from where their lives first intersected.
But the bond forged in the freezing sky over Germany endured a quiet defiance of the war that once tried to destroy them. Today, their encounter is taught not as a tale of luck, but as a lesson in responsibility. The idea that even in the harshest moments of human conflict, a single decision can alter the course of countless lives. More than 300 descendants of the Ye Olde pub crew exist because Stigler chose conscience over orders. And the restored B-17 that now carries the aircraft's colors keeps their story alive in the roar of engines at air shows across America.
The battlefield often reveals the worst of humanity.
But sometimes in rare moments, it reveals the best. And that moment above Germany reminds us that morality isn't erased by war, it is tested by it. If you were in Stigler's position facing duty on one side and humanity on the other, what choice would you have made? Share your thoughts below. And if you believe stories like this still matter, Consider joining us as we continue exploring the lessons history refuses to let us forget. The night sky was supposed to be calm. Yet in the seconds before everything unraveled, a young paratrooper standing inside a trembling transport felt the entire horizon ignite, red tracers rising like burning wires, the Mediterranean below disappearing into a haze of smoke. He could not see the enemy. What he saw instead was something far worse: gunfire, coming from the very fleet sworn to protect him.
It was one of the darkest moments of friendly fire in World War II, a moment that would later be known as the Sicily airborne disaster.
Men faced choices no soldier should ever face: jump into black water weighted with 70 pounds of gear, or remain inside a burning aircraft falling out of the sky. And as the flames consumed plane after plane, a single haunting question emerged. How could allies mistake their own for the enemy? Less than a year later, those same skies would hold thousands of aircraft during the D-Day air assault, part of the vast Operation Overlord Air Command. Yet this time the guns stayed silent. No panic, no confusion, no repeat of Sicily. How did the Allies transform catastrophe into clarity? How did simple black and white invasion stripes become the difference between tragedy and survival?
Stay with me. The answer begins on a night stained by fire.
The story truly begins on July 11th, 1943, when a long column of C-47 transports approached Sicily under cover of darkness. The mission had been rehearsed for weeks. The paratroopers of the 82nd Airborne sat tightly packed, weighed down with rifles, demolition kits, radios, and 70 pounds of gear. Their objectives were clear: secure key road junctions, protect the beachhead, and link up with infantry landing at dawn. On paper, nothing suggested catastrophe. Moments later, the night proved otherwise. As the formation crossed the final miles toward the coast, every ship in the Allied invasion fleet suddenly opened fire. Tracers carved upward, 40mm shells burst at altitude, and the sky turned into a lethal cave. The crews aboard those ships believed they were under attack by German bombers. In those critical seconds, fear, exhaustion, and the chaos of combat erased the thin line between friend and foe.
What followed became one of the most devastating episodes of friendly fire in World War II. The event historians would name the Sicily airborne disaster.
Inside the transports, the pilots fought to keep control engines sputtering under hits from Allied guns. Some aircraft exploded outright, breaking apart into burning fragments that spiraled into the sea. Others tried to ditch, skimming the waves before disappearing beneath them. Paratroopers confronted impossible choices: leap into the water, almost certainly to drown, or stay aboard a crippled aircraft and die in the crash.
Some who jumped over land faced something even more tragic: Allied gunners firing at their descending silhouettes, unable to identify the parachutes as American.
By dawn, the scale of the disaster was undeniable. 23 C-47s destroyed, 37 more so heavily damaged they would never fly in combat again, 81 men killed, and over 300 wounded. Among the dead was Brigadier General Charles Kieran, the Assistant Division Commander, one of the highest-ranking American officers ever lost to friendly fire in World War II. Lieutenant Colonel Reuben Tucker, who survived the drop, walked across a beach littered with wreckage and bodies. Quietly, he made a vow this would never happen again. Not to his men, not to any American soldier. Investigations soon revealed the underlying fractures. Communications between services had broken down. The Navy had not fully received the flight warnings.
The Army and Navy used different passwords.
The IFF transponders, still early technology, offered no help under such crowded conditions. And human beings shaken from recent German attacks simply could not distinguish a C-47 from a Ju-88 in the dark. There were exceptions, though. A single ship, the USS Jeffers, held its fire. Its crew had been rigorously trained in aircraft recognition, able to identify a friendly silhouette, even in chaos. But one well-prepared ship could not compensate for a broken system. Sicily forced a reckoning. The Allies needed more than discipline or electronics. They needed a solution that would cut through confusion instantly, a solution so clear that even a terrified gunner could not mistake friend for foe. No one yet knew what form it would take, but the seed had been planted. And the path toward the later invasion stripes the markings that would define the D-Day air assault, and the entire Operation Overlord air campaign began on that burning night over the Mediterranean. The tragedy over Sicily revealed a painful truth: even the best trained Allied forces could mistake their own aircraft in the stress of combat. But the Americans were not alone in confronting this. Across the Channel, the Royal Air Force had already been wrestling with a similar problem, one that would unexpectedly provide the Allies with the breakthrough they needed. In late 1942, the RAF deployed the Hawker Typhoon, a fast low-altitude interceptor built to counter German FW190 fighter bombers. The Typhoon was everything the RAF had asked for, powerful, heavily armed, and capable of catching the hit-and-run raids that plagued Britain's southern coast. But it carried a hidden flaw. From the ground, especially in poor visibility, its silhouette looked alarmingly similar to the FW190. The chin radiator, the wing shape, the engine, cowling. All details, carefully studied in training, became indistinguishable when a plane flashed overhead at 400 miles per hour. And so British anti-aircraft gunners, exhausted from constant alerts, began firing on their own planes. Pilots returning from missions over France suddenly found themselves dodging British shells. Some made it home limping on damaged wings. Others did not. The RAF was witnessing its own form of friendly fire in World War II, a quieter but equally painful counterpart to the American losses in the Sicily airborne disaster.
Commanders attempted several remedies. They repainted the Typhoon's nose white better, but not foolproof.
Recognition training intensified, helpful but still limited by human reaction time.
In a split second under stress, the mind defaults to threat. The misidentification problem persisted.
Then in December 1942, someone tried something radically simple. Technicians painted alternating black and white stripes beneath the Typhoon's wings. Not subtle marks, not narrow lines, thick bands stretching the full span. A pattern impossible to mistake for German markings. From the ground, the effect was immediate. Even weary gunners could spot the stripes in an instant. The friendly fire incidents dropped sharply. What the RAF proved was profound. In the seconds that decide life or death, simplicity can outperform technology. This lesson would soon collide with the greatest operational challenge the Allies had ever attempted. Planning for Normandy revealed that the skies on D-Day would be impossibly crowded. More than 13,000 aircraft would participate in the opening phase of the D-Day air assault, part of the massive Operation Overlord air campaign. Fighters, medium bombers, light bombers, transports, and gliders would be stacked over the beaches in layers. Anti-aircraft guns aboard thousands of ships would be primed to fire at anything that looked remotely hostile. A technical review produced a chilling conclusion: the electronic IFF system would collapse under the sheer volume of signals. If every anti-aircraft gunner had to rely on silhouette recognition or radio confirmation, the results could mimic Sicily on an even larger scale. Hundreds of planes could be lost, not to the Luftwaffe, but to the Allies themselves. Air Chief Marshal Sir Trafford Lee Mallory studied the reports, listened to commanders, and examined the RAF's hard-earned lessons. The decision he made would define the invasion. Every Allied aircraft participating in the assault, fighters, transports, bombers, gliders, would be painted with the same unmistakable band seen on the Typhoon. Bold, high contrast, unmissable. 5 stripes in all, 3 white, 2 black, wrapped around fuselage and wings in exact measured widths. They would become known as the invasion stripes, and they promised to do what no machine could guarantee: prevent a repeat of Sicily. Once the order was issued, the transformation of the Allied air fleet began with almost no warning. On the evening of June 3, 1944, just days before the D-Day air assault, ground crews across Britain received a cryptic top priority instruction: every aircraft participating in the coming Operation Overlord air campaign must immediately be painted with black and white invasion stripes. Not tomorrow, not when convenient, now. Most crews had already spent a full day servicing engines, loading ammunition, and preparing for the invasion. Now they were to work through the night armed not with wrenches or fuel hoses, but with brushes, rollers, masking tape, and gallons of paint delivered in trucks with blacked out headlights.
The job was monumental.
Each aircraft required precise striping wrapped around fuselage and wings, 18 inches wide for single-engine fighters, 24 inches for twin-engine transports. The paint had to be thick enough to be visible at altitude, yet applied fast enough to cover thousands of planes in less than 48 hours. On airfields from Suffolk to Hampshire, floodlights flickered to life. Mechanics climbed ladders, lay belly down across wings, measured with chalk lines, masked edges, and began coating aircraft in the stark pattern that would define D-Day. The wind chilled their hands, paint splattered boots and uniforms. Some stripes went on neat and crisp, others were rushed uneven, even sloppy. A few planes would take off with paint still tacky beneath the morning sun. But none of that mattered. What mattered was visibility, instant, unmistakable visibility. The next morning, pilots walked out onto the flight line and froze. Captain Clarence Bud Anderson recalled staring at his P-51 Mustang, astonished by the size of the invasion stripes engulfing its wings and fuselage. These were not subtle markings, they were declarations. They made every aircraft stand out like a banner across the sky. And yet, for pilots who remember stories of the Sicily airborne disaster or who had lost friends to misidentification, the stripes meant reassurance. They meant a fighting chance against the deadliest enemy of all their own side's guns. Shortly after midnight on June 6th, the D-Day air assault began. Hundreds of transports carrying 2,400 American and British paratroopers lumbered into the dark sky. Below them waited the greatest naval armada ever assembled. 6,000 ships bristling with anti-aircraft guns, manned by crews who had been at battle stations for days. Tension ran like electricity through every deck. In Sicily, this moment had ended in horror. But this time, as the formation swept over the fleet, gunners looked up and saw the unmistakable pattern. Black, white, black, white, black. Whole fire officers shouted, and for once every man listened. Unlike Sicily, not a single transport in the opening wave was shot down by Allied guns. The system had worked exactly as intended. At dawn, the skies over Utah, Omaha, Gold Juno, and Sword beaches filled with waves of fighters and bombers. The visual chaos of the Operation Overlord air campaign. Thousands of planes stacked over a narrow front never collapsed into the lethal confusion seen in earlier friendly fire and World War II incidents. The stripes did what electronics and training alone could not. They made misidentification nearly impossible. Historians estimate that at least 500 aircraft were spared in June 1944 because a gunner looking up through smoke or exhaustion saw stripes instead of a threat. And in that instant of recognition, lives were saved. For the American High Command, the transformation from the Sicily airborne disaster to the disciplined skies of Normandy represented more than tactical improvement. It was a cultural shift. Senior leaders like Matthew Ridgway understood that mistakes in war are inevitable, but repeating them is a choice. His August 1943 report, written in the shadow of the wreckage over Sicily, argued that tragedy had forced lessons into the open lessons that must be acted upon. The adoption of invasion stripes was one visible sign of that commitment, but it reflected something deeper, a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths within their own ranks. Within the U.S. Army, Air Forces, and the Navy, the stripes symbolized a rare moment of unity across branches often divided by doctrine and tradition. What electronics could not guarantee, what recognition training could not ensure, the stripes accomplished instantly. They spoke the same language to every service. And in a war defined by coordination, combined arms, joint operations, multinational command structures, this mattered profoundly. The success of the Operation Overlord air campaign depended not only on fighter sweeps or bomber runs, but on the ability of soldiers, sailors, and airmen to trust that the sky above them held friends, not threats. The global perspective, especially from Germany, revealed another dimension of their impact. Captured German officers described the psychological effect of seeing wave after wave of striped aircraft fill the sky. Even when the Luftwaffe attempted sorties, their presence felt symbolic rather than strategic. One officer later recalled watching the D-Day air assault and realizing that the sheer number of Allied aircraft, each marked with bold invasion stripes, signaled more than air supremacy. It signaled inevitability. The stripes were not merely identification markers. They were a visual proclamation that the Allies had mastered the air, the sea, the logistics, and the will required to win. For the Allies on the ground, those markings became emotional anchors. A soldier pinned down on Omaha Beach could glance upward, see the stripes, and know that friendly fighters were overhead. For pilots sweeping low across hedgerows, the stripes meant they could focus on their mission without the constant fear of Allied guns below. The psychological stability that this provided was not a footnote, it was a force multiplier. In the end, the stripes embodied a critical wartime lesson. The cost of failure is paid in lives, but the value of learning is measured in lives saved. They were born from one of the worst episodes of friendly fire in World War II. Yet they became a symbol of discipline, adaptation, and the Allied capacity to turn tragedy into strategy. When the last aircraft crossed the Normandy coastline on June 6th, the black and white bands wrapped around their wings were more than paint. They were a promise, one forged in the smoke and sorrow of the Sicily airborne disaster, where 81 Americans died, not at the hands of the enemy, but through one of the darkest moments of friendly fire in World War II. Lieutenant Colonel Reuben Tucker never wrote memoirs, but those who served with him remembered his silent vow on the shores of Sicily: never again. Never another night where the sky turned against its own. Less than a year later, the sky kept that promise. During the D-Day air assault, thousands of aircraft thundered across the channel under the banner of the invasion stripes. The pattern was crude, the paint was rushed. Some stripes were uneven, others still drying as wheels lifted from English airfields. Yet when the fleet below looked up, there was clarity.
When pilots dove through flak, there was trust.
When paratroopers stepped into the night toward Normandy, there was no repeat of the terror that had defined 1943. The success of the Operation Overlord air campaign was not secured by one symbol alone, but the stripes captured something essential about Allied power, an ability to learn to adapt and to treat each life as worth protecting. They proved that not every solution in war needs to be complex. Sometimes the answer is a brushstroke made by exhausted mechanics working under a lantern light. Sometimes it is the humility to admit that technology cannot replace human judgment. Sometimes it is the courage to face the consequences of earlier failures and to change course before history repeats itself.
The legacy of the invasion stripe still lingers.
Veterans who stood on the decks of destroyers recalled how those bands stayed visible, even in the dark, a lifeline for their consciences as much as their guns. Pilots remembered the relief of knowing that friendly fire was no longer stalking them from below. And decades later, historians would calculate that hundreds of aircraft and the men inside them survived because a simple visual code cut through the chaos of war. So we are left with one final question. What lesson do we carry forward from those black and white markings? Are they merely relics of a past war or reminders of a principle we still struggle with today? That in any moment of crisis, the simplest safeguards can be the most vital.
If this story resonated with you, consider joining us as we continue exploring the battles, decisions, and human moments that shaped history.
And tell me, which lesson from this chapter of the war speaks the...
They saw the smoke first, thin gray streaks drifting over the treetops, carried by the wind from a battlefield they had not yet reached. It was 1,400 hours on the 28th of June, 1944, when a German panzer commander stepped onto the railway junction near Borisov, watching steel giants roll off the flat cars one by one. Panthers and Tigers clattered onto the gravel, their engines rumbling like distant thunder, while Soviet artillery shells burst somewhere behind the station, closing in a little more with every minute. He knew what waited beyond the tree line. The Eastern Front was collapsing. Operation Bagration had ripped open the German lines and sent entire armies into retreat. Yet here, on this quiet stretch of track, one of the last fully equipped armored divisions left in the Reich was being asked to hold the road to Minsk. His orders were simple and impossible. Buy time for the Fourth Army to escape, even as the Soviet Guard's tank army advanced with numbers no tactic could truly counter. And as he watched the last Panther tank roll onto the dirt, a question settled over him like dust from the tracks. In a war now ruled by arithmetic, by industry, by mass, by inevitability, how long could one panzer commander shape the fate of an entire army? In the summer of 1944, the Eastern Front no longer resembled a line, it was a fracture. Operation Bagration, launched on June 23, had struck the German Army Group Center with a force that stunned even seasoned observers. Artillery thundered across a 500-kilometer front, and within 72 hours, entire corps had vanished from the maps. Encirclements at Bobruisk and Vitebsk collapsed. The Fourth Army, ordered by Hitler to stand fast east of Minsk, was being swallowed by converging Soviet thrusts. What had taken Germany 3 years to build was unraveling in less than a week. Into this catastrophe arrived the 5th Panzer Division, one of the few German formations still near full strength on the Eastern Front. They rolled into the Borisov sector with 125 operational tanks, 70 Panther tanks, 55 Panzer IVs, and the heavy Tigers of the 505th Battalion. Their crews were veterans, many of them survivors of Kursk, men who had learned tank warfare the hard way in smoke, mud, and fire. They were joined by infantry remnants, security detachments, engineers, and stragglers fleeing westward from shattered formations. All of them were placed under the command of a panzer general, whose reputation had been forged in battles from Gomel to Kursk. This improvised formation would soon be known simply as his Kampfgruppe. Their mission was brutally clear. The road and rail lines leading into Minsk had to remain open long enough for the Fourth Army to break out. If those routes were severed, nearly 150,000 German soldiers would be trapped east of the city. The Kampfgruppe was to hold delay, withdraw, hold again. It was a textbook model of mobile defense, but it collided with a political reality. Hitler had declared Minsk a fortress city, forbidding withdrawals and insisting on static defense where mobility was the only path to survival. Meanwhile, the Soviet plan unfolded with mechanical precision. The 5th Guards Tank Army was driving from the northeast, the 2nd Guards Tank Corps from the east, and the 65th Army from the south. Their mobile units were advancing nearly 50 kilometers a day, supported by aircraft that roamed uncontested across the sky. German columns retreating toward Minsk were bombed without mercy. Bridges across the Berezina River fell under repeated attacks. Roads were jammed with refugees, wounded soldiers, and abandoned equipment, an army dissolving into chaos. On June 28, the Kampfgruppe deployed into its first defensive line. Panthers took the forward ridge lines along the Moscow-Minsk highway. Panzer IVs were positioned 2 kilometers behind them, ready to cover a withdrawal. Tiger tanks dug in near the rail junction and river crossings, anchoring the strongest points with long-range firepower. Infantry of the 170th Division built hasty barricades along the roads, preparing choke points through which the retreating 4th Army could pass. Engineers wired the Berezina bridges for demolition. It was a plan designed not for victory, but for time measured, not in days, but in hours. And everyone on that line understood that the opening blows were coming. The first probing attacks began on June 29. Soviet reconnaissance battalions slipped through the forests east of Borisov, testing the German lines with cautious thrusts. Artillery cracked along the Berezina as engineers worked through the night-building pontoon bridges under streaks of tracer fire. By dawn on July 1, the river, once the last natural barrier before Minsk, was no longer an obstacle. Soviet armor was already across in strength. At 0800 hours, the battlefield erupted. 3 Soviet tank brigades, more than 150 tanks with infantry, artillery, and air support advanced in a wide 6-kilometer front directly toward the German positions. The lead T-34 came down the highway in staggered formations, their silhouettes emerging from the tree line like shadows taking shape. The Panthers opened fire first. At 1,400 meters, their 75mm guns cracked with a sharp, metallic rhythm, punching through Soviet armor with frightening precision. One after another, T-34 burst into flame along the roadside. German loaders kept a relentless tempo, 6 rounds a minute, hands blistered, ears ringing. To the north, the Tigers held the high ground near the rail junction. Their long-barreled 88 seconds reached out past 2,000 meters, knocking out tanks before the Soviet crews even realized they were under fire. Yet for every Soviet tank destroyed, more pushed forward. They did not pause to recover the wounded. They did not halt to reorganize. They simply kept coming, wave after wave. Above the smoke, Soviet aircraft circled. Il-2 Sturmovik attack planes swooped low, their rockets streaking toward the German positions marked by burning tank hulks. Moments later, the roar of Katyusha rocket launchers rolled across the field, a rising, trembling howl followed by a wall of explosions that shook the ground beneath the German crews. Dirt and shrapnel rained down across the Panther lines. It was warfare designed not just to kill, but to overwhelm, to break cohesion with noise and pressure. By midday, the 1st Panther platoons were running low on ammunition. Several tanks suffered mechanical breakdowns, engines pushed beyond limits, gearboxes worn thin from constant repositioning. 3 Panthers were destroyed outright by Soviet tank fire. 2 more were crippled by artillery. The German commander ordered a phased withdrawal. Panthers fell back to secondary ridgelines. Panzer IVs moved forward to cover them. Infantry teams armed with Panzerfausts stayed behind in shattered farmhouses and roadside ditches, striking Soviet armor at point-blank range before slipping away. The fighting did not ease on July 2. Instead, fresh Soviet brigades replaced those battered the previous day. Their doctrine was simple and merciless: mass, momentum, and unbroken pressure. By afternoon, the Tigers were isolated, their positions bypassed by Soviet columns flowing around them like water around rock. Still, they fought, firing until their ammunition ran dry or until Soviet tanks closed to ranges where even an 88mm gun could not swing fast enough. In 2 days of brutal fighting, the Kampfgruppe had destroyed nearly 90 Soviet armored vehicles. But the Soviet advance continued, inexorable and undiminished. The battle was not a contest of skill anymore, it was a collision between excellence and sheer numerical force. And the outcome was beginning to reveal itself. By the evening of July 2, the truth could no longer be ignored. Ammunition stocks were dwindling, fuel reserves were shrinking, and the Soviet advance showed no sign of slowing. The German commander ordered another fighting withdrawal, step by step toward Minsk. Each position held only long enough to delay the inevitable. As the Panthers fell back, Soviet units pressed forward with fresh formations, rotating in new battalions as if the battlefield were an endless reservoir of men and machines. On July 3, the noose tightened around the city. Before dawn, elements of the 2nd Guards Tank Corps broke through the final German defensive line and entered Minsk from the east. Street fighting was brief and hopeless. By July 4, the city was fully in Soviet hands. The encirclement, once a looming threat, was now a sealed pocket. Nearly 100,000 German soldiers were trapped east of Minsk, hemmed in by converging Soviet armies. Some attempted desperate breakouts through forests and marshland. A few small groups slipped through gaps in the Soviet lines. Most did not. For the Kampf Group, a message arrived too late to matter for the 4th Army. Permission to fall back toward Molodechno, 60 kilometers to the northwest. The order offered survival, but not redemption. The men understood what had happened behind them. The 4th Army, their comrades, was gone, swallowed by Operation Bagration's relentless drive. The Kampf Group now fought to preserve what remained of their own command. The withdrawal through the first week of July was a mosaic of rearguard actions, demolished bridges, and hasty ambushes. Engineers blew culverts and rail lines behind the columns. Infantry covered crossroads with machine gun nests and Panzerfausts until Soviet armored spearheads forced them to flee. Any vehicle that broke down was abandoned and destroyed to prevent capture. Convoys moved at night, guided by dimmed headlights through villages still smoldering from the previous day's bombardments. By July 8, the 5th Panzer Division reported only 18 operational tanks. 11 days earlier, it had arrived with 125. The division, once a veteran formation that had fought from Poland to France, from Greece to Moscow, from Rzhev to Kursk, had been reduced to a remnant. Its seasoned crews, the men who had survived 3 years of brutal armored warfare on the Eastern Front, were gone. The cohesion that had made the division feared was shattered. What remained was a ghost formation, retreating westward toward Lithuania. The scale of the loss was difficult to comprehend. Records show that roughly 15,000 soldiers served with the division in 1944. Fewer than 2,000 would survive the war. Most of the casualties occurred during the weeks of Operation Bagration and the subsequent retreat through Belarus and Poland. For the survivors, Minsk became a line drawn across their lives, the place where a proud division ceased to exist as a fighting force. In the broader scope of the Eastern Front, the destruction of the 5th Panzer Division was not an isolated tragedy. It was one fragment of a larger collapse, an army group uprooted, its reserves exhausted, its command structure in ruins. The battlefield around Minsk only revealed the human cost of a strategic disaster that no tactical brilliance could repair. While the tank battle near Minsk raged in early July 1944, another struggle was unfolding an ocean away. In Normandy, American and British forces were breaking out from the beachheads won on D-Day. The Western Allies were pushing inland, stretching Germany across 2 fronts it no longer had the strength to sustain. What happened at Minsk was therefore not just a local disaster, it was a decisive revelation of Germany's strategic bankruptcy. For American military analysts at the time, Germany's predicament was stark. A modern war could not be won by tactical brilliance alone. It demanded production capacity, fuel, trained personnel, and the ability to absorb losses while continuing to fight. Operation Bagration exposed the mathematical imbalance that now defined the Eastern Front. The Soviet Union was producing more T-34 tanks in a single month than Germany could build Panthers and Tigers in half a year. Their training programs graduated crews faster than Germany could replace its losses. Soviet air power grew, while the Luftwaffe declined under the strain of fuel shortages and relentless Allied bombing. To American eyes, this was the same pattern that defined the Pacific and European theaters. Industrial strength shaping the battlefield long before soldiers fired a shot. The tank battle near Minsk demonstrated this principle with brutal clarity. The 5th Panzer Division may have destroyed hundreds of Soviet tanks, but every Soviet loss was replaced. German losses were not. Quality had met quantity, and quantity was winning. There was also a political dimension. Hitler's refusal to authorize timely withdrawals turned tactical setbacks into strategic catastrophes. Orders to defend fortress, cities drained manpower from mobile formations. Reserves were committed piecemeal, preventing the concentration of force that German doctrine required. In contrast, Soviet command structures refined through years of costly learning now executed vast operational maneuvers with confidence and coordination. From Washington to London, the implications were clear. Operation Bagration shattered Army Group Center, eliminated Germany's last reserves in Belarus, and opened the road to Poland. By August 1944, the Soviet Union had advanced 600 kilometers. Germany was no longer a two-front power. It was a nation fighting for time. And for American strategists watching the Eastern Front, this raised a sobering question, one that echoes long after the guns fell silent. How many battles can an army win tactically while losing the war strategically? Today, the fields northwest of Minsk look peaceful. The forests have grown back. Villages once shattered by artillery have been rebuilt. Farmers still uncover relics of that July tracks, fragments of turrets, the rusted bones of Panther and T-34 tanks buried beneath the soil. There are no monuments marking the stand of the Kampfgruppe or the desperate retreat that followed. The landscape remembers quietly, holding the echoes of a battle that shaped the fate of an entire army. For the German panzer commander who led those men, the war did not end at Minsk. He continued to fight through the retreat into Lithuania and East Prussia, refusing to waste lives in hopeless stands even when Hitler demanded it. In the final days of the war, he chose to surrender with his soldiers rather than flee by air. 10 years in Soviet captivity left him physically broken. Yet he returned to Germany and lived out his days in silence, never writing memoirs, never seeking attention, carrying the weight of his decisions with a dignity few would ever see. His story, and the story of the 5th Panzer Division, is not one of victory or defeat. It is a reminder of the limits of tactical skill in the face of strategic collapse. During the tank battle near Minsk, Panthers and Tigers proved their worth. German crews demonstrated mastery earned through years of brutal combat. But Operation Bagration was not decided by individual clashes. It was decided by numbers, production lines, manpower, fuel reserves, and the relentless momentum of an enemy that could absorb losses and continue the advance. The Eastern Front's greatest truth was measured not in tank duels, but in arithmetic. And yet, within that arithmetic were human beings, crews who fought because their comrades depended on them, soldiers on both sides who stepped into machines knowing the odds they faced. Their actions, their courage, and their suffering deserve to be remembered beyond statistics. As we look back on the summer of 1944, one question remains. What lessons from Minsk still matter today? Is it the danger of rigid leadership, the cost of ignoring reality, or the sobering reminder that even the finest soldiers cannot overcome a war already lost at the strategic level? Share your thoughts below. We read every comment. If you value history's lessons and the stories of those who lived them, consider subscribing for more explorations of the Eastern Front and the battles that shaped our world. The tank battle near Minsk may have ended decades ago, but its echoes remain. Thank you for watching and for remembering.
At dawn, the sky over the Pacific was a pale, gray curtain, the kind that hides the horizon and makes every sound feel closer than it should. Inside the narrow cockpit of a TBF Avenger, a young pilot pulled his harness tight and glanced at the torpedo suspended beneath him.
It was a Mark 13 torpedo, a weapon he had been trained to trust, yet one he knew might fail him when he needed it most.
The engine's slow rumble vibrated through the frame, steady but heavy, as if the aircraft itself understood the weight of what was coming. Down below, waves rolled like sheets of dark steel. In those moments before takeoff, every pilot in the squadron understood the same quiet truth. Courage could carry a man through enemy fire, but it could not make a faulty weapon explode. And still they launched, because that was their duty. What none of them could know then was that the very aircraft they were flying, the TBF Avenger, would one day be remembered as the best torpedo bomber of World War II. But first, it would require a reckoning with failure, a battle not fought in the sky but in the shadows of a broken system. What really happened to turn a flawed weapon into one of the most decisive tools of the Pacific War? The war in the Pacific did not wait for perfection. When the TBF Avenger first entered combat, it carried with it all the promise of American engineering. A powerful radial engine long range, a sturdy frame meant to survive punishment that would tear lesser aircraft apart. On paper, it was everything a modern torpedo bomber needed to be. But beneath its bomb bay hung a weapon that belonged to an earlier age, the Mark 13 torpedo. The Avenger's essential strike arm had been designed when aircraft flew slower, lower, and under far less pressure. By 1942, those assumptions were dangerously outdated. The requirements for using a Mark 13 torpedo bordered on suicidal. Pilots were expected to fly straight and level at barely 130 miles per hour at altitudes so low that a moment's hesitation could put their wingtips into the sea. They had to release at a precise distance and then continue on the same course long enough for enemy gunners to lock on and fire. Every deviation increased the chance that the torpedo would veer off dive too deep, strike the water incorrectly, or simply fail to arm. And even when dropped perfectly, the weapon often betrayed its crew. Yet the United States Navy had no alternative. Newport's torpedo station held a monopoly over torpedo design and production, and with congressional protection behind it, little changed. The flaws were known. Reports from training exercise revealed catastrophic failure rates. But the findings were buried, labeled confidential, or dismissed as pilot error. Then came the first real test, the opening battles of 1942. At Coral Sea at Midway and across the early months of the Pacific War, squadron after squadron launched their TBF Avengers with the same grim determination. They flew into carriers ringed with anti-aircraft fire, only to watch their Mark 13 torpedoes strike holes without exploding, curve away in wide arcs, or sink harmlessly before reaching their target. The aircraft performed, the men performed, the weapon did not.
Midway exposed this truth in the starkest terms.
Young crews, many barely out of training, pressed into their attack runs knowing their torpedoes might never function.
Most never returned.
Those who did brought back stories that shook the confidence of the entire torpedo community. The Avenger could handle punishment, could endure fire, could bring its pilots home with holes in every surface. But the Mark 13 torpedo it carried made each mission a gamble with impossible odds. Still, the TBF Avenger was not yet finished. Beneath the heartbreak of those early failures lay the seeds of something greater, though no one at the time could see how. The aircraft that would someday be called the best torpedo bomber of World War II was still waiting for the weapon it deserved. By late 1942, the grim truth surrounding the Mark 13 torpedo could no longer be ignored. Torpedo squadrons had flown through the worst the Japanese Navy could throw at them, only to see their weapons falter at the moment of decision. Letters from the front, heavily censored, hinted at a despair no training manual had prepared them for. Pilots spoke of perfect attack runs, ending in silence of torpedoes striking enemy ships without detonating of friends lost to missions that felt less like combat and more like sacrifice. The turning point, however, did not begin in a Navy bureau or inside a weapons laboratory. It began on the concrete face of a dam in California, far from any battlefield.
In early 1943, the National Defense Research Committee brought in a Caltech physicist named Charles Lauritsen to examine the torpedo problem. Lauritsen did not come from naval tradition. He came from physics, from the strict logic of hydrodynamics and impact forces. And when his team began high-speed filming of torpedoes striking water at Morris Dam, they uncovered what pilots had suspected for months. Almost everything the Navy believed about torpedo drops was wrong. The footage showed Mark 13 torpedoes tumbling in midair, slapping the water at disastrous angles, crushing internal mechanisms upon impact. Even the TBF Avenger, with all its rugged engineering, could not compensate for a weapon that was fundamentally unstable in flight. If the aircraft was ever to earn the title Best Torpedo Bomber of World War II, the torpedo itself had to be reinvented. Lauritsen's team experimented relentlessly. They studied the Japanese Type 91 torpedo and its wooden stabilizing boxes. They tested fins, parachutes, and drag plates, each revealing new insights and new limitations. The breakthrough finally came in two deceptively simple ideas: a lightweight aluminum ring fitted around the tail and a plywood collar mounted around the nose. The ring, what pilots later called the shroud, ring stabilized the Mark 13 torpedo during its fall and protected its delicate control surfaces. The nose collar, mockingly nicknamed the pickle barrel, slowed the torpedo, just enough to ensure the correct entry angle at high speeds. Together, they transformed the weapon's behavior. Test after test showed the same remarkable pattern: smooth water entry, straight underwater travel, reliable arming, and consistent detonation. For the first time, the TBF Avenger carried a torpedo that worked the way it should. But this new weapon was not yet official.
The Bureau of Ordnance resisted questioning the modifications and the authority behind them.
That did not stop the fleet.
Squadron mechanics, desperate to save their pilots, quietly traveled to California to learn how to install the modifications themselves.
Under dim workshop lights, they drilled, bolted, and measured until they could prepare a torpedo in minutes.
They returned to their carriers with unofficial drawings, tucked into their tool bags, diagrams that would soon change the Pacific War. As 1944 approached, the transformation was ready to begin. The TBF Avenger was finally armed with the Mark 13 torpedo, worthy of the aircraft that carried it. And the battles ahead would reveal just how powerful this union could be. The first true test of the modified Mark 13 torpedo came on June 19, 1944, during the Battle of the Philippine Sea. 8 Avengers from Task Force 58 rolled into their attack runs, dropping their torpedoes not from the old deadly altitudes of 100 feet, but from more than 600. What followed was something no American pilot had ever witnessed before. The torpedoes entered the water cleanly, almost silently, and began running straight toward the Japanese carrier Hiyo. 3 of them struck home. All 3 exploded. Within hours, Hiyo was gone. Word spread faster than doctrine could contain it. By nightfall, mechanics across the task force were fitting shroud rings and pickle barrel collars onto every Mark 13 torpedo they could reach. Before dawn, every TBF Avenger in the fleet carried the modified weapon. And for the first time since the start of the Pacific War, torpedo pilots launched without the quiet dread of wondering whether their weapon would fail them. The results were immediate and devastating. During the Battle of Leyte Gulf in October 1944, the Japanese super battleship Musashi One, of the largest warships ever built, was struck again and again by modified Mark 13 torpedoes. Avengers approached from angles and altitudes once considered impossible. Wave after wave sent torpedoes slicing into the sea, each one running with the steady, unwavering motion pilots would later describe as a train on rails. 19 torpedoes found their target. Everyone that hit exploded. Musashi rolled and sank beneath the waves, taking more than 1,000 men with her. The next day, more Avengers, now confident in both aircraft and weapon, went after Yamato and her escorts. Torpedoes dropped from high-angle dives into the ocean, with barely a ripple tracking toward their targets with lethal precision. The effect on the Japanese fleet was immediate. Panic formations broke apart. Gunners lost coordination, and ships that once shrugged off American torpedoes now feared them. The psychological shift alone changed the rhythm of the Pacific War. But the newfound power came at a price measured in memories, not machinery. The men who had flown earlier missions, those who had watched their torpedoes fail, or had died attempting textbook runs, never saw this turning point. Their loss haunted the survivors. Many pilots later spoke of the relief they felt in 1944, but also the anger that lingered, the knowledge that so many comrades had been lost because a broken system refused to confront its own failures. Still, by late 1944, the transformation was beyond dispute. A TBF Avenger, armed with a properly modified Mark 13 torpedo, had become the best torpedo bomber of World War II. Not because the aircraft itself had changed, but because the weapon finally matched the courage of the men who carried it. The remarkable turnaround of the Mark 13 torpedo did not erase what came before it. Within the United States Navy, the success of the modified weapon cast an uncomfortable light on the decisions that had allowed so many failures to continue unchecked. For years, senior officers had attributed poor performance to pilot error, faulty tactics, or the chaos of battle. The truth revealed at Morris Dam showed otherwise. The weapon itself had been inadequate, and the system responsible for fielding it had failed the men who depended on it. That recognition created a quiet divide inside the Navy. Officers in the fleet who had witnessed the deadly consequences firsthand saw the modified torpedo as validation, proof that their pilots had never been the problem. Bureau officials in Washington, however, reacted with defensiveness. Reports issued after the war credited ongoing refinement for the torpedoes, improved performance downplaying the role of Caltech and ignoring the unauthorized modifications made by frontline mechanics. It was institutional history written to protect institutional pride. Outside the United States, the reaction was very different. Japanese commanders were stunned by the sudden leap in American torpedo effectiveness. At the start of the Pacific War, they had considered the Mark 13 torpedo a minor threat, unreliable and poorly engineered. By late 1944, they viewed it with something close to dread. After-action reports described the TBF Avenger as a menacing aircraft that could strike from any altitude at speeds once thought incompatible with torpedo attacks. The psychological effect was profound. Where Japanese ships had once maneuvered confidently during torpedo runs, they now scattered in fear of weapons that seemed impossibly accurate. The strategic implications were equally significant. The reliable Mark 13 torpedo allowed the United States Navy to conduct wide-reaching multi-angle attacks that overwhelmed even Japan's largest formations. This shift accelerated the collapse of Japan's surface fleet and reshaped the final year of the Pacific War. It also influenced post-war procurement standards, independent testing, diversified contractors, and greater accountability became standard practice in American weapons development. Yet the deepest lesson was not technical, it was human. The rise of the TBF Avenger as the best torpedo bomber of World War II was not the result of a flawless system, but of individuals who refused to accept deadly flaws. Pilots demanded answers. Mechanics defied regulations. Scientists challenged assumptions. Their efforts saved lives, shortened battles, and restored faith in a weapon that had once been a symbol of failure. In the end, the story of the TBF Avenger is not simply the story of an aircraft. It is a story of what happens when human courage outpaces the tools it is given, and what can happen when people choose to fix what institutions ignore. The Avenger had always possessed the strength, range, and resilience to serve as the backbone of American carrier aviation. But it did not become the best torpedo bomber of World War II until the Mark 13 torpedo was finally transformed into the weapon its pilots had always needed. That transformation came not from official directives, but from a handful of scientists who questioned the impossible, from mechanics who worked through the night drilling holes in metal they had no authorization to touch, and from squadron leaders who believed saving their men mattered more than following regulations. Their efforts reshaped the Pacific War. More importantly, they restored trust that a pilot's bravery would not be wasted. Trust that the weapon beneath the wings of a TBF Avenger would strike true trust that sacrifice would finally have meaning. When the modified Mark 13 torpedo began to run hot, straight, and normal, it carried more than explosives. It carried the memory of every crew lost in 1942 and 1943, every failed run, every letter home that never arrived. Each successful hit in 1944 was in a quiet way an act of vindication for those who never saw the turning point. Today, restored Avengers fly at air shows across the United States. Their broad wings and distinctive engine rumble draw crowds, yet few onlookers know the full story behind their wartime legacy. They see an aircraft,
but beneath its skin lives a reminder that progress in war is rarely clean.
It is often born from frustration, from loss, and from the determination of individuals who refuse to accept that good enough is good enough. As you think about this history, consider the weapons and systems used by modern service members. Somewhere someone may be carrying equipment that isn't ready, just as those early pilots carried the flawed Mark 13 torpedo.
And somewhere else, someone may be fighting to fix it. What lesson stands out to you most from the story of the TBF Avenger?
If you have thoughts, share them below. We read every comment.
And if you want to continue exploring how moments like these shape the world we live in, consider subscribing for the next chapter of our military history journey.
The sky over occupied France was strangely quiet in the late afternoon light, the kind of silence that settles just before something breaks. Inside the cramped cockpit of an American fighter, a young pilot steadied his breath, listening to the low thunder of his engine echo through the metal around him. Sweat mixed with the smell of hydraulic fluid and the distant glint of returning bombers traced a thin, fragile line toward home. He was only 23, 2 months in combat, 1 confirmed victory. And yet, on that day, he carried the weight of a machine many believed was too heavy, too sluggish, too unforgiving for a knife-edge war in the sky. The aircraft beneath him, massive, powerful, doubted by nearly everyone, had already taken good men and never given them back.
But war does not wait for perfection. It demands faith in whatever steel is under your hands.
And as the sun dipped lower, that young pilot was about to face a moment no training manual could prepare him for. A moment that would test not only his courage, but the true nature of the most underrated American fighter plane of World War II. The question was simple, brutal, and immediate when everything fell apart. Would this airplane keep him alive? Before that fateful afternoon over France, the story of the P-47 Thunderbolt began far from the front lines in noisy American factories and on airfields that were never meant to handle a machine of its size. It was an American fighter plane unlike anything the nation had ever built, 10,000 pounds of metal before ammunition or fuel, driven by a massive Pratt & Whitney engine that shook the ground when it roared to life. On paper, it was a powerhouse. In practice, many pilots wondered whether brute strength alone could keep them alive in the unforgiving world of World War II aviation. The first to fly it in combat training were the men of the 56th Fighter Group. They received early production Thunderbolts. In the summer of 1942, machines still rough around the edges, still hiding flaws no manual had fully explained. Their home base at Bridgeport, Connecticut was completely inadequate for such an aircraft. Runways, too short approaches, too tight, and no margin for error. What followed was a season of fear and loss. Engines failed without warning. Control systems locked up. The big fighter behaved nothing like the lighter trainers the pilots knew. 18 young aviators died before they ever saw the enemy. 41 aircraft were destroyed. And each crash left behind a question that no one dared voice aloud. Was this American fighter plane truly ready for war?
Yet war offered no alternative. When the Thunderbolt finally reached England in early 1943, the Luftwaffe dominated the airspace over Europe.
German fighters, the agile Bf-109 and the ferocious FW-1990 could twist, climb, and turn with a predatory grace that the heavier P-47 simply could not match. To counter this, American tacticians wrote a doctrine built on speed and altitude dive in from above fire, in a single decisive burst climb back to safety. No turning fights, no prolonged duels. The Thunderbolt was a weapon of momentum, not maneuver. But doctrine is a fragile thing in the chaos of real combat. Clouds, timing. Sun angles, the unpredictable instincts of enemy pilots. All of it conspired to force young Americans into fights they were never meant to win. The rules of engagement looked clean in the briefing room. Over occupied Europe, they dissolved into instinct and desperation. The men of the 56th Fighter Group knew this better than anyone. They had watched friends vanish into the channel or fall burning over farmland, their thunderbolts twisting toward the earth in ways no theory could explain. Among the officers trying to make sense of this brutal new reality was Lieutenant Colonel Hubert Zemke. Older than most of his men, hardened by years of flying, he carried with him a lesson learned while observing the Royal Air Force during the Battle of Britain doctrine must bend or men will break. What mattered in the air was not the perfect plan, but the willingness to adapt faster than the enemy. And soon under Zemke's command, the 56th Fighter Group would begin to rethink everything they thought they knew about the P-47 Thunderbolt, because the war was about to prove in blood and steel that its greatest strength had been hiding in plain sight. The turning point arrived on June 26, 1943, high above occupied France. 48 P-47 Thunderbolts from the 56th Fighter Group stretched across the sky in loose formation, a shield of American fighter planes guarding the wounded B-17s as they limped home from their bombing run near Paris. The air was sharp and thin at 19,000 feet. Sunlight slanted across the cockpit glass in a way that made spotting enemies nearly impossible. And at the very back of the formation, tail end, Charlie flew Lieutenant Robert Johnson, the most vulnerable man in the most vulnerable position. He scanned the sky again and again, searching the empty blue behind him.
Nothing. Then everything happened at once.
16 Feldjagd-190s came dropping out of the sun-sleeked German Predators, diving from 25,000 feet with the confidence of hunters who knew the terrain. Before Johnson could finish calling a warning over the radio cannon, shells exploded through his canopy. Plexiglass shattered. Hydraulic fluid burst across his face like scalding rain.
A machine gun round tore his oxygen mask away. Another split the skin of his leg. In the space of seconds, the cockpit became a storm of glass, smoke, blood, and fire.
The P-47 snapped into an inverted spin. No control, no oxygen. Flames licked at the edges of the cockpit as the massive machine tumbled like a piece of scrap metal hurled from the heavens. Johnson kicked the rudder, braced his boots, tried to slide the canopy back to bail out, but the mechanism was dead, melted, useless. He was trapped in a burning American fighter plane with no way out and nowhere to go but down. Somewhere in the chaos, Johnson stopped fighting. For a brief moment, he simply accepted the quiet truth that every combat pilot knows but rarely faces head-on. This might be the end. He thought about Barbara, the life waiting for him across an ocean, the life he would not return to. And then, without warning, the fire went out. Starved of oxygen in the violent spin, the flames collapsed and died. Johnson wiped enough hydraulic fluid from his eyes to see shadows again. He kicked hard left, pulled the stick back, and the P-47's nose clawed upward. By 8,000 feet, the Thunderbolt leveled off. Bleeding, half blind, barely holding together, but alive. He turned toward the English coast, pushing the throttle forward, trusting the big Pratt & Whitney engine to keep running, despite the punishment it had taken.
And that was when a single FW-190 eased up alongside him.
The German pilot stared at the mangled Thunderbolt, as if puzzled that such a wreck was still in the air. Then he slid behind Johnson and opened fire again. Hundreds of rounds slammed into the P-47's wings, and fuselage a metallic scream echoing through the cockpit. Johnson hunched behind the armored seat, waiting for the moment when something essential engine Spartail would finally give way. It never did. The German made pass after pass, each one a deliberate attempt to finish the job. But the Thunderbolt refused to break. Metal tore, fabric shredded, but the airplane kept flying steady toward England as if powered by something more stubborn than steel. On his final pass out of ammunition, the German pilot formed up beside Johnson one last time. He rocked his wings, a gesture of respect from one warrior to another, and turned back toward France. The P-47 Thunderbolt, the American fighter plane, so many had doubted had survived the impossible.
When Robert Johnson slid his shattered P-47 Thunderbolt onto the grass at RAF Manston, the silence that followed was almost unreal.
Ground crew pried him from the cockpit, his hands still locked around the stick, his legs refusing to move. Only later, when the adrenaline finally bled away, did he learn the scale of what the airplane had endured. 21 cannon strikes, more than 200 machine gun hits, every major surface damaged.
Yet the war was rarely so merciful. On that same mission, June 26, 1943, another pilot from the 56 Fighter Group, Lieutenant Roger Dearnever, returned.
Dyer had been one of the most naturally gifted aviators of his class, a man who had survived the deadly training period back in Connecticut, survived the near supersonic dive experiment, survived every lesson the P-47 had forced upon young Americans, learning how to fight in a machine built for power, not grace. But on this day in the same sky against the same German attackers, Dear was shot down over France. The difference between survival and death often came down to seconds angles, or the invisible luck that decides whether a shell strikes the engine, the fuel tank, or harmless metal. Johnson's American fighter plane absorbed the damage. Dear's did not. It was a truth every pilot carried with him. You could do everything right and still never make it home.
The losses weighed heavily on the 56th Fighter Group.
By mid-1943, statistics painted a bleak picture. Young men arrived fresh from training, flew a handful of missions, and disappeared before gaining real combat experience. The official explanations: pilot error, improper use of doctrine felt hollow. The men who survived knew combat was far messier than theory. German aces exploited every mistake, every moment of hesitation. And the Thunderbolt, for all its power, required a kind of discipline no manual had fully explained. This was the crucible in which Hubert Zemk made his stand as a commander. Instead of accepting losses as inevitable, he pushed his unit to study, adapt, and evolve. Every mission ended with long, unfiltered discussions. Who succeeded today? Who didn't and why? The answers revealed an uncomfortable truth. The pilots who rigidly followed the hit-and-run doctrine were often the ones getting shot down. They made one pass, climbed away, and left themselves exposed. The pilots who survived and scored kills were those who trusted the P-47 Thunderbolt's raw power enough to stay in the fight, diving and climbing in vertical maneuvers that played to the aircraft's strengths. Little by little, the unit's thinking changed. The Thunderbolt wasn't a delicate duelist. It was a force of momentum. It could dive faster than anything the Luftwaffe fielded. It could take damage that would tear a German fighter apart. And it could hammer enemies with 850 caliber guns in the brief windows when a firing solution appeared. As 1943 wore on, the results became impossible to ignore. Kill ratios improved. Veteran German pilots began to note with frustration that Thunderbolt units were fighting differently, more aggressively, more confidently, more unpredictably. The aircraft hadn't changed. The understanding had. And from that understanding came a new truth, one proven in the skies day after day.
When flown with energy, teamwork, and tactical imagination, the P-47 Thunderbolt was not just survivable, it was deadly.
As 1944 unfolded, the air war over Europe changed, and the role of the P-47 Thunderbolt changed with it. The sleek P-51 Mustang, with its long range and elegant lines, took over the deep escort missions into Germany. That shift freed the Thunderbolt for a new purpose, one that would define its legacy more profoundly than any dogfight. The American fighter plane that had once been judged too heavy for aerial duels became the most feared ground attack weapon in the European theater. German troops gave these aircraft a single name: Jabos, fighter bombers, low, fast, merciless, the same attributes that kept the Thunderbolt alive in air combat: its rugged airframe, its air-cooled radial engine, its sheer structural strength made it devastating against ground targets.
Trains vanished in explosions of steam and steel.
Truck convoys scattered under the roar of 850 caliber guns. Armored vehicles were cracked open by 5-inch rockets that punched through plate and tore into ammunition stores. A single pass from a Thunderbolt could erase an entire column from the map. For the German army, the consequences were catastrophic. Their logistics depended on daylight rail movement on long supply lines, feeding distant fronts. But by late 1944, any train that moved under the sun risked annihilation. P-47. Thunderbolts destroyed thousands of locomotives, tens of thousands of trucks, and choked the arteries of the Wehrmacht until entire units withered for lack of fuel, ammunition, or food. No grand strategy succeeds when its supplies die on the rails, and the Thunderbolt ensured exactly that. Across the Atlantic, American commanders recognized what this shift meant. The P-47 was no longer merely an aircraft competing with German fighters. It had become a strategic tool, reshaping the battlefield from the ground up. And yet public perception back home rarely mirrored this reality. The Mustang captured headlines and admiration with its polished silhouette and record-setting escort missions. The Thunderbolt, bulky and brutal, did the hard work in silence. But for those who fought the war, the truth was unmistakable. Luftwaffe reports from late 1943 and 1944 reveal growing frustration, not only with American tactics, but with the increasing difficulty of shaking Thunderbolt pilots once they committed to an attack. German replacements were inexperienced, their veteran aces dwindling. Meanwhile, the 56 Fighter Group and others like it refined their methods, building a culture of tactical innovation that outpaced the Luftwaffe's ability to adapt.
After the war, many nations, from South America to Europe to the Middle East, purchased surplus Thunderbolts, trusting the same durability that had saved so many American pilots.
The aircraft's design philosophy echoed into the jet age through machines like the F-84, F-105, F-4 Phantom. Even the A-10 Warthog, big, tough, heavily armed, built not for elegance but for survival and firepower.
In the eyes of the world, that was the true legacy of the P-47 Thunderbolt. A reminder that power, resilience, and the will to adapt can change the course of a war.
In the years after the war, Robert Johnson rarely spoke about June 26, 1943.
He lived a quiet life, married his high school sweetheart, raised 4 children, worked an ordinary job in an ordinary town.
To those around him, he was a husband, a father, a neighbor. Only a few understood that he had once ridden a crippled American fighter plane through fire and steel and brought it home when no aircraft should have survived.
His story remained etched not in grand speeches, but in the silence of a man who carried memory with the humility of someone who had seen too much.
That silence mirrored the fate of the P-47 Thunderbolt itself. History remembered the sleek lines of the Mustang, the glamour of long-range escort missions, the photographs that looked good in newspapers. But the most underrated American combat plane of World War II left its mark in ways less visible and far more enduring. It survived hits no other fighter could survive. It tore apart German logistics. It carried its pilots home again and again when luck and physics said it should not. And it proved beyond statistics or legend that raw strength paired with the right tactics could rewrite the rules of air combat.
The 56 Fighter Group understood this better than anyone.
They discovered that mastery comes not from having the perfect machine, but from understanding the one you have, its limited strengths, its hidden gifts, and using them with discipline, bravery, and imagination. Their pilots trusted the Thunderbolt not because it was beautiful, but because it was faithful.
In war, faithfulness can matter more than elegance.
And perhaps that is the deeper lesson the P-47 leaves behind. Wars are not won by flawless technology or heroic myth alone. They are won by people who adapt faster than the enemy, who learn from failure, who take imperfect tools and turn them into decisive instruments. They are won by leaders who listen, by crews who keep engines alive through the night, by pilots who climb into battered cockpits knowing the odds and flying anyway. So the question now passes to us: what truly made the P-47 Thunderbolt great, the machine itself or the people who refused to quit on it? If stories like this speak to you, if they remind you of the courage and cost behind every page of history, consider joining us. Like, subscribe, and share where you're watching from. Every voice in this community helps keep these stories alive, because history only fades when we allow it to be forgotten. The battle may be over, but the legacy of the Thunderbolt, the most faithful of America's wartime fighters, still echoes in the sky. The first light had not yet touched the surface of the Pacific when a lonely silhouette moved across the dark water, its engines humming with a steady, unhurried rhythm. Inside the cockpit, the crew could see little beyond the faint glow of red instrument lights and the shifting texture of waves below. Yet they knew that somewhere out there, beyond the horizon and the night, history was waiting for them. In the Pacific War, dawn often decided the fate of thousands. This was no sleek fighter, no fast bomber built for glory. It was a PBY Catalina, a WW2 flying boat so slow that its own crews joked it was a clay pigeon with engines. But on this morning, speed meant nothing. What mattered was the ability to endure to search mile after empty mile until the truth revealed itself. They had done this routine hundreds of times: lift off in darkness, sweep the ocean, and return long after the sun had set. But today felt different. The air seemed tighter. The silence felt heavier. Somewhere over the curve of the earth, an enemy fleet was moving. And the question that hung in the cabin was simple, heavy, and unmistakably human. Would they find it before it found them? The moment the Catalina's hull lifted off the water at Midway that morning, the men aboard knew they were stepping into a stretch of sky where survival depended on patience more than power. The PBY Catalina, a WW2 flying boat that could barely outrun a modern truck, was the Navy's best hope of solving the greatest problem of the Pacific War, finding the enemy in an ocean too vast to comprehend. It was June 4th, 1942, and no one at Midway knew where the Japanese carriers were, only that they were coming. Lieutenant Howard Adi had flown these long arcs for months. His crew knew the rhythm by heart. Take off before dawn, climb to cruising altitude, line up on a compass heading, and sweep the ocean in silent concentration. There was little drama in it, just hours of monotony, the hum of radial engines, and the steady search for shapes that rarely appeared. But routine can be its own form of tension. Every flight carried the possibility that nothing would happen until everything did. That morning the air felt different, as if the horizon itself were bracing for impact. Midway had been on high alert for 3 days. Every pilot had been briefed, every bomber fueled, every Marine fighter on standby. The Japanese strike force, 4 carriers, battleships, cruisers, destroyers, was somewhere beyond the curve of the earth. If the Americans failed to locate it, the Battle of Midway would begin with the island engulfed in fire. Adi's PBY Catalina flew northwest on its assigned 45-degree search sector, crawling across the sky at 115 miles per hour. At that speed, every mile felt earned. The crew stared down through the haze, scanning for the smallest break in the pattern of waves, anything that did not belong. The Catalina could fly low and slow enough to study individual whitecaps, an ability no land-based bomber could match. It was not built to fight. It was built to witness. 180 miles from Midway, the routine broke. Adi's co-pilot stiffened there. On the faintest edge of the horizon rose dark columns of smoke. Not one plume, not two, many. It was the unmistakable signature of a fleet at high speed. The Catalina turned toward it, descending to 1,000 feet as the shapes began to emerge from the morning haze. Carriers, battleships, escorts, the main striking force of the Imperial Navy. The radio operator tapped out the message that would alter the course of the Pacific War. 2 carriers and main body, bearing 320, distance 180 miles, course 135, speed 25 knots. It was 0534 hours. In that moment, the Battle of Midway began in earnest, not with bombs or torpedoes, but with a sighting report sent from a slow, unarmored flying boat. What followed would become legend, but it all hinged on these minutes in the early morning light, when a handful of men in a WW2 flying boat found what every commander in the Pacific was desperate to see. Long before the smoke on the horizon at Midway, the Navy had understood a truth that would shape the Pacific War. Battles are won not only by firepower, but by reach. And no aircraft reached farther than the PBY Catalina. Designed in the mid-1930s, it had none of the elegance of a fighter or the brute force of a bomber. Instead, engineers gave it something far more valuable for a war fought across an ocean endurance. The Catalina's signature silhouette, a parasol wing perched above a boat-shaped fuselage, was not made for beauty. It was made to hold fuel. Tanks filled the hull. Tanks filled the wings. Every pocket of unused space became another cell for gasoline. In the air, the aircraft felt less like a plane and more like a patient machine built to outlast the horizon. Among Allied crews, it was common to joke that the WW2 flying boat was a fuel tank that happened to fly. But in the endless expanse of the Pacific, that was exactly what the Navy needed. Its twin Pratt & Whitney engines could run for 20 hours without rest. Its cruising speed barely exceeded highway traffic, but that slow pace allowed crews to fly low 500 feet, sometimes less studying the ocean with human eyes rather than relying on instruments alone. In an era before airborne radar became widespread, the Catalina's ability to see, truly see, gave it an advantage no faster aircraft possessed. But the aircraft's endurance meant little without the men who served inside it. Life aboard a PBY, Catalina was a quiet test of patience and resilience. Behind the cockpit lay narrow bunks where off-duty crew tried to sleep through engine noise that rattled every rib of the fuselage. A tiny galley, little more than a hot plate, a kettle, and a metal shelf served as their kitchen. Coffee was constant. Canned food was routine. Over the course of the Pacific War, Vienna sausages became both an inside joke and a symbol of the long, lonely hours above the sea. Comfort did not exist. Early in the war, the cabin had no heating system. Flying in the North Pacific, crews wrapped themselves in blankets. and sat close to the bulkheads for warmth. In the South Pacific, sunlight turned the aircraft's blister windows into greenhouses that baked the crew through their uniforms. Sweat and numb fingers were part of the job. Still, the men adapted. They rotated positions to stay alert. Pilots traded duties in steady shifts. Gunners leaned against the blisters, watching for shapes on the water that might mean danger or survival. And as the war expanded, so did the Catalina's reach. From Alaska to Australia, across island chains barely large enough to appear on maps, the WW2 flying boat became the Allied eye on the ocean. The PBY Catalina could launch from lagoons too small for airstrips and return to harbors that were little more than sheltered coves. In a conflict defined by distance, it brought the horizon closer each day, one slow mile at a time. As the Pacific War intensified, the missions of the PBY Catalina began to evolve. What had started as a slow, methodical watcher of the sea soon became something far more dangerous and far more unpredictable. When daylight skies became dominated by Japanese fighters, American crews searched for an advantage in the only hours the enemy could not fully command: the darkness. That was when the Black Cat squadrons were born. Crews stripped the Catalina of its blue-gray paint and coated every surface, wings, hull, even the national insignia in matte black. At night, a WW2 flying boat of that size should have been impossible to hide. Yet, under a moonless sky, the aircraft dissolved into the darkness. Pilots learned to use island silhouettes to mask their approaches, flying at altitudes so low that waves sometimes broke against the hull. The Catalina, once a symbol of patient reconnaissance, became a predator. Their targets were the fast destroyers of the Tokyo Express ships that ran supplies to Japanese forces under cover of night. Anti-aircraft guns waited on every deck. Searchlights scanned the waves, but the Black Cats attacked from angles the enemy never expected. They dropped bombs, depth charges, even improvised weapons when nothing else was available. One crew famously lobbed homemade Molotov cocktails through the open blister windows, watching the flames scatter across the deck of a Japanese submarine. The risks were constant and unforgiving. Flying a large, slow aircraft at wave height in darkness was its own form of gambling. The horizon could vanish without warning. A moment of disorientation could send a Catalina into the sea. Even without enemy fire, crews were lost to fog, weather, mechanical failures, and the simple cruelty of the night. Of the original Black Cat aircraft deployed to Guadalcanal, more than half were gone within 2 months. Yet the successes were undeniable. On the 21st of February 1943, Lieutenant William Goff and his crew approached a Japanese destroyer near Kolombangara. Hidden against the dark mass of the island, they closed the distance until the ship's wake glowed white beneath them. 2 500-pound bombs fell from the Catalina. Both hit. The destroyer erupted in flame and slid beneath the water, a testament to what a patient, deliberate attack could achieve. But the Catalina's greatest legacy did not come from delivering destruction, it came from saving lives. By 1943, as operations stretched across thousands of miles, American air crews faced a new and relentless danger: going down over open water with no guarantee of rescue. The PBY Catalina changed that. These search and rescue missions, later known as Dumbo missions, became lifelines for pilots who once believed that ditching meant certain death. Crews risked everything, landing in high swells or enemy-controlled waters to pull survivors aboard. Some rescues became legend. Eddie Rickenbacker, America's greatest ace of the First World War, survived 24 days adrift before a Catalina spotted his raft. Lieutenant Nathan Gordon made 3 landings under enemy fire to save 15 men near Cavien, earning the Medal of Honor. But most rescues were quiet, unrecorded acts of humanity, moments when a slow WW2 flying boat slammed into rough water, held itself together, and lifted broken men from the edge of death. In the long night of the Pacific War, the Black Cats struck fear, but the rescue crews restored hope. Across the enormous distances of the Pacific War, the PBY Catalina did more than fly missions, it reshaped how commanders understood the battlefield. In a theater where fleets could disappear into the horizon, where storms erased entire task forces from sight, the Catalina became a bridge between uncertainty and decision. Its reports shaped carrier strikes. Its radar guidance led ships through blinding fog. Its quiet presence over distant seas taught strategists a lesson that would echo far beyond the 1,940 seconds. Information is the first weapon of modern war. American commanders quickly realized that the Catalina's endurance could anchor a new style of warfare. Long before airborne early warning systems existed, modified PBYs carrying early radar acted as the Navy's first eyes in bad weather or darkness. During the Aleutian Campaign, radar-equipped Catalinas guided surface ships through conditions so disorienting that vessels sometimes lost sight of each other. Without those slow-moving aircraft, the assault on Attu would have unfolded in chaos. But the Catalina's impact went far beyond the U.S. Navy. Across the world, Allied nations embraced the aircraft for the same reason America had. It could reach where nothing else could. The Royal Air Force flew Catalinas across the North Atlantic, hunting U-boats that haunted Allied convoys. The Royal Canadian Air Force guarded remote coastlines where storms were harsher than any enemy. The Soviet Navy used them in the Arctic, where daylight vanished for months and the cold tested every bolt and fitting. In Australia, crews flew milk run missions into isolated waters controlled by Japanese forces, delivering supplies and retrieving coast watchers whose intelligence often proved invaluable. Even Japanese commanders were forced to adapt. The nighttime strikes of the Black Cat squadrons disrupted supply routes that had once operated with confidence. Destroyers dimmed their lights. Crews posted extra lookouts. Ships altered routes or slowed to avoid predictable channels. Fear of a slow, unseen WW2 flying boat shifted behavior across entire regions. For many families across America, Australia, Canada, and Britain, the story of the Catalina is personal. Fathers, uncles, and grandfathers served on these long, lonely flights, missions without fanfare, where monotony and danger coexisted hour after hour. Their work rarely made headlines, but it made victories possible. In a global conflict fought by nations and empires, the PBY Catalina proved that reach, patience, and clarity could shape the course of history just as surely as firepower. When the guns finally fell silent in August 1945, the vast ocean that had once swallowed entire fleets lay calm again. The legacy of the PBY Catalina, the slow, patient WW2 flying boat that had watched those waters day after day, remained written across every mile of the Pacific. From that first sighting off Midway's horizon to the last rescue flights near Japan, the Catalina's story was never about glory. It was about endurance, discipline, and the quiet courage of crews who understood that victory often begins long before the first shot is fired. Look back at the morning of the Battle of Midway. A handful of men aboard a humble patrol aircraft found a fleet that should have remained hidden. Their report shaped the turning point of the Pacific War. Yet ask any survivor of those early patrols, and most would say the same thing Lieutenant Howard Addy said years later. They were simply doing their job. For them, heroism felt like routine, flying straight lines over empty water, trusting that their slow-moving aircraft would carry them home again. But routine can change history. The same aircraft that spotted enemy carriers also slipped into darkness with the Black Cat squadrons, striking Japanese ships from angles no one expected. The same flying boat that hunted submarines and scouted remote coastlines also slammed into rough seas to pull exhausted men from drifting rafts. Thousands survived because someone in a Catalina refused to give up. After the war, many PBY Catalina aircraft kept flying carrying passengers to remote islands, fighting forest fires, or serving small nations whose pilots trusted the same rugged strength that had endured the Pacific storms of 1942. A few still soar today, their wings casting shadows on waters once scarred by war. They are reminders of an era when technology was simple, but commitment was absolute. And perhaps that is the true legacy of this quiet giant. In a world often dazzled by speed and firepower, the Catalina proved that patience, vision, and resolve can shape the course of events. It showed that information earned slowly, mile after mile, can decide a war as surely as any weapon. So, as you reflect on this story, I invite you to think about the lessons it leaves behind. In modern conflict, what matters more, the power to destroy or the power to see clearly? Share your thoughts below. And if you value these stories of courage and innovation from history's greatest conflict, stay with us. There are more chapters to uncover, more voices to honor, and more journeys like the PBY Catalina waiting just beyond the horizon. Field of cold light stretching above the clouds. Through the canopy of a German fighter, A lone pilot watched the silhouettes below him climb with painful slowness. Their wings looked too small, their fuselages too thick, their movements too heavy for the brutal arena they were entering. From his oxygen mask came the faint trace of laughter, a quiet disbelief that anything shaped like that could survive the world waiting above France.
But war has a way of rewriting its own rules. What those pilots saw that morning were not mere machines struggling toward the fight.
They were looking at the first steps of a weapon built on a different vision of air power, a machine that would turn ridicule into fear and tilt the balance of the skies. The gap between what the eye could see and what history would remember was wide enough to swallow an Air Force whole. And somewhere in that thin, icy air hung the question that would define the months ahead. What happens when a fighter that should not have worked becomes the one no enemy can escape? The story truly begins long before those first encounters above France. In the summer of 1940, while Europe burned under the rapid advance of German air power, American planners studied the wreckage of countries that had fallen and understood a truth that was as cold as the steel they would soon forge. If the next war was to be won, it would be won at altitude. German fighters had carved through the skies with deadly precision, and the United States needed something that could reach higher, hit harder, and endure the kind of punishment that broke lesser machines apart.
When engineers at Republic Aviation received the Army's urgent specifications, they faced a dilemma that bordered on the impossible.
Traditional fighter design favored light frames, nimble wings, and quick movements. But the threat now rising above Europe demanded a fighter built around a different philosophy. Alexander Kartveli, the Georgian-born designer entrusted with the task, made a choice that startled even his own team. He would not build a sleeker Spitfire or a cleaner Messerschmitt. He would build something larger, stronger, and far more powerful than anything in American service. The prototype that emerged, the P-47B, did not slip into the air so much as force its way upward. Its massive turbocharged engine filled the fuselage like a beating heart of metal and fire. Its wings carried the weight of 8 heavy machine guns. Its silhouette looked awkward, its proportions alarming. Test pilots approached it with the same uneasy respect that soldiers give to unfamiliar artillery. And yet, when the throttle opened, the aircraft climbed as though it had found a secret path through the sky.
But progress came at a terrible cost.
Between late 1942 and early 1943, training squadrons struggled to tame the machine. The aircraft ground looped without warning, torque rolled if handled carelessly, and dove so fiercely that pilots occasionally felt the controls freeze beneath their hands. The statistics were grim. Dozens of aircraft lost.
Too many young airmen killed before they ever saw an enemy.
The Thunderbolt seemed less like a promise and more like a threat that turned inward.
Even so, the design refused to be judged by first impressions.
Those who survived the early months learned that beneath its size lay an engine that refused to quit and a frame that could drink punishment without falling apart. When combat finally came to the heavy fighter in the spring of 1943, the battlefield introduced yet another challenge. The Thunderbolt could not turn with German fighters. It could not climb with them at lower altitudes. And in those opening weeks, losses mounted while victories remained painfully rare. To the Luftwaffe, this merely confirmed what they already believed. The Americans had brought a mistaken idea into the skies of Europe.
A machine too big, too heavy, too slow.
A fighter that did not deserve the name. What they missed in those first chaotic months was the subtle shift already taking shape.
The P-47 was surviving hits that would have torn their own aircraft apart.
And it was carrying a weapon system whose full consequence had not yet been felt. The storm had not arrived, but its first shadow had already crossed the horizon. The turning point arrived not with a victory, but with a survival that should have been impossible. On a June morning in 1943, as a formation of P-47s crossed the coast of France, the Germans struck with the efficiency of hunters who knew their prey. 16 FW-190s descended from the sun, their cannon shells walking across the sky. In seconds, a young American pilot named Robert S. Johnson found himself inside a cockpit shredded by fire, his canopy shattered, his instruments failing, and his own blood pooling beneath him. By every rule of air combat, his flight should have ended there. Instead, the Thunderbolt held together, vibrating, burning, refusing to surrender. When a lone FW-190 dove behind him and emptied its entire arsenal into the wounded aircraft, the German pilot expected nothing more than drifting wreckage. What he saw instead was a machine that absorbed every shell, every burst, and still clawed forward toward the channel. When Johnson finally landed in England, crews stopped counting the holes after reaching 200. In that wreckage lay the first undeniable proof of what the aircraft truly was. While the Germans laughed at its size, the Americans began discovering its logic. The Thunderbolt did not win by matching the turn radius of the FW-190 or the climb of the Bf-109. It won by imposing a new geometry on aerial combat. High above 25,000 feet, where German engines gasped for air, the P-47 remained powerful and steady. In a dive, nothing in the European sky could follow it. That weight, mocked only weeks earlier, became a weapon when converted into speed. It was during these months that commanders like Hubert Zemke and Walker Bud Mahurin reshaped the way American pilots fought. Rather than duel in tight circles, they climbed to the edge of the stratosphere, waited, and struck with the violence of falling steel. They called it boom and zoom. German pilots had another name for it, the moment the sky collapsed. At the bottom of those dives, 8 heavy machine guns spoke at once, their streams of fire converging into a 6-foot sphere of destruction. Anything entering that sphere did not simply fall, it came apart. The mission over Schweinfurt and Regensburg revealed this truth with brutal clarity. When a flight of P-47s intercepted Bf-110s poised to attack American bombers, the German formation disintegrated in seconds. Witnesses describe wings tearing away, fuselages shredding into metal fragments, aircraft vanishing as though erased from the air. It was not grace. It was not elegance. It was industrial firepower distilled into a fighter-sized frame. By late summer, reports inside the Luftwaffe began shifting in tone. Pilots returning from combat described Thunderbolts diving faster than they believed physics allowed, climbing with new confidence and delivering fire so dense that survival depended more on luck than skill. The enemy had not changed their aircraft, they had changed the way they used it. And slowly, the balance of the European sky began to tilt. The machine once dismissed as a flying milk bottle was becoming something else entirely. Not a predator defined by agility, but a force defined by inevitability. The kind of weapon that did not need to win the first fight to dominate the war that followed. The real shift in the air war became unmistakable in the autumn of 1943, when altitude itself turned from a German advantage into a German weakness. At 28,000 feet and above, the once dominant FW-190s and Bf-109s began to lose their breath. Their engines, superb at medium altitude, struggled in the thinning air. Controls felt heavy. Climbing rate faded. The horizon narrowed into a place where seconds mattered. It was in this unforgiving layer of sky that Hans Philipp, one of Germany's most decorated aces, met the Thunderbolt on its own terms. His record was extraordinary, more than 200 victories across the Eastern and Western fronts, a pilot whose instincts had been sharpened by years of survival. But experience could not compensate for physics. When the P-47s of the 56 Fighter Group dropped into the fight from above, they aspired with the momentum Philipp could neither match nor escape. A burst of 50 caliber fire traced across his aircraft, and in an instant the FW-190 disintegrated into flame and fragments. For the Luftwaffe, it was not just the loss of a pilot. It was the loss of certainty. Headquarters demanded answers. Investigations followed. The reports climbing their way to Gring's desk were stark. The American fighter surpassed German types at altitude, possessed structural integrity beyond expectation, and delivered firepower that outmatched cannon-equipped interceptors in sustained combat. The message beneath the technical jargon was simple. The Luftwaffe no longer controlled the sky. Then came an even more troubling development. The Thunderbolt evolved. With the introduction of the paddle blade propeller on the P-47D variants, climb rate surged. Acceleration improved. The machine that had once lumbered through the lower atmosphere now punched upward with surprising strength. German pilots accustomed to bouncing the Americans from above found themselves confronted by a fighter that could close the vertical gap. Engagements once dictated by the Luftwaffe now belonged to whoever held the most altitude and nerve, and increasingly, that was a Thunderbolt. By the time Allied planners began shaping the invasion of France, the P-47 had grown into a new role, one that would carve its reputation into the memory of every soldier who fought beneath it. The same guns that tore apart fighters now shredded convoys, rail lines, tank columns, and supply routes. When the first waves landed at Normandy on June 6, 1944, more than 500 Thunderbolts patrolled the beaches. German aircraft that attempted to break through found the sky stacked with American fighters from sea level to the edge of the stratosphere. Survivors from the Luftwaffe remembered the experience with a kind of quiet horror. A single pass from a P-47 could erase a column of vehicles. The sound of its diving engine became a warning no one could outrun. Troops spoke of the earth erupting beneath them, of trucks turning into fireballs, of the sudden brutal silence after a burst of 50 caliber rounds tore the world apart. And beneath these battlefield moments lay a deeper truth. The Luftwaffe was no longer fighting for air superiority. It was fighting for survival. Every day the Thunderbolt remained in the sky, that survival slipped further from reach. What separated the United States from its enemy was not simply the design of a single fighter, but the philosophy that produced it. American planners did not view air power as a contest of dueling aces. They saw it as an industrial campaign, a struggle where logistics, training, and production mattered as much as tactics. The Thunderbolt, with its heavy frame and relentless firepower, was the natural expression of that worldview. Factories in New York and Indiana delivered aircraft at a pace that astonished even Allied commanders. What the Luftwaffe destroyed in a morning raid could be replaced by the following day. Skilled mechanics kept squadrons flying with an abundance of spare parts. Pilots trained with ammunition and fuel in quantities German units could only imagine. When an American fighter group arrived in theater, its airmen carried hundreds of hours of training, disciplined formation practice, and a deep familiarity with their aircraft. German trainees, by 1944, often entered combat with fewer than 100 hours of total flight time. As P-47 units shifted into their expanded roles, the broader world began to grasp the implications. Allies understood that American air power no longer relied on individual brilliance, but on a system capable of sustained pressure. Intercepting bombers, guarding the beaches of Normandy, hunting armored columns, or escorting formations deep into Germany became parts of a single, unified strategy. Air superiority was not the goal. It was the foundation upon which every other operation rested. For the Luftwaffe, this transformation was devastating. The more Germany struggled, the more the American system intensified. Operation Bodenplatte, the desperate New Year's Day offensive of 1945, illustrated the imbalance with painful clarity. German fighters destroyed dozens of American aircraft on the ground, but their victory evaporated within hours as replacement Thunderbolts rolled off transports and onto fresh hardstands. The Luftwaffe, already crippled by fuel shortages and the loss of veteran pilots, had no such reserve. Each fallen aviator represented experience that could never be replaced. By the end of the war, German commanders themselves spoke openly of the strategic lessons. They admitted that courage and tactical skill could not overcome a nation capable of creating overwhelming strength in the air, mission after mission, month after month. The world, watching from the ruins of Europe and the Pacific, understood the message clearly. Modern warfare belonged not to the aircraft that dazzled in a turning fight, but to the machine backed by a system powerful enough to sustain it. In the final months of the war, when the skies above Europe grew quiet and the smoke began to thin, the Thunderbolt stood as more than a machine of metal and fire. It had become a symbol of a different kind of strength, the kind built not from elegance or agility, but from endurance, discipline, and the vast industrial will of a nation determined to shape the course of history. The aircraft that once drew laughter now carried the weight of countless missions, countless lives saved, and countless stories that would echo long after the guns fell silent. For the pilots who flew it, the P-47 was never merely a fighter. It was a companion in the most unforgiving hours of their lives, a shield forged from American industry, and a reminder that survival often depended on the margin between what a machine could endure and what a human heart could carry. Many returned home with memories of the thunderous dive, the trembling airframe, and the steady rhythm of those 8 50 caliber guns. Others did not return at all, but their legacy remains woven into the steel of every surviving Thunderbolt and the stories told around it. For their adversaries, the memory was different. German pilots who once mocked the bulky silhouette later spoke of the dread that settled in their stomachs when they heard its unmistakable roar. On the ground, soldiers remembered the shadow passing over a road or a field, followed by a storm of fire that changed the course of a battle before anyone could react. The transformation from ridicule to fear was not gradual. It was absolute. Today, when visitors walk through museums and stand before the restored aircraft, they see a war machine at rest, its paint polished, its story condensed to placards and quiet displays. But the truth runs deeper. The P-47 tells a story of a nation discovering that its greatest power lay not only in invention, but in the ability to build, supply, train, and sustain on a scale the world had never seen. It is a reminder that wars are won not only by moments of heroism, but by systems that rise to meet the demands of history. And perhaps that is the lasting lesson of the Thunderbolt, that strength, when paired with purpose, becomes something greater than the sum of its parts. As you reflect on its journey, consider what this story reveals about resilience, sacrifice, and the choices that shape the modern world. If you found meaning in this story, share your thoughts. What part of the Thunderbolt's legacy speaks to you most deeply? And what lesson from this era do you believe still matters today? The first thing he noticed was the silence, an uneasy calm broken only by the hum of his Hellcat's engine as it cut across the morning sky. Far below, the Pacific stretched out like a sheet of cobalt glass. And then through the thin veil of distance and heat, he saw them. Dozens of dark specks, moving in tight formation, shimmering against the sunlight, like a swarm of bees drifting toward the American fleet. In that moment, Lieutenant Junior Grade Alexander Vrocku knew the day would demand more than instinct or courage. Something far larger was unfolding. Something shaped not by individual heroes, but by years of preparation, sacrifice, and the invisible machinery of war. Just beyond the horizon, an entire nation's industrial heartbeat was pushing steel fuel and newly trained pilots into the Pacific faster than any enemy could destroy them. And facing them were young men from another nation, men asked to fight with barely enough flight hours to find their way home. What happens when two visions of warfare collide, one built on tradition, the other on mass training and industrial might? What does the sky look like when a generation's worth of pilots is thrown into a battle they were never prepared to survive? The path to that June morning did not begin with the roar of engines or the glint of sunlight on carrier decks. It began years earlier inside quiet classrooms and cramped training fields across Japan, where the Imperial Navy shaped its aviators with a philosophy rooted in an older world. Selection was brutal. Out of thousands of hopefuls, only a handful would ever touch the cockpit of a naval aircraft. Those who survived the process were refined over years, 6, 7, sometimes 800 hours of flight time until formation flying became instinct and gunnery, an extension of muscle memory. They were elite by design warriors, forged for a single decisive battle their nation believed would end any future war before it truly began. But no training system built for peacetime could survive the reality that unfolded after 1941. When Midway sent 4 Japanese carriers to the bottom, it also took with them more than 100 of the Navy's finest aviators, men whose skill, experience, and judgment represented decades of investment. Their absence created a fracture in the training pipeline that Japan never repaired. Fuel shortages forced instructors to cut flight hours. Accidents became common. Students graduating in early 1944 might have 200 hours. What were the hours? By late 1944, some had fewer than 40. The gulf between the pilots Japan needed and the pilots it had was widening with every passing month. Across the ocean, the United States took a different path, one shaped not by exclusivity, but by scale. Even before Pearl Harbor, the U.S. Navy had quietly expanded its pilot corps through a civilian training program designed to turn ordinary young men into competent aviators quickly and efficiently. When war came, training fields multiplied. Flight lines lengthened and instructors rotated back from combat to teach the next wave. By 1943, the United States was producing more than 20,000 naval aviators a year. Each pilot was not crafted into an elite duelist. They were molded into disciplined, reliable operators able to fight within a vast coordinated machine. The nation had built not just pilots, but a system that could replace them faster than combat could claim them. This contrast set the stage for the coming clash in the Marianas. When American forces landed on Saipan in mid-June 1944, they stepped onto ground that lay only 1,200 miles from Tokyo. From these islands, the new B-29 superfortresses could reach the Japanese home islands with full bomb loads. For Admiral Suomu Toyota, this was an existential threat. He declared that the fate of the empire would depend on the coming battle and ordered Vice Admiral Jisaburo Ozawa's first mobile fleet to strike. Ozawa sailed with 9 carriers and more than 400 aircraft, an impressive force on paper. But many of his pilots were barely trained, and the plan he carried, Operation Eigo, rested on assumptions that no longer matched reality. He believed Japanese aviators still held the qualitative edge. He believed land-based aircraft from Guam and other fields would join the attack with precision. And he believed American carriers could be struck from long range before they could strike back. All of these beliefs would crumble when the first wave of aircraft lifted off on June 19th. The battle on June 19th began long before any pilot saw an enemy aircraft. Deep inside the carriers of Task Force 58 radar operators watched the glowing arc of a sweeping line trace across their screens. At 75 miles, the first Japanese strike appeared dozens of small echoes moving in loose formation. Within seconds, fighter directors aboard the USS Lexington and other carriers began issuing calm, clipped instructions. Course headings, altitudes, intercept points. The American response unfolded like an assembly line. Hellcats lifted from carrier decks rolled into formation and climbed toward the incoming wave. These pilots were not improvising. They were executing a system designed through years of training and refined by months of combat, one that turned radar information into lethal geometry. As the Japanese formation pressed forward, the disparity between the two air forces became unmistakable. Many of Ozawa's aviators were young men on their first combat mission. Their formation wavered as they approached altitudes, drifting spacing inconsistent. In contrast, more than 220 Hellcats moved with practiced precision, sinking from the sun, or sweeping in from high angles to break apart the incoming groups before they could even begin their attack runs. The first clash was brutal and swift. American pilots later described it as effortless and unsettling word given the stakes. The Japanese fighters protecting the bombers turned into attacks instead of away, exposing their silhouettes. Torpedo bombers descended too early, losing altitude that they could never regain. Dive bombers attempted to tighten their formations only to become better targets. Many simply lacked the hours in the cockpit to sense danger behind them or recognize the cues of an incoming attack. Among the pilots sweeping into the fray was Lieutenant Junior Grade Alexander Vrashu, flying from the USS Lexington. His supercharger malfunctioned, robbing his Hellcat of power at high altitude. Oil misted across his canopy, forcing him to wipe the glass repeatedly with a gloved hand. Yet when he spotted the second Japanese wave, nearly 50 Yokosuka D4Y dive bombers, he rode into a pursuit that would become legendary. The bombers below him held formation unaware or unable to react as Vrashu descended in a high-side attack. Every burst he fired was brief, deliberate, aimed precisely at the wing roots where fuel and structure converged.
One bomber burst into flame and tumbled, then another, and another.
In 8 minutes, he destroyed 6 enemy aircraft, using only 3 Sayasi rounds, less than 5 seconds of total firing time.
His efficiency was not showmanship. It was the product of a training lineage that traced back to Commander Edward Butch O'Hare, whose lessons Vrashu carried into combat.
Across the sky, similar stories unfolded. Pilots achieved 2-3-5 kills in single sorties. Japanese formations dissolved under the weight of coordinated attacks and radar-guided vectors. By the time the first wave ended, more than 60% of the Japanese aircraft had been destroyed. Every successive wave fared worse. In those hours, the balance of the Pacific War shifted decisively. The confrontation was not a contest of equals. It was the collision of an air force built by industrial discipline against one weakened by attrition, fuel shortages, and a training system collapsed under the pressure of modern war. Even as the air battle raged above the Philippine Sea, another struggle was unfolding. Beneath the waves, one that would deliver 2 of the most devastating blows the Japanese Navy would ever suffer. At 8:10 a.m., the submarine USS Albacore, operating dangerously close to Ozawa's carrier formation, seized a fleeting opportunity. With its fire control computer malfunctioning, Lieutenant Commander James Blanchard fired a spread of 6 torpedoes by eye-trusting instinct where instruments had failed. From the deck of the carrier, Taiho, Japan's newest and most heavily armored carrier, a young pilot named Sakyo Komatsu, had just launched when he spotted the white streak of a torpedo wake slicing through the water. In a split-second decision that reflected both courage and desperation, he dove his aircraft into the torpedo's path. The collision obliterated both torpedo and plane, but his sacrifice could not stop the others. One torpedo struck Taiho's starboard side, rupturing aviation fuel tanks deep below the hangar deck.
At first, the damage seemed manageable.
Taiho continued flight operations, but unseen beneath the armored deck, gasoline vapor seeped through compartments and pooled in enclosed spaces. A poorly trained damage control officer attempting to disperse the fumes opened the ship's entire ventilation network, unwittingly pumping explosive vapor throughout the vessel. For hours, the concentration grew invisible and lethal, until a spark no one knows from where triggered a massive internal detonation. Explosions ripped through Taiho from bow to stern, lifting sections of her armored deck.
By mid-afternoon, she rolled and slipped beneath the waves, taking 660 men with her.
Only hours later, another catastrophe struck. The submarine USS Kavala stalked the veteran carrier Shokaku, one of the few carriers still surviving from Pearl Harbor. Lieutenant Commander Herman Kostler maneuvered into a perfect firing position as Shokaku recovered aircraft. At just 200 yards, Kavala launched 6 torpedoes. Thus,
3 or 4 found their mark, tearing into fuel stores and bomb magazines.
Fire spread uncontrollably. A devastating explosion in the forward hangar ignited stored munitions, and within minutes, Shokaku stood on her bow, rising nearly vertical before sliding into the sea.
Of her crew, 263 perished.
By day's end, Japan had lost not only hundreds of aircraft, but also the irreplaceable expertise of thousands of sailors, armorers, mechanics, flight deck crews, radar operators, men whose years of practice and teamwork could not be replicated in months. Even the hulls of surviving carriers became hollow symbols. They lacked the trained air groups necessary to make them instruments of war. When the sun set on June 19th, the numbers told a brutal truth. Japan had launched 3 carrier aircraft in 4 waves. Only 130 returned. The United States lost 23. The kill ratio neared 11-1, a disparity so extreme that surviving Japanese pilots described the battle as hopeless. Most chilling of all was the psychological collapse that followed. Many Japanese aviators, confronted with the reality of their training deficit, realized they were being sent to die in battles they could not influence. It was in these ruins of morale and capability that Japan would eventually turn to kamikaze tactics, an admission that conventional naval aviation had ceased to exist. By the end of June 19th, Japanese carrier aviation was finished as an offensive force. The battle had lasted just a few hours. Its consequences would shape the rest of the Pacific War. The events over the Philippine Sea did more than destroy Japan's carrier air arm. They exposed the deeper fault lines between 2 visions of modern warfare. For decades, Japan had believed that elite skill forged through long and selective training could overcome material disadvantages. The United States believed the opposite, that in an industrial age, victory belonged to the nation that could build, train, coordinate, and replace at a scale no warrior ethos could match. From the American perspective, June 19th validated their entire approach to the Pacific War. Task Force 58 did not succeed because every pilot was an exceptional marksman. It succeeded because every fighter squadron, every radar station, every submarine, and every ship operated within an integrated system where information flowed smoothly and replacements were always ready. Radar-directed fighter control, proximity-fused anti-aircraft fire, reliable communications networks, and disciplined fuel management created an environment where average pilots could perform with extraordinary effect. To American strategists, the message was unmistakable. Industrial warfare had matured.
Training pipelines mattered more than individual genius. Logistics mattered more than tradition.
And a coordinated force, even without dramatic heroics, could systematically dismantle an opponent who lacked depth and infrastructure.
Globally, military observers took note.
The Great Marianas Turkey Shoot became a case study in how not to wage modern war. Japan's emphasis on elite aviators had produced deadly results early in the conflict. But without robust training and replenishment systems, it became a fatal vulnerability. Nations watching from afar recognized that modern air power required factories, fuel instructors, intelligence networks, and doctrinal flexibility, not merely skilled pilots. For Japan, the psychological effect was profound. Surviving pilots and officers understood that no amount of bravery or sacrifice could reverse the training deficit. When Admiral Ozawa limped away with carriers intact, but virtually no air groups left to fly from them, the illusion of Japan's carrier strength collapsed.
From that moment on, Japanese naval aviation existed largely in name.
For the United States, the aftermath strengthened a growing confidence in its ability to project power across the Pacific with near impunity. With Japanese air power gutted and its carrier force functionally neutralized the path toward the Philippines, Iwo Jima, and eventually Japan itself had opened.
The world had witnessed more than a battle.
It had seen the triumph of a strategic vision built on scale, discipline, and integration, one that would define naval warfare for generations. When the last echoes of gunfire faded over the Philippine Sea, the ocean looked deceptively calm. The wreckage of 2 carriers and hundreds of aircraft had already slipped beneath the waves, taking with them thousands of men whose stories ended in those silent depths.
Yet above that still surface, the meaning of June 19th remained unmistakable.
It was more than a victory. It was a revelation, a moment when the industrial age laid bare the limits of tradition, courage, and elite training. For Japan, the battle marked the point of no return. The carriers that had once spearheaded the attack on Pearl Harbor were now empty shells, unable to project meaningful air power. The pilots who had represented decades of skill and discipline were gone, replaced by young men who never received the hours, fuel, or mentorship they needed to survive. Their bravery was real. Their chances were not. The tragedy of the battle lies not in their willingness to fight, but in the failure of leadership that sent them into the sky unprepared. For the United States, the day confirms something fundamental about modern warfare, that victory belongs to nations capable of organizing not only their armies, but their entire societies. The pilots who flew from Task Force 58 were not superhuman. They were the product of a system designed to ensure that every man who climbed into a cockpit, no matter his hometown or background, had the training equipment and support needed to prevail. The machinery of war extended far beyond the flight deck into factories, training squadrons, intelligence centers, and supply ships stretching across the Pacific. The photograph of Alexander Vratsiu holding up 6 fingers captures the spirit of that moment. His grin was not triumph over the enemy. It was relief, gratitude, and the quiet knowledge that he had survived a day few could imagine.
He always insisted the real story was not about aces, but about systems, about a nation that understood the demands of industrial war and rose to meet them.
And so the question remains for us decades later. What lessons from the Philippine Sea still matter today? Do we remember the price of neglecting training? The danger of believing spirit alone can overcome material reality. The responsibility of leaders to prepare their nations for the wars they hope never to fight.
If this story moves you, share your thoughts below.
Which lesson from June 19th speaks most strongly to you? And if you value exploring the moments where history turns, sometimes quietly, sometimes violently, consider joining us for the next chapter.